today's action whenever it kicks off. We're going to take a quick break right now. Come on back. Welcome back. You can see on your screen that we're inside that courthouse in New Mexico ahead of today's proceedings in the Alec Baldwin rush shooting trial as we anxiously await for that to get underway. Now, in the meantime, we've been catching you up on the defense's cross-examination of Marissa Popple from yesterday. As Baldwin's defense honed in on the possibility that the prop supplier, Seth Kenney, could have been the one who contributed the live round to the set that ended up in the prop revolver that discharged and killed cinematographer Halyna Hutchins. Now remember, during the trial of Hannah Gutierrez Reed, her defense similarly tried to shift blame onto Kenny. We're going to keep an eye on any movement in that courtroom. But for now, let's get back to yesterday and listen to more of the cross-examination.
I don't want to belabor the white box conversation too much, but other than, I'm going to find it too, on the white boxes that you found at the set, and at the white boxes that you saw a lot of at Seth Kenny's, there were these initials in the middle of the white box that said JS. Right? I'll just show you A2. Yeah. Right, that you found at the scene, correct?
Yes.
And if we look inside of Seth Kenny's prop house, A18, you see very similar font and signage, correct?
Yes.
And as you continue on in your search, you understood Seth Kenny was a person of interest, correct?
Yes.
And this was an important moment in the case, correct?
Yes.
And you even found out that the day before Seth Kenny provided the dummies to Rust, he had in his possession live Starline brass nickel primer from 1883, correct?
I don't recall it being the day before, or having that information personally.
Well, so let's leave the day before right now. You knew and understood that Seth Kenny had recently been in possession of Starline brass nickel primer live, correct?
I don't know that it was that specific, just that he was in possession of live ammunition in a recent point.
Now, when you testified on direct examination, you told the jury about how you found some live ammo at the prop house, right?
Yes.
And how you took that live ammo and sent it to the FBI, right?
Yes.
And you sent the live ammo from the set of Rust to the FBI, right?
Yes.
And you're not an FBI agent, but what you told the jury was that when you compared the powder from the set of Rust's ammunition to Seth Kenny's live ammunition, they didn't look the same, right?
Correct.
And you testified previously. Well, let me just ask you, did you take all of the 45 live ammunition from PDQ into evidence?
Yes.
And did you search every single box inside of Seth Kenny's prop house?
Yes.
And because you did that, according, is this still, what is that? Did I do something? No. Oh, it just goes to sleep. Talking too much. And because you've told this jury now that you found every 45 live ammo there, correct?
Yes.
And that you searched every single box, correct?
Yes.
What you're telling this jury is they can be sure that if there was a live round on there that matched the set of Rust, you would have found it, right?
Yes.
Let's take a look at A19. Is that one of the rooms inside of the prop house?
Yes.
You see those boxes packed all the way to the ceiling?
Yes.
Did you all have a ladder or anything when you guys were searching?
No.
Okay. So can we agree that you didn't search the boxes at the top?
I believe they were taken down or at least looked into. It was not just myself searching.
Right, well, we talked about it. It was Kana was outside. It was you and Hancock and Zook, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, tell the jury. I mean, did you or did you not search every single one of those boxes?
We searched the entirety of the property. Yes.
You searched the entirety of the property.
I mean, if a box is opened and it is clear that there's no ammunition in it, meaning if I open a box and it's all clothing and I look at the bottom of the box and it's all clothing, then we're not going to dump the box out on the floor and continue to shake it until rounds that aren't in there fall out.
But okay, sure. Were there any boxes like that?
There were a multitude of boxes.
Got it. So are you telling this jury that you're on your oath that you searched every single box in this room? That's just all I want to know.
Not me personally. Our team reasonably searched the warehouse.
Okay, and I think we're getting closer to, when you say reasonably searched, what do you mean by that?
I mean, how would you approach searching this kind of area?
Well, I can tell you that law enforcement, I know from the movies. Okay. I'll move on. Well, why don't you tell me, what's a grid search?
A grid search is usually conducted outside where you would reasonably set up in a way that you could grid an area and then search each section on that grid.
Okay, and well, why don't you tell me, what would have been, if you wanted to be certain, the best way to search this room if you had unlimited resources and time?
I believe that when we searched this room, we divided the room in order for it to be searched.
Divided it how?
Meaning myself took one section, Sergeant Zook took another section, Detective Hancock took another section.
Are you certain of that, or are you best estimate that that's what your memory tells you?
I do not recall exactly how the room was searched.
Okay, and then let's say you open up a box with ammunition. How would you search an individual box?
It would depend on the box.
So tell me.
If we open a box and it's all 38s, we're not looking for 38s at that time, we're looking for 45s.
Okay. And so if you opened up a box and it was commingled rounds, how would you do it?
We would have to go through those rounds individually.
Right, and there were boxes like that here, right?
There were a few, yes.
Okay. And how many rooms were there inside of this location that had lots of boxes in them?
There was the back room that we see here. There was a front room that didn't have many boxes, and then a side room that had nicely organized boxes.
And what about the bathroom? Weren't there boxes and ammunition in the bathroom?
There were boxes in the bathroom, yes.
So 4 rooms, right?
Yes.
3 of you, 4 rooms, right?
Yes.
A20. What are we looking at here, Investigator Popper?
This was a table that was located in the side room.
Okay, and what do you notice? I don't know why that arrow's there. What do you notice on this? It's probably because of me. What do you notice on this table of, here, thank you, sir. What's on this table? What is this?
There were plastic bags, tools, cleaning products, tape.
Okay, and as we talked about before, the search warrant told you to look for tools, right?
Yes.
Okay, and Detective Hancock spent some time in this room during the search, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And do you know what all these tools are? Are you familiarity with these tools?
I'm not, no.
Okay, you don't know what they can be done. You don't know how they can be used with either firearms or ammunition, do you?
No.
Okay, so tell the members of the jury which of these tools you seized.
We did not take any tools from the warehouse.
When you were searching this area, did you have a schematic or a floor plan?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you go one room at a time, or did you split up?
I don't recall.
Was there a predetermined plan?
All right, as we get ready for the proceedings to start today, we have a couple of updates. First, we understand now that Hannah Gutierrez-Reed will not testify today. Now, we still don't know if she's going to testify, take the 5th, but whatever she's doing, she's not doing it today. We're told from Anjanette Levy, who's on the ground, who we spoke with earlier, that this trial is running behind. Anjanette and I were talking about how they had the lead detective, Corporal Alexandria Hancock, on the stand, still had a lot to do with her. And so they're not going to get to Gutierrez-Reed today. Also, we're informed that the motions that are going to be heard, right, there's going to be proceedings before the jury gets there this morning. That has to do with this bullets being brought in by someone who's been referred to at this trial as a good Samaritan. There are issues involving those facts, that testimony that's going to be ironed out with the court before the jury gets there. Whatever happens live in that courtroom, we're going to bring it to you here on the network. Right now, we're going to take a quick break, but don't go away.
Let us argue your motion.
Your Honor, just very briefly, first, given the nature of this, can Corporal Hancock step out of the room?
Oh, yes.
That's okay.
I'm intending to take testimony from her. She can step out before you get.
Sure.
One thing that I just want to alert the court to, and I'm going to bring in a photograph that somebody sent to my office, and I'll come up to the lectern, if that's okay.
Yes, I would think you would argue at the lectern.
Well, this is just a side issue that I've asked Mr. Nickes to address the court on the
Oh,
motion.
okay,
This is
fine.
just a quick, and if it takes out of our time, it does. But, I get many sort of inbound emails that I don't obviously read everyone or take everyone seriously, but I got one last night that indicated that the cameras are catching Miss Morrissey signaling witnesses while they're on the witness stand. And, I really.
Did you look to see if that was true?
I was sent a photograph that concerned me, and I felt obligated, and like I said to the court, I try to not make these issues, this is a high-pressure case, I've been in many. There have been more issues in this case than I have ever seen in all of those cases combined. And so I'm sort of at a loss, but to bring it to the court's attention. So I've asked them to print me the photograph that was sent to me. I can't just continue to give the benefit of the doubt on every single thing that's occurred in this case. I just can't. And so I'll be turning that into the court. And I would just say, at every turn of this, right, it's from the original case. It was, I understand and very much respect the court's rulings on everything, frankly. In the grand jury, it survived, and there's no remedy. I get that. And, they destroyed the gun and we have that hearing and there's no remedy. And I get that. And it's just at a certain point in the Brady discipline.
I did give you a remedy, but okay.
Well,
I didn't give you the remedy you wanted, but yes.
Fair enough. But one might say not a remedy given all of the circumstances that has a meaningful impact at this trial. And so, and then we have the Brady disclosures, and I could keep going, and I'm not going to because we've limited time. But there's just never been any. It's just, I don't know how much of it can happen with it.
Okay, let's do this. Where's the picture?
I'm having somebody print it.
Okay, all right. I am aware of what you're saying, but look, first I have to see the picture, okay? Now, let's go to the arguments of this.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then you can, show me what you're talking about. And I did get it, so thank you.
You're welcome, Your Honor. Since we did submit the written briefing, I will try to be brief, but I think it'd be helpful to build out some of the facts so Your Honor has the chronology of how this happened and has the factual pieces to understand the severity of what's happened.
Okay.
So on November 1st, 2021, shortly after the Rust incident, Seth Kenny's on the...
Just one moment. I need Faith to get me my notebook.
Of course.
My notebook. I brought it up yesterday. Might even be in my computer bed. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead. I'll take notes on this. All right, go ahead.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, I'm
Thank
sorry.
you. So November 1st, 2021, Seth Kenny is on a phone call with Corporal Hancock. At that point, we've heard about Seth Kenny's involvement in this, his effort to pry into what's going on with the prop card and the bullets. And so on that phone call, he's telling Corporal Hancock, then Detective Hancock, that he believes he knows where the live bullet came from. He dials in a guy named Teskey, who we heard about yesterday in testimony. Teskey gets on the line and Seth says, tell Detective Hancock what you know. And he says, well, Fel Reed dropped off a batch of live ammunition at my business because I have a safer place to store it. And after that, Fel shows up, grabs some of the live ammunition and leaves some behind. And that's what I know. And Seth says, well, that could be from the same batch that killed Halyna Hutchins. Could be a match. He says, and it's Fel Reed and it's Hannah Gutierrez Reed. That's the one who's responsible here, pushing it off on Gutierrez Reed as the source of the live ammunition, just as the state has done in this case. He says, thank you very much. He gets off the phone. Fel says, Teskey says, I'll take a picture. I'm not in front of my computer, not in front of my ammunition. I'll send it in an hour. He sends a picture of 4 bullets. Ms. Morrissey is going to hold that up to you and say, these are the 4 bullets you knew about this. That was from 2021. Detective Hancock does not preserve the other live ammunition that's at Teskey's property, even though he told her this could be from the live ammunition batch that matches the bullet that killed Halyna Hutchins. 2 years later, November 2nd, 2023, there's a PTI of Teskey. Miss Morrissey's asking questions, and she starts probing further into the live ammunition that Teskey had previously said was given to him by Fel Reed. And she says, do you still have some of that ammunition? He says, well, some of it, but I've been out shooting it over the last 2 years because Detective Hancock did not preserve it over that time period. Miss Morrissey probes further. Where'd it come from? Tell me your story. He says, well, Fel dropped it off. He then picked some up, and he went with Seth Kenney to the 1883 Yellowstone movie, where he was teaching people how to shoot with that live ammunition. He then went to another movie with Seth Kenney, teaching people how to shoot with that live ammunition. And Seth Kenney then took a green ammo can with that live ammunition in it and brought it home with him. He says that could be the live ammunition from that green ammo can that killed Halyna Hutchins. Miss Morrissey says, I want you to preserve that. And do you think there's any evidence that this was sabotage? And he says, well, actually, Seth Kenney called me while Rust was shooting, telling me he wanted to get Hannah Gutierrez Reed fired, but he didn't know how to do it because he was concerned about upsetting Fel Reed, significant armor in the business, as Your Honor knows. And so he says, I don't have evidence that there was sabotage, but that's what I know, and I still have this ammunition. As we know, Sarah Zachary, the one who threw the live bullets away, we don't know, live or not, threw bullets away after the incident on Rust, admitted that. Was on set, texting with Seth Kenney, angry with Hannah, on the license, the ATF report for the Pieta that was involved in this accident. She was on set. They were close, we know that. And so Ms. Morrissey says, you hold on to that evidence and I'll come get it, in essence. She never does. November 2023. Fast forward to March 6, 2024. The end of Hannah Gutierrez Reed's trial. Teskey's in Santa Fe, sees what happens, shows up at the sheriff's office, as we heard from Ms. Popple, and delivers that live ammunition that Hancock had not preserved, that Ms. Morrissey had not collected, that he believed could be from the same batch, from that same green ammo can that we care about, that matched the bullet that killed Halyna Hutchins. We heard, Your Honor, what Ms. Popple did with it. They buried it. I'd like to say charitably that it was under the pile of the 5501 information that they didn't disclose, but that's even too charitable because they put it under a different case with a different number. We asked March 26th, we want all of the ammunition from the Rust set that you've collected. April 16th, we show up for that viewing. We want all the live ammunition from the Rust set that you collected. It's not there. After Teskey had turned it in, after Ms. Popple had created the report, the supplemental report she said she created when she took this in and did not disclose to us, it was not there. Now, Your Honor, we don't know if it's a live ammunition match or not. But what we do know is the state had it. It's disclosable under Giglio. It's disclosable under 5501. And there's a case on point, Your Honor, State versus Allison, where the criminal defendant had been charged with conspiracy, aggravated assault, dishonest related crimes. And he had an arrest record in the prosecution's possession. He had a statement and an arrest record. It was not disclosed under 5501. The criminal defendant shows up at trial and testifies. He's a great guy, honest, no criminal record. The prosecution whips out his arrest record and his statement, disclosable under 5501, which it never disclosed, and said not true. Court breaks. Defendant says, you didn't disclose that under 5501. And the prosecution says, who cares? He's up on the stand lying. This would not have been favorable to him at all. And so, Judge, I want a continuance. Give them a continuance. That's their remedy. Come back tomorrow. I'll disclose everything. I'll make it all right. And then we'll continue. Trial court says, fine, I'll give you that continuance. Limited remedy. You'll have all the information. Do with it what you will. If it's negative, fine. If it's not, that's for you to use at trial. He's convicted. It gets appealed. It ends up in the Supreme Court of New Mexico. That decision was reversed. A continuance is not adequate in those circumstances. They're in the middle of trial. The defendant would have done things differently. The defendant would have opened differently, would have asked questions differently. Too much about where the source, in this case, of the live bullet came in before this was presented at trial. The court said it doesn't matter if the defendant knew or should have known of it. What we're talking about here is not the defendant's knowledge, not whether it matches, not whether his criminal arrest record would have hurt him or not. We're talking about the conduct of the prosecution. And that's exactly what we're talking about here, Your Honor. We're talking about a prosecution that didn't preserve those bullets, that didn't collect them at all, that didn't turn them over, that we already have a 5501 culpability finding with respect to the last set of information. And Your Honor, the bottom line is we've got 5501 violation, culpability. We don't need to show bad faith. We've got a Brady violation. We've got a Giglio violation. Now, this is critical evidence in the case that was never disclosed to us. We heard Ms. Morrissey say, I'm going to have Detective Hancock come in and testify. We could have Ms. Popple testify. They could say it doesn't match, et cetera, et cetera. It does not matter. It did not matter in Allison. We were entitled to it. A continuance is not a sufficient remedy. This case should be dismissed, Your Honor. This is over and over and over and over again. And Your Honor, you've given them a fair chance. You said, grand jury, as Mr. Spiro said, you said, I'm going to give you a remedy on Trombetta. I'm going to limit it. I'm going to give you your remedy. You've given them more than enough opportunities, Your Honor. This is not the first time. It's not the second time. It's not even the third time. It's time for this case to be dismissed, Your Honor. That's what Brady requires. That's what Giglio requires. That's what 5501 requires. As Your Honor knows, we've got remedies in the alternative, but this is the one that's right for this moment. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Ms. Morrissey?
I need to use the monitor. Your Honor, there have been absolutely no violations of our obligations as prosecutors. I want to walk you through everything that has occurred in this regard, everything that these defense attorneys knew well before today, and everything that was also disclosed to Ms. Gutierrez's counsel. So what you can see from the transcript of Mr. Teskey's interview during the Gutierrez case prior to her trial is that Mr. Teskey is Thel Reed's close friend. And Mr. Teskey stores Mr. Reed's ammunition. And the reason that he stores it for Mr. Reed is because Mr. Reed lives in a single-wide mobile home that doesn't have a lot of security. And because he's a professional armorer, he has a bunch of guns and ammunition. Mr. Teskey is a retired police officer who has a whole bunch of security at his property. So Thel Reed has 300 rounds of live .45 caliber ammunition. And he and Seth Kinney are hired by the producers for the show 1883. Everything that I want you to know, Your Honor, everything that I'm telling the court, Mr. Mr. Bowles has this information, and these people have this information. So nothing I'm telling the court is new. So they get hired on this to do what's called a cowboy training on the set of 1883. So the cowboy training is where gun experts, that being Thel Reed and Seth Kinney, take the actors to shoot real guns with real ammunition so that they have a better idea of the recoil and how the gun is actually supposed to look, and to help them with their acting techniques. In fact, the fact that production companies do this was actually something that Mr. Baldwin pointed out to Detective Hancock during his interview. He himself has done this with a production company. So when they're through with the cowboy training camp in Texas, they've got some rounds left over. And Seth Kinney says, I'm going to take these. And Thel Reed lets him take them. So, and let me back up. When they originally went to the cowboy training camp in Texas, they didn't take all of Thel's ammunition. They took a certain amount of it, and Thel left some in Troy Teskey's garage. All of this ammunition came from the same place. This was all from basically the same batch of ammunition that Thel Reed had, that he got from a manufacturer, from an ammunition manufacturer in Kingman, Arizona, named Joe Swanson. So they take 300 of his rounds, they go do the cowboy training camp. Seth Kinney then takes the leftover rounds back to PDQ. So then what happens is Mr. Bowles begins to tell Detective Hancock, hey, you need to go execute a search warrant at PDQ because there's this green ammo can that Seth Kinney took after the 1883 training camp. Hancock, to her credit, takes Mr. Bowles at his word. She gets a search warrant. She goes to PDQ. What Mr. Bowles said would be there was there, and you've seen pictures of it. There's a green ammo can, says 1883 live ammunition. They take it, they send it to the FBI for testing. Not only does it not look like the live rounds from Rust, but it has a different chemical composition. So at that point in time, Hancock has kind of realized, I think, that she's being led down this path by Mr. Bowles that's coming from Thel Reed. Thel Reed is trying to slough everything off on Seth Kinney. So I want to show you when Seth Kinney is with Detective Hancock, what Mr. Nickus was referring to. He reaches out to Teskey because he's there with Hancock, and he says, hey, send me a photo of the live rounds that you have left over, because I'm giving her the live rounds from my green can. I think he just gave her some of them. They hadn't executed the search warrant at that point in time. Teskey says, okay. And he sends to Seth Kinney, you can see November 1st, he sends him that photograph of the live rounds that are in his possession. When you look at that photograph, and I'll blow it up for you, you can tell these are not similar to the live rounds that were found on the set of Rust. Detective Hancock gets this information from Mr. Kinney. Ultimately, though, still goes ahead and executes her search warrant, as she should. I come into this case, I look at the ammunition that was taken from PDQ. I understand from the witnesses that the ammunition was sourced originally from Thel Reed. It was sourced from Hannah's dad. It's not a match. Not only is it not a match when you look at it, it's not a match when you send it to the FBI and you ask them to conduct chemical testing. So this is a wild goose chase. This has no evidentiary value whatsoever. This is simply a man trying to protect his daughter, and he's doing it by providing information that doesn't even match. He's trying to provide evidence that doesn't even match the evidence that was found at the scene. So then let's cut to November of 2023. We do a pretrial interview of Mr. Teskey. Let me back up. Detective Hancock reached out when she got this photograph. She reached out to Mr. Teskey, and she'll testify to this. If you want her to testify under oath, I'm happy to have her do it. She reached out to Mr. Teskey and she said, hey, you know, because you appear to be cooperative, can you just package that stuff up and mail it to me? Because he's in Arizona. He's not here in New Mexico. And he never does. He never sends it to her. She doesn't pursue it because on its face, it's not the same ammunition. Let's cut to November 2023. We're doing the pretrial interview of Troy Teskey, where he talks about the ammunition and he talks about what he knows, what information he has about the relevance of this ammunition. What's also very important, and I can have under oath testimony to this fact also, this pretrial interview that was done over Zoom was, well, Mr. Bowles was there. So this was never kept from Gutierrez's lawyers. It was her lawyers that were bringing it to us. So there was no issue there. The jury was completely misled yesterday. So this pretrial interview that takes place in November of 2023 is uploaded to our discovery server. And when it's uploaded to the server, Mr. Baldwin hasn't been indicted yet. When he is ultimately indicted, everything that is on that server is taken and it's put on a hard drive, and it's sent, I believe, to Ms. Clark, who isn't here right now. And certainly Mr. James is happy to testify that it was uploaded to the server, that he downloaded it onto that hard drive, and he provided it to Mr. Baldwin's counsel. So the jury was misled again yesterday when Mr. Spiro indicated we had no idea about any of this. They've had it the entire time.
I don't want to hear about how the jury was misled. I just want to.
So when I have the pretrial interview with Troy Teskey, if the court wants to know the reason that we didn't actually get the ammunition from him is because I said, since he's out of state and we'd have to get another law enforcement agency basically to go pick it up and take it and send it to us, I said, have him send me a picture of it so that I can determine whether it has any evidentiary value and I can speak to my case agent about it. The photograph that was sent to me is the photograph in the middle. That is not the same ammunition. You can tell from looking at it. It has a different projectile shape. That's not the same projectile shape. That's not the same casing. This isn't a Starline brass casing. And it also has brass primers and not silver primers. So I decided, I agreed with Detective Hancock, this has no evidentiary value. We're not going to continue to go down this rabbit hole. I want the court to know that the photographs that I spoke to Detective Hancock about yesterday, where it does appear that Ms. Gutierrez has the live ammunition in her own hand that was taken a little more than a month after Ms. Hutchins died, those are on the right. So you can see the bottom photo, you can see the Starline brass casing, you can see the nickel primer, and then when you look up here, you can see the shape of the projectile. It's a spot-on match for the live rounds. There is absolutely nothing about the ammunition that Troy Teskey had that has any evidentiary value in the Gutierrez case. It has no evidentiary value in the Baldwin case. This feels like asking us to go to every sporting goods store, collect all of their .45 caliber ammunition, and send it off for testing. We're not required to do that. It simply doesn't have any evidentiary value, and the defense was aware of it. If the court, let me check my notes real quick. And another thing that's really important about the transcript of Mr. Teskey's pretrial interview is he does not say, this is the same ammunition that killed Halyna Hutchins. He says, that's what Seth Kenney told me. Well, we've interviewed Seth Kenney countless times, and he's testified before Your Honor, and that is not what he says. He does not support that. So Mr. Teskey indicated during his pretrial interview that he had no personal knowledge of whether or not this ammunition had anything to do with what was happening on the set of Rust. That all came from Seth. We investigated Seth. We talked to Seth. The only way that this has, on the best of days, for this to be relevant information for even Ms. Gutierrez, it's not at all relevant to Mr. Baldwin, but even for Ms. Gutierrez, it has to actually have some exculpatory value. And you can tell from the pictures on the right, it doesn't. It doesn't have any exculpatory value. And I want the court to keep in mind, Hannah Gutierrez, when she was working on the set of The Old Way in August, before she came to New Mexico to work on the set of Rust, she sent Seth Kenney a text message. And in that text message, she said, is it okay with you if I shoot live rounds out of the set guns? And Seth Kenney responded and said, no, don't do that. In fact, what he says is, it always ends in tears. It did this time. Hannah Gutierrez admits to law enforcement that she loaded the gun. She points out the box of dummy rounds that she was sourcing ammunition from. During her November interview, she holds up a picture of the exact same box and says, I got this from my dad. My dad wanted me to show you the boxes of dummy rounds that we use. And it was a spot-on match. She actually indicated that she got the box of dummy rounds from her own father. None of this is exculpatory at all. This is the exact same batch of ammunition that has already been sent to the FBI and tested, because it all came from the same place. There's no reason for us to do it again. Thank you.
Your Honor, I don't know at this moment if the court is intending to take evidence or not, so.
She didn't call anybody.
Okay.
I can, if the court.
It is your presentation. I'm not going to tell you what to do on your presentation.
I'll do it then. We'll take evidence. If my offer of proof isn't enough, I'm happy to go witnesses up.
I just wanted to say one thing to the court, which is just simply that Ms. Morrissey, in her presentation, didn't say one word. Not one word.
Isn't this properly for Mr.
Well, I don't know if it's, well, he was making a legal argument. If we're going to do an evidentiary hearing, there won't going to be multiple lawyers involved. But so I would just simply point out that there wasn't one word about what was actually turned in. I don't know if the court realizes that. That was all about stuff that happened that.
All right, this is, thank you. All right, go ahead, Mr. Nikas.
I'll be very brief, Your Honor. If this evidence wasn't as important as we say it is, they would have turned it over. The fact that they concealed it, the fact that they put it under a separate document number, didn't disclose the supplemental report, didn't disclose the bullets, didn't bring them to the April 6th evidentiary viewing. If it was that irrelevant, it had no evidentiary value, it would have been there, Your Honor, number one. Number two, Ms. Morrissey does not get to determine what has evidentiary value and what doesn't. 5501 says it's required to be disclosed, period, full stop. And in fact, in the Allison case, it was not exculpatory. It was inculpatory. It was the defendant's own arrest record and his own lies to the state. And yet the fact that it was required to be disclosed under 5501 and the fact that it was not meant period, full stop. We're not going to have a mini trial about this in the middle of the trial. That's exactly what the Supreme Court reversed the lower court for doing, what Ms. Mori is asking you to do. It didn't matter. It was inculpatory, but the trial would have been conducted differently. And because it would have been conducted differently, and that's exactly the truth here, this goes to credibility, it goes to the government's bias, improper motivation and incompetence. I'm taking those exact words from the motion in limine ruling that Your Honor made. That goes into evidence. It's relevant to Popple's credibility, to Hancock's credibility. It relates to every single thing we've planned in this entire case, Your Honor. And right in the middle of it, Ms. Morrissey doesn't tell you what was actually turned in. She shows you a picture from 2021, a subset of the rounds that were turned in by Teskey, a subset. He said he shot a bunch of rounds in those 2 years. The picture was only of 4. This is critical evidence, Your Honor, and whether Seth Kenney is right or wrong, or how we debate whether he was involved or not involved, that's completely irrelevant, because what we know is we don't have those bullets, and they were required to be disclosed so we could put on the case that's fair. And that's exactly what Brady says, Your Honor. Brady says that the administration of justice requires fairness. That was the entire premise of the decision, fairness. And that's all we've wanted from the beginning, Your Honor. And you've given them chance after chance after chance, and there are no more chances, Your Honor. Brady says it, Giglio says it, 5501 requires it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Before I, and we can take testimony later if you all want, but I'm going to require that the state, in fact, I'm going to order that the state by 11:30 this morning produce the supplemental report, the file itself and anything in it, and also the rounds.
May I respond?
I'm
real
not
quick?
finished.
Okay.
And the rounds that Ms. Popple took from Mr. Teskey.
I want the court to understand that last night, the defense reached out to Ms. Popple and said, we want you to bring the rounds to court tomorrow. And she got their message. And then they reached out to her again and said, no, never mind. We don't want you to bring the rounds to
Thank you,
court
Ms.
tomorrow.
Morrissey. Thank you, Ms. Morrissey.
I have them.
I don't, okay, where are they?
They're here. I'll go get them.
All right. Well, actually, I want testimony from Ms. Popple on how she retrieved those.
Sure.
So I don't need the box, tell her. I need Popple.
I have tendered the supplemental report to the defense.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Have a seat. Talking to the microphone. I would like to read the report. May I see the report?
Yes.
Where is this box of evidence?
In the other room.
I'd like to see it. Do you need to do it, Martine? I need the box of evidence. Have you all inspected this?
No, we have not yet. No,
Well, how do we want to do it? I want to look at it.
I do too.
Well, do you want me to ask the questions first? I have some questions of this witness.
You can ask first if that's one of the.
Thank you. Anywhere? Like not in the middle, I mean up at the top? Oh. Anywhere's fine. Maybe you need gloves too. Do you have gloves? Can you get some additional? So anywhere, I can just cut into it. Okay.
There should be there's a separate
All right.
area.
I'm going to have you. This is unusual, but if you all don't mind, and if there's any objection, I'm going to have her step down, and when I ask her a question about which is which, she will put it out. Is that all right with everybody?
However you want to do it. Judge.
Okay, so I just need you to have some gloves. I don't want you asking questions yet, but I do. Can you move that thing? All right, please pull out the 3 Starline brass 45 Colt. Just put the color. Can you do it for them? You have yours. I have yours.
Pair of scissors. I got it.
All right. Let's do the 2 DHA 45 Colt with silver and color cotton. Take your time.
I will be gloves and this is
Well, that's your opinion. Okay, yeah. Okay, please. Go to the brief 2, BHA 45 Colt with silver and color primer.
Yes, Judge.
One CBC 45 Colt with brass and color primer.
That would be this one.
All right. Three. Mhm. And one Winchester 45 Colt. I don't know if we need the Winchester.
That one.
2 Winchester 45 Colt.
It's silver primer with brass primer, silver casing.
Okay, got that. Okay, 1 SIG 45 Colt. All right, and then 10 Starline brass 45 Colt. All right, so do we have the microphone close by? Can you pick this up? Are you picking it up? My question.
We've got one here.
All right, so point out to me, let me ask you this. No, okay. In the Hannah Gutierrez test from here,
I'm uncertain what types he tested.
this is a witness testifying, Ms. Morrissey, please stop.
We sent all of the,
All right, let me ask it a different way. Do you recognize any of these types of bullets to have been gathered on the Hannah Gutierrez, on the rough set?
the Starline brass with silver primer are similar to what was
Good morning again. I'm just going to pass the witness up, because we're not fully set up, the copy of the spent shell casing that was recovered on the scene of rough. And you would agree with me, right, that it's the same as the bottom of the bullets that you just provided to the court?
Yes, it's Starline brass 45 Colt with a silver primer.
So when I asked you yesterday, didn't he turn in ammunition that matched the ammunition that killed Ms. Hutchins? It's true that he did, correct?
And I did not recall at that time.
I understand that that's your position, but that's what in fact happened. Would you agree?
I would not use the word match without there being an additional analysis.
Well, who got to decide whether there would be additional analysis?
That was not myself.
It wasn't the defense though, right? We didn't know about it.
I don't know what you were aware of.
Okay. Well, you know that we came to have an evidence viewing where we asked to see every single round that could be related to the Rust set, and this was hidden from us. You do know that.
This was not hidden.
This was not hidden?
This was under a case number. It was documented. I was instructed to document it under this case number.
Okay, so in this case, that's under the Rust investigation case number, you would agree with me, there's hundreds of things that you inventoried, right?
Yes.
There are hundreds of police reports that all relate to the same case number, right?
Yes.
The one thing that seems to have been put under a different case number is just this one discovery of the actual ammunition that matches the ammunition from the set of Rust.
This was put under a doc information of someone coming in claiming to have rounds that were not utilized in a case.
Okay, let's examine that for a second. When Seth Kenny comes into the precinct and he gives you ammunition, you vouchered it, right?
I was instructed to collect the ammunition from Seth Kenny.
Well, let me take a step back first, a second, just to make something clear. Investigator Popple, you're following orders, right, when you're doing these things, correct?
Can you please stop referring to me as investigator because it's creating a misnomer?
Okay, well, how would you, I apologize.
I'm a
not-
crime scene technician. I'm not an investigator.
Okay, I'm only doing that because it's shorter than crime scene technician.
CST works.
Perfect, okay, CST Popple. When you took the, you're effectively following orders when you're deciding whether to voucher this or voucher the Seth Kenny evidence, right?
You keep using the word voucher, and I'm not sure what context you're using it.
Yeah, I apologize for that word choice. When you inventory and make a report, I think your testimony is you're doing it at the direction of supervisors. Is that fair?
Most of the time, yes.
Okay. So when Seth Kenny walks into the precinct and gives you ammunition and says it's from the Rust case, you all inventoried it, right?
Yes.
You took photos of it, right?
Yes.
You put it under the Rust case number, right?
Yes.
You turned it over to the defense, right?
According to my knowledge, yes.
Okay. Somebody else comes in to the precinct, okay? A man named Troy Teskey, right?
Yes.
Who is a former police officer, right?
I believe he stated that, yes.
Okay. And I assume you all have the diligence to be able to confirm that, right?
I do not know if it was confirmed or not.
Okay. And he comes in and he also tells you he has evidence, right?
He told us 3 years later after a trial that he had evidence that the defense wanted him to use that he no longer wanted to hold on to.
Okay, let's break that down for a second, right? Mr. Teskey isn't involved in your meetings with the prosecutors and Corporal Hancock's meetings with the prosecutors up until the trial, was it?
Not that I know of.
Okay, so doesn't it make sense that he would have seen the trial on television, been completely outraged at what he was watching, not trusted law enforcement, and then walked it into the precinct? Doesn't that make sense?
I do not know what would make sense to Mr. Teskey.
Okay, didn't he in fact tell you, I don't trust Miss Morrissey and the prosecutors?
He did not state that to me.
He didn't on your oath? You sure about that?
I do not recall him stating that.
So he turns this round in, and you, when he turns it in, obviously recognize it as Starline brass, nickel primer, Colt 45, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not as if he came in and just turned in a bunch of shells, right?
He did turn in a whole bunch of shells.
Okay. But he didn't just turn in shells, right?
He turned in multiple different 45 rounds.
I'll ask the question a third time. He didn't just turn in shells, did he?
He turned in multiple 45 rounds.
Including rounds that matched the round that struck Ms. Hutchins, right?
Again, I wouldn't use the word match without further analysis.
And the reason that we don't have further analysis is you all didn't send this to the FBI for further analysis, did you?
We did not.
Right? Because if you had, it would have potentially proven the fact that all along this ammunition did come from Seth Kenny. Isn't that true?
What I was informed of by Mr. Teskey was that the ammunition originated from Joe Swanson.
And then went in the green ammo can to Seth Kenny.
I do not recall him speaking about a green ammo can.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. You know, the other thing that you're saying, I took you at first to be saying, well, it's just a bunch of ammunition, and now we've gotten to the point where it's actually the same type of ammunition. And then you've also stated in your testimony that it's like, well, there's just this guy, Troy Teskey, that just walks into the office like it's random. When really Mr. Teskey and his involvement in this case was very well known to law enforcement, correct?
I had never heard his name before.
Okay, but he came in and he said, I'm here to give evidence about the Rust case, right?
He stated that he had evidence the defense had wanted, and he no longer wanted to hang on to it.
Well,
And he was the one using the word evidence.
okay. You said to him when you met him down at the first floor of the precinct, you were called because you were the evidence, the person in charge of the evidence, the CST, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he said, thank goodness it's you. You're the perfect person to take this because you know all about the Rust case. And you said, I know all about the Rust case, right?
I don't recall that.
Do you deny that?
No.
Okay. And then he said to you, this ammunition was in Seth Kenny's possession. And you said Seth Kenny's law enforcement is well aware of Mr. Kenny, right?
I don't recall that.
So you take this ammunition on March 6th, right?
Yes.
The standard operating procedure for the Santa Fe Police Department says you're supposed to make your report within 24 hours, right?
Correct.
Okay. So tell the court, did you make your report within 24 hours?
I'm fairly certain that our SOP is that evidence should be submitted within 24 hours. I'm not certain on when the reports are supposed to be submitted.
So you want to take your answer back?
Yes, I do. I apologize. Yes.
Well, we can enter that SOP into evidence. In this case, many times, there are police reports that are done the same day that the incident occurs. Can you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. How much longer after this revelation did you do your report?
I believe it was, I apologize. I can refer to my report to refresh my memory. Oh, I have a copy. I believe it was the following month that the report was made.
Yeah, it was approximately a month later, right?
Yes.
Okay. What happened during that month? CST Papa.
To be fairly honest, I went out of town to visit my dying mother.
Okay. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry to hear that. Were you out of town that entire month?
I don't believe it was the entire month, no.
Okay. Who was involved in the word choice in this report?
Myself?
You didn't have any input? Because this doesn't look like the same language you use in the other reports.
Well, on a normal basis, I don't have conversations with people involved in cases.
Uh-huh. But there was also other officers there that were aware of this. Corporal Hancock was aware of this, correct?
She was notified about it, yes.
Okay, and so was your supervisor who was there with you, correct?
Yes.
So you're not telling me and this court that you had no input at all in the drafting of this document, are you?
It was reviewed by my supervisor. I don't believe any corrections were made to it or requested by him.
You know, it's just, there's a funny sentence in it. It says, it's a sentence I've never seen in a police report. You tell me if you've ever seen this in a police report in your entire career. It says, it should be noted that this is not actual evidence from the death investigation collected by SO detectives.
You are not reading my section of the report. You're reading what was written by Lieutenant Brian Brandel.
I was going to say, it doesn't look like you're writing. So the lieutenant writes in, thank you for clarifying that. I just got this report, as you know, right? The lieutenant writes in, it should be noted that this is not actual evidence from the death investigation collected by SFSO detectives. Did I read that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. In your career, going back to when you were a CST in Florida, all the way through the present, have you ever seen such a sentence in a police report in your entire career?
Not that exact sentence, no.
Yeah, me neither. So if you could just look at this report for a second and help clarify for me which parts of this you filled out versus the lieutenant.
The section that starts at the top with my name.
Well, let's just go page by page.
That would be page 5.
After this occurred, did this cause you concern, CST Popple, that this was handled this way?
It did not.
And as I asked you yesterday, you actually said when you were meeting with Mr. Teske, this is the ammunition that we've been looking for from the Rust set, didn't you?
I don't recall stating that.
But you're not denying that.
I'm not denying that.
So I don't know whether the most critical evidence in this case is the gun that was sent off to be destroyed or the round that killed Ms. Hutchins. It probably is the round that killed Ms. Hutchins. Would you agree with that those are probably the two most important pieces of evidence in this entire case?
I'm sorry. Can you please restate your
Sure.
long question?
Sure. Would you agree with me that the two most critical items in this case from an evidentiary perspective were probably the firearm in question and the live ammunition that struck Ms. Hutchins, right?
I would say the firearm and the live ammunition from the set.
Okay. And so the firearm, which we've had hearings, discussions about, was ultimately broken beyond repair by law enforcement, right?
Was broken by the FBI lab.
Okay. And the report that was issued by the experts for the prosecution about that firearm and whether or not it had been modified before was buried also by the prosecutors, correct?
I do not know about that report.
Okay. And then we can turn to this second most critical piece of evidence in this case. And this was also buried by law enforcement, correct?
No.
No, it wasn't. Okay. Were you in the precinct when the evidence viewing occurred with the defense? I think you said yesterday that your partner or your colleague dealt with the evidence viewing.
Yes, my colleague and Detective Hancock, I believe, were there.
But you didn't, nobody asked you to take this voucher sealed evidence out and show it to the defense, correct?
When the request was made, I believe they couldn't quite narrow down everything that they wanted to view. There was quite a bit.
Oh, so this was a narrowing down issue? The reason that this wasn't shown to the defense is a narrowing down issue?
No, I'm stating that they couldn't quite tell me in detail what they wanted to see.
The request from the defense of all ammunition was taken by law enforcement to not mean the ammunition that you recovered that matched the ammunition that struck Ms. Hutchins?
I don't believe they looked at all the ammunition that day.
Well, no, but the request was all ammunition. So I'm asking you, did law enforcement interpret that request to not include this critical evidence?
All of the items that were pulled for the case were under the Rust case number.
Which was a perfect plan.
You're asking me if there was a plan?
Well, I'm saying whether there was or there wasn't, it worked out pretty well, right?
I'm not sure what you're getting at. There was a request to view the evidence from Rust. That is the evidence that was pulled.
Well, your report says this is evidence from Rust, and then it just puts it under a different case number, and the lieutenant then writes that sentence in saying this isn't evidence from Rust, right?
My report states that Mr. Teskey believed that it was related to Rust, and then I listed the case number next to that.
Do you remember when we started my examination of you yesterday, how I sort of said to you, the way you know what evidence to find is by what people tell you? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that when you're at a burglary and somebody says, oh, you better pick up that glove, you don't know that that person's telling the truth or not, but you pick up the glove, right?
Depending on the circumstances of the case, possibly.
And here, a retired member of law enforcement walks into the precinct who's known to law enforcement, who turns in the matching ammunition, who tells you it's involved in the case, where there's tons of corroboration, both by what he provides and the history that law enforcement knows about this man. And you put it under a different case number, right?
I'm sorry, what was your question in that long statement?
You put it under a different case number.
Yes, as I was instructed to do so.
Okay, so you need to finish up so that Ms. Morrissey can cross-examine.
Yeah, I'm trying to review this in real time. So I will pass the witness. In a moment, 1 second. Right? Oh, and I asked you this yesterday, but I want to ask again, which is, you told Mr. Teskey that you would write up a report because of how important this was the very same day, didn't you?
I don't recall stating the very same day.
You don't deny that, though, do you?
I don't deny it, but I don't recall it.
Okay, nothing further. For the record, that was State's Exhibit 29 that showed the witness.
All right, are we going to admit the supplemental into evidence?
Please.
Well, somebody move it in. I started the conversation. but
Defend, is it a court exhibit or just marked as defense? It's just,
I think it's, well, since I started it, are you okay with court's exhibit?
that's fine with me. And I think it gets.
However you want to handle it.
All right, court's exhibit, what?
Come on.
All right, thank you. And it is, any objection?
No, certainly not.
Go ahead.
If I can just pause for a moment and just address the court. Here's what I'm intending to do. Obviously, this is a serious dispositive matter. A full record needs to be laid. I have Mr. Kinney on his way over. He'll be here any minute. We intend to take testimony from him. I also intend to take testimony from Mr. Bowles.
Here's what we're going to
Judge, I have to make a record, though.
Well, just a minute.
Okay.
The issue is the disclosure,
I
okay?
understand.
All right, so,
That's why I want to call these people, is it goes to the heart of the disclosure. So all I'm asking the court for,
well, we don't have time for this. So what I'm going to do, for example, like with Hancock, I'm going to have her get up on the stand and continue testifying about the case. And then this portion, just like you did with Popple yesterday, we will ask. You can call, move Seth Kenny up. You can move Seth Kenny up, but he's going to do all of his testimony if you're going to do that.
so but here's the only thing I'm trying to do, and I don't mean to be frustrating. The only thing I'm trying to do is make sure that if this court grants this motion to dismiss, that I have made a full record, and I am entitled to do that. So I am getting my witnesses over here so that I can make a full record on this issue.
Well, what's interesting to me, to be quite honest, is that yesterday you didn't even want to do a written reply. You wanted to just give an oral
I never
response.
saw these. I've never seen these and I never saw the report. I have absolutely never seen these until this morning.
All right.
I've never seen the report until
So
this
ask
morning.
questions of this witness, and then you can line up your witnesses and I'll see. But we're going to go with Hancock after this.
Ms. Popple, I just presented to the court that I've never seen these until this morning. Do you agree with that?
Yes,
You've never shown me these or I've never come in to see them. Is that right?
correct.
Have you ever provided me that doc report?
No, I have not.
Okay. So, do you know who Troy Teskey is?
No, I do not.
I think we took some testimony from you yesterday that he is the friend of Thel Reed.
I believe that was stated, but I did not know that information.
Okay, so let me ask it this way. If Troy Teskey, who provided this ammunition, is a friend of Hannah Gutierrez's dad, and if these bullets,
I'd ask the prosecutor not to be touching those with her bare hands.
they rolled around for 3 years, okay. If these bullets match the ones that were on the set of Rust, is that evidence, additional evidence, that Hannah Gutierrez provided the live ammunition to the set of Rust?
Yes,
And has she been convicted for that?
yes,
Is this evidence that Seth Kinney provided live ammunition to the set of Rust?
no,
So let me ask you, Ms. Popple, if you buried it, how did the defense attorneys know to cross-examine you on it yesterday?
I do not know.
Do you have any idea when the defense attorneys learned about this ammunition?
No, I do not.
Do you know who they learned it from?
No.
Those are some important inquiries. Those are all the questions I have for Ms. Popple, but we'd like to take additional testimony.
All right. Thought I had one more question.
Oh, and I'm sorry. Would it refresh your memory about whether or not you're supposed to write a report within 24 hours if you?
I don't think that was in dispute. I think he,
All right.
right? Never mind. Okay, so you're off the witness stand. Do we want to leave these out or do we want to gather them up?
I think they need to be vouchered and kept, obviously.
Well, okay, so it'll be Courts Exhibit 12? Is that how you want to do it?
Yes, I think it should be a court exhibit, since this is a hearing, yes.
Okay, Courts 12. And my only question is, do you want them back in the, do you plan to examine anybody with these?
They have to be to get to the courthouse if we can, yes.
Well, she divided them all up is my only point. So is she going to keep coming back and dividing them up, or what are we going to do?
I think yesterday there was some testimony that I think was frankly just misleading, that none of the,
No, this is my question.
Yes.
You all, okay. What do you want to do with that? Because if you're asking a witness, then we're going to have to pile them out of there and somebody's going to have to line them up and identify what's this, what's this, okay? So do you want them staying out like this, or do you want them in the bag? That's all, that's my question for the day.
I think they should remain vouchered, and they are open like any voucher would be at a trial, when and if a witness is questioned about them.
Okay, so here's my question. If I put them back in the bag, they're all going to be commingled, and you may not recognize them, so you can cross-examine appropriately or examine appropriately, okay? You're lay people. You have knowledge. I don't need to go into it. That's my only question. Want it in the bag, or do you want it out?
So what I would ask is, let us quickly just photograph it, and then we'll ask CST Popple to put it back, actually, but remain at the courthouse. That's what I would ask.
All right. Is that okay?
Absolutely. My question for the court is, are we going to complete this motion hearing?
No, we're not going to complete it yet. Okay, I'm gonna,
And can you just give us an idea so that we can be prepared for how you intend to proceed with regard to the motion hearing?
I'm going to have Hancock come up. You're gonna call Seth Kenny, and I would like, I don't know why we can't do Seth Kenny's testimony if he's coming. Did you call him as a witness?
Sure, he's being called as a
Okay, well,
witness.
you should be prepared to call him. So we're gonna do both, and I'm going to hear both.
So we're going to hear from these witnesses outside the presence of the jury and then in front of the jury?
Oh, you're right about that. Thank you.
That's my issue.
Thank you for pointing that out. Well, other than telling the jury to leave for the and come back at 3, which I'm not going to do to them, I'm going to continue the testimony, and he would. Well, you said actually, I'm thinking why can't the jury hear this? They heard Popple.
I'm sorry?
They heard Popple.
Oh, absolutely. No, I'm not making a comment on whether or not the defense gets to bring this in front of the jury. I'm making a commentary on the jury doesn't hear our motion hearing, and I just want to.
Oh, they're not going to hear.
motion
Okay.
hearing.
I'm going to take evidence from each of these folks. Do you have, is this a problem? So I don't know what I'm going to do yet, so this is why I want to do it this way, okay? I want Hancock on the stand. You can question her about this issue, okay? Seth Kenny comes, you're going to do all of his testimony, including this, okay? Bowles is separate. He wasn't going to be testifying, okay? And on Bowles' testimony, the jury will leave, okay? And anything further on this motion, the jury will leave. But I think that they can do Hancock and Kenny in front of the jury.
Can Mr. Spiro and I approach?
Sure. Tell Steve to bring the jury.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
After I call in the jury, this is on the record, I gotta continue. After I call in the jury, I'm taking a bathroom break, and we're probably taking a break for a good 20 minutes or half an hour even, okay? Just wanna settle.
Are you bringing him in right now?
Yes, he's calling him in.
Okay.
Here we are off the record until we get back on the record. All right, you may be seated. We're on the record. Jury, thank you for coming in. I'm going to recess you for the day. I'm sorry. Trials are fluid. It's not something we predicted, okay? So if you all can return at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Monday. It's been a longer week than usual. Okay, so Monday, okay? So have a great weekend. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence here received here in court. Don't read any accounts. Don't do any research. Don't go on Google, et cetera, okay? Thank you so much for your patience. Appreciate it.
I'll rise to the jury.
All right, thank you. We're still on the record. Ms. Popple, gather this while we're on break.
We're just gonna photograph it as she.
All right, and then can she gather it on break?
Sure. Is she where?
Well, she needs to stay in the courthouse or be close by. Okay, thank you. We are in recess.
tell you about our sponsor, Truth Finder, one of the largest public records search.
What's interesting to me, to be quite honest, is that yesterday, you didn't even want to do a written reply. You wanted to just give an oral
I never
response.
saw these. I've never seen these and I never saw the report. I have absolutely never seen these until this morning.
All right.
I've never seen the report until
So
this
ask
morning.
questions of this witness, and then you can line up your witnesses and I'll see. But we're going to go with Hancock after this.
Ms. Popple, I just presented to the court that I've never seen these until this morning. Do you agree with that?
Yes,
You've never shown me these or I've never come in to see them, is that right?
correct.
Have you ever provided me that doc report?
No, I have not.
Okay. So, do you know who Troy Teskey is?
No, I do not.
I think we took some testimony from you yesterday that he is the friend of Thel Reed.
I believe that was stated, but I did not know that information.
Okay, so let me ask it this way. If Troy Teskey, who provided this ammunition, is a friend of Hannah Gutierrez's dad, and if these bullets,
I'd ask the prosecutor not to be touching those with her bare hands.
they rolled around for 3 years, okay. If these bullets match the ones that were on the set of Rust, is that evidence, additional evidence that Hannah Gutierrez provided the live ammunition to the set of Rust?
Yes,
And has she been convicted for that?
yes,
Is this evidence that Seth Kinney provided live ammunition to the set of Rust?
no,
So let me ask you, Ms. Popple, if you buried it, how did the defense attorneys know to cross-examine you on it yesterday?
I do not know.
Do you have any idea when the defense attorneys learned about this ammunition?
No, I do not.
Do you know who they learned it from?
No.
Those are some important inquiries. Those are all the questions I have for Ms. Popple, but we'd like to take additional testimony.
All right. I thought I had one more question.
Oh, and I'm sorry. Would it refresh your memory about whether or not you're supposed to write a report within 24 hours if you?
I don't think that was in dispute. I think he,
All right.
right? Never mind. Okay, so you're off the witness stand. Do we want to leave these out or do we want to gather them up?
I think they need to be vouchered and kept, obviously.
Well, okay, well, so it'll be Court's Exhibit 12? Is that how you want to do it?
Yes, I think it should be a court exhibit since this is a hearing, yes.
Okay, Court's 12. And my only question is, do you want them back in the, do you plan to examine anybody with these?
They have to be at the courthouse, so we can't, yes.
Well, she divided them all up is my only point. So is she gonna keep coming back and dividing them up, or what are we gonna do?
I think yesterday there was some testimony that I think was frankly just misleading, that none of the,
No, this is my question.
Yes.
You all, okay. What do you want to do with that? Because if you're asking a witness, then we're gonna have to pile them out of there, and somebody's gonna have to line them up and identify what's this, okay? So do you want them staying out like this, or do you want them in the bag? That's all, that's my question for the day.
I think they should remain vouchered, and they're open like any voucher would be at a trial, when and if a witness is questioned about them.
Okay, so here's my question. If I put them back in the bag, they're all gonna be commingled, and you may not recognize them, so you can cross-examine appropriately or examine appropriately, okay? You're lay people. You have knowledge. I don't need to go into it. That's my only question. Want it in the bag, or do you want it out?
So what I would ask is, let us quickly just photograph it.
Okay, I do like how Judge Summer is pretty quick to make decisions. She seems to have control of things, and it's out of control at the moment. So no better way to find out what is happening than to talk to our very own Anjanette Levy. She is on the ground in Santa Fe. Anjanette, not much going on today, just pretty much a day as usual in court. As I used to say, a surprise a day. Did it seem in the courtroom that this motion for mistrial and all of these extraneous issues were a surprise to anybody?
I think we were all surprised. We knew that this motion was going to relate to the bullets, the 4 rounds that were brought in by this gentleman, Teskey, who was a friend of Fel Reed, Hannah Gutierrez Reed's father. Those rounds were brought into the sheriff's office after Hannah Gutierrez Reed's conviction. And this gentleman, he's a retired police officer. He thought maybe they were related to the Rust investigation. As you heard during that motion hearing, Marissa Popple, the crime scene technician, said that she was told to put them under another case number, and that when her lieutenant wrote something to the effect of, these are not related to the Rust investigation. The defense says we never got this, and the state doesn't get to determine what is exculpatory and what is not, according to the case law. So we're all like, what? We thought maybe, we didn't know they were going to be making a motion to dismiss based on this. We thought maybe it was just related to introducing them or something like that. So this came as quite a shock. That motion was not posted on the court website until after everybody arrived this morning. So we're all sitting in court like, wow, these are things we've not seen before. I've seen judges come off the bench for some things. I've never seen a judge sitting here saying, get me the box of evidence, get me the bullets, get me Popple. I want to hear from Popple, cutting open the evidence envelope. We're all sitting there watching this, like, what is going on? She's putting on gloves. She's coming down off the bench. Alex Spiro's putting on gloves. They're looking at the rounds. The judge is questioning Marissa Popple. I mean, it was all so wild to me. I've seen a lot of things over the years. Michael Bryant, I know you've seen a lot of things in your time too.
I did. Luckily,
I've never quite seen something like this.
I'm glad I brought my gloves because I wasn't sure. Maybe it might become necessary. Yeah, I've never.
Are you feeling left out? Yeah.
I've never seen anything quite like this either, and I'm not sure to what end. I mean, her little bit of examination on her own, I'm not sure really how that propelled this forward. But let's talk about the fact that the jury's been dismissed. So what are you hearing about how that unfolded and what the judge expects to do the rest of the day?
Well, the judge wanted to keep this thing going. She's got this tight schedule. She wants to keep this hearing, or she wants to get this trial over by next Friday. I don't see that happening, but I'm not the judge. I don't see how this finishes by next Friday if the case continues and she doesn't toss it out, because that's what they're asking for. They're not asking for a mistrial. They are saying, the defense is saying, you have given the state enough chances. They've messed up, a lot, and you've given several remedies. Now you just got to toss the case because they don't get to decide what's exculpatory and we didn't get this evidence. So what is going to happen is this motion hearing is going to continue. And so we'll hear likely from Seth Kenney, possibly Alexandria Hancock, the lead detective, and then maybe even Jason Bowles, Hannah Gutierrez Reed's attorney. We may be hearing from him on the stand. Kerry Morrissey's like, I'm calling him to testify. So he might be on his way here to the courthouse from Albuquerque. We'll just have to wait and see. But that motion hearing is continuing. The jury will return on Monday morning at 8:30. The judge doesn't know what she's going to do yet. She has a big decision to make. And she was kind of nodding her head in agreement at times with the defense, which I found very interesting. Also, I want to let you know, Michael, after the judge dismissed everyone, Alec Baldwin and his wife and his family were walking out of the courtroom, and Halyna Baldwin had a pretty big grin on her face. So she seemed pleased. And then I saw Alec Baldwin and his sister and brother kind of huddled down by the restrooms by a window, and it appeared he was kind of trying to explain to them. I mean, I saw them from a distance, but it looked like he's talking to them and maybe explaining what was going on, because they're not in the weeds in this. They're family members, so that's what I observed.
I mean, we can see more animatedly than usual the defendant, so he's excited about what seems to be transpiring. And if you bring a motion to dismiss in the midst of a trial, it's effectively a mistrial. It's not a pretrial proceeding. So tell me this: there's also some rumblings about the prosecutor Morrissey hand signaling to witnesses to help them kind of maybe answer questions. Did you get any sense of that from inside the courtroom?
Yeah, I didn't. I kind of did not pick up on that. So that was an allegation that was made. I didn't see that. I didn't kind of pick up on that. So I don't really know what to say about that at this point in time. But if that is actually happening, if she is indeed signaling to people, that's not cool. I mean, I don't think that should be going on if that is indeed happening.
Let me ask you this, because it relates to this question. The judge has asked for a very specific procedure to discuss objections. And we know speaking objections are very straightforward. Objection, hearsay. That's not a speaking objection. That's legit. But if you say objection, hearsay, because what he said to him doesn't really, that is a speaking objection. So she is calling for these sidebars anytime it strays beyond just stating the grounds for the objection. And it seems to get a little clunky. Sure. Do you sense that the jury is a little, annoyed by the stop-start of that process?
I think that they've seemed a little bit frustrated at times, but this is also a jury. We have a lot of older people on this jury. Maybe they are understanding that maybe things are going on that they can't be privy to. Not everybody on the jury is older, but we do have an older jury here. A lot of the people appear to be at least in their 50s and 60s, maybe even 70s. And we do have some younger people too, but they seem to be paying a really close attention, and they're taking a lot of notes. But yesterday there seemed to be a lot of sidebars, and I think that really can interrupt the flow of things, and you might kind of lose them at points. But They are paying very close attention.
Oh, that's good. I mean, obviously the first week, and they're, let's face it, a little starstruck. There he is. There's Alec Baldwin. But yeah, that stop and start, it's annoying to be honest, for the attorneys, for everybody in the courtroom, and most importantly, for the jury. Okay, so Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, the star witness, no, she's not going to be the star witness. What do you know about the back and forth behind the scenes on that deal?
I don't know if there is anything going on behind the scenes. I was kind of wondering, is there something being hammered out behind the scenes to get her out of prison? That was my thought. Now I'm thinking maybe that is not what is going on. I'm getting indications from her lawyer that she's going to plead the fifth. So why even call her? She's not going to cooperate. And then we were kind of talking amongst ourselves earlier, Rich Schoenstein and my producer, Misty, right? And a bunch of us were discussing this, that maybe that if she pleads the fifth, it makes her an unavailable witness. There was a motion hearing a few weeks ago in which this was discussed, and the state wanted to grant her to be granted immunity. And the judge says, I'm not granting her immunity. She's already indicated she's not cooperating with you. So I'm not doing it. So she's going to be an unavailable witness. You need to prepare accordingly. So is this part of the process where she would plead the fifth and then become unavailable, and then maybe they can get some of her statements in? We're still kind of going over those exceptions to the hearsay rule here in New Mexico to see whether or not that's a possibility. But I have talked to one defense attorney here in New Mexico who said, yeah, they could try to get some of her statements in that way.
Yeah, every state is very different in what they determine to be unavailable. So that drama within the drama continues to play out. So thank you for that update, Anjanette, and for keeping an eye on this thing. I think you're going to be busy today, even though the jury has the rest of the day off. So thanks for checking in. We will hear more from you as this develops, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael.
You bet. Okay, let's take a break here. We'll get back into that hearing.
No, we're not going to complete it yet. Okay, I'm going to.
And can you just give us an idea so that we can be prepared for how you intend to proceed with regard to the motion hearing?
I'm going to have Hancock come up. You're going to call Seth Kenny, and I would like, I don't know why we can't do Seth Kenny's testimony if he's coming. Did you call him as a witness?
Sure, he's being called as a
Okay,
witness.
well, you should be prepared to call him. So we're going to do both, and I'm going to hear both.
So we're going to hear from these witnesses outside the presence of the jury and then in front of the jury?
Oh, you're right about that. Thank you.
That's my issue.
Thank you for pointing that out. Well, other than telling the jury to leave for the and come back at 3, which I'm not going to do to them, I'm going to continue the testimony, and well, you said, actually, I'm thinking, why can't the jury hear this? They heard Popple.
I'm sorry?
They heard Popple.
Oh, absolutely. No, I'm not making a comment on whether or not the defense gets to bring this in front of the jury. I'm making a commentary on the jury doesn't hear our motion hearing, and I just want.
Oh, they're not going to hear. Okay. I'm going to take evidence from each of these folks. Do you have, is this a problem? So I don't know what I'm going to do yet, so this is why I want to do it this way, okay? I want Hancock on the stand. You can question her about this issue, okay? Seth Kenny comes, you're going to do all of his testimony, including this, okay? Bowles is separate. He wasn't going to be testifying, okay? And on Bowles' testimony, the jury will leave, okay? And anything further on this motion, the jury will leave. But I think that they can do Hancock and Kenny in front of the jury.
Can Mr. Spiro and I approach?
So Judge Sommer laying out the plan there. The trial within a trial, we're now going to have witness testimony to determine whether or not these magic bullets that had shown up after the fact, even though the investigators say, no, we looked for it and turned over everything we had, what really happened there. So investigators are queuing up to testify. So also waiting here, queuing up to help understand this, I have Brian Buckmeyer, law and crime legal analyst, and also Catherine Lizardo, trial attorney. So thank you guys for hanging around while we watch the pieces of this kind of fall together. Brian, just give me your thoughts on the motion as a whole. Is it well-founded? Is it distraction? Thoughts?
So the motion to me is well-founded, and this is why I say this. This is what I would call a Giglio motion. Now, Brady and Giglio are very similar. Brady goes to exculpatory evidence to try to prove someone's innocence. Giglio comes from Brady, but extends it to talk about the credibility of a witness. And here you have law enforcement turning in information to get examined to some extent, but then listing it under a different number. The number reaches presumably the prosecutor or the defense. I think Giglio, as it is appropriate, goes to their credibility that it seems like they're hiding something. Now, could be a mistake or whatever it is, but it should be turned over to defense and allow for them to make any kind of arguments or inferences from it. So I think it's well-founded, and you make as much noise as you can to try to win your hearing.
That's what I think. I think it's great noise too. You know, I'm looking at it from afar saying, anything I can do to represent Alec Baldwin and to take the focus off of him, I'm doing my job. So, Catherine, in this particular case, what if they made a mistake and they didn't account for all the bullets and it was brought to their attention after the fact, and now the prosecution finally has turned over everything that they either mistakenly or negligently or even intentionally withheld from the defense? Should this survive a motion to dismiss? So what, as it comes down to the facts against Alec Baldwin? Help me.
Yes, well, I think the judge will rule that this will survive the motion to dismiss. I say that because it seems that this motion is geared towards changing where the focus should be. We talked about this during debate. The prosecution has raised the issue that the defense is trying to implicate another person, Seth Kenny. He's the weapon supplier for the Rust case. And so we keep on hearing his name over and over again, and they're trying to the defense is trying to divert the attention to implicate him in this trial. Now, he's not on trial, and Hannah Gutierrez Reed, the armorer, is not on trial. It's Alec Baldwin who's at trial. And the reason he's charged for involuntary manslaughter is regarding his reckless handling of the gun. So it doesn't really matter to the extent of where the bullet came from, what happened to the bullet or the gun itself, but how he acted with the gun. That's what the prosecution is trying to tell the judge and to the jury of why he would be guilty of involuntary manslaughter. So I just wanted to make sure our audience understand that that's where the crux of the case is as well.
Yeah, and it's not about condoning what the prosecution may or may not have done. It's really, let's get to the germane issues here in front of this jury. But they don't have to worry about it for today because they're off. So let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll talk more about this on the other side and get back into that hearing as evidence is now going to be presented in the form of witness testimony. We'll be right back.
We're not, where's everybody? All right. Call another witness. We're in the motion hearing.
Detective Hancock.
Your Honor, just can we, I can do it after Detective Hancock.
What?
We may approach very quickly.
Yes. record.
We don't have a fan in this case like Karen Reed. We got the exit sign. Both Corporal Hancock on the stand and then Seth Kenney to talk about this evidentiary issue. In the meantime, let's listen now to Hancock again. This is from yesterday. She explains why Alec Baldwin was initially arrested but not charged.
Let me ask you this. The live ammunition that was collected from PDQ, did it just visibly look dissimilar to the live ammunition from Rust?
Yes.
Even though it looked dissimilar, did you send it to the FBI for testing anyway?
We did.
Did you ever discover any evidence throughout your entire investigation that Seth Kinney supplied live rounds to the set of Rust?
No.
Did you ever discover any evidence that Seth Kinney was present on the set of Rust until you met him at the prop truck?
No.
During your investigation, did you ever discover any evidence that Mr. Kinney modified or altered the gun that was provided to Mr. Baldwin?
No.
Did you ever discover any evidence that Ms. Gutierrez modified or altered the gun that was provided to Mr. Baldwin?
No.
Did you ever formally arrest Ms. Gutierrez?
No.
Does that have anything to do with whether or not she was ultimately convicted of a crime?
No.
Did you ever arrest Dave Halls?
No.
Do you know whether or not he was convicted of a crime at some point?
Yes, he was.
And the fact that you arrested him or didn't arrest him, did that have anything to do with it?
No.
Does as a law enforcement officer, do you always arrest people who then later are criminally charged?
Sorry, you mean like arrest them right away? And
Do
then...
they have to be arrested in order to be criminally charged?
No.
Why would you not arrest someone?
To develop the investigation, if we're still waiting or investigating facts, trying to find information, and to get potential suspects or witnesses, whoever is involved, to cooperate with law enforcement.
Who makes the final charging decision in a criminal case?
The district attorney's office, essentially.
The prosecutor does, right?
Yes.
You guys don't. The law enforcement officers don't, correct?
Right.
Okay, again, testimony from yesterday in the case in front of the jury, but the same witness, Ms. Hancock, the corporal, lead investigator, is going to be back on the stand momentarily in the hearing stage for the motion to dismiss brought by the defense earlier today, and just first thing this morning. Surprise! So Catherine Lizardo is here. Dave Ehrenberg's with me on set. Dave, when we see this witness testify, give me your thoughts on her as a witness, credibility, talking about procedure. What are your thoughts?
Credibility is in the eye of the beholder. I think she looks credible. I mean, she doesn't have an axe to grind here. She's just
But she could be challenged. She's like, you guys screwed up. That's what's going to be coming at her.
Sure. Screw up is different than nefariousness. Was it intentional? Because that's the difference between getting yelled at by the judge and getting a case dismissed. If it's just an accident over something that's not even material evidence, then they're going to survive this. If it is something that is proven to be, insidious and nefarious, use some good SAT words, then I think the case is gone. But I cannot imagine a high-profile case like this, that this is a big conspiracy to hide evidence that really isn't even that important to the case.
So, Catherine, let me get back to the crux of the case. Here's my closing argument. It takes 15, 20 seconds for Alec Baldwin to look at that gun when it's handed to him as a cold gun and confirm whether or not it is cold. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is 15 seconds of Alec Baldwin's life more important than the life of Halyna Hutchins? That's all he had to do to prevent this tragedy. How do you work around that if you're the defense?
Honestly, if I'm a defense, I'd really have a hard time arguing against that, because I agree with you, Michael, in terms of that 15 seconds. And on top of that, cardinal rule for handling gun is not to point the gun at any person at all, whether or not you believe there's a blank ammunition, whether or not you feel there's an ammunition at all in there, you do not point it. Now, we were talking about this is a movie set, and that is usually done, but it's my understanding that when he pointed at Hannah, it was not during a rehearsal or anything like that. That's what the prosecution is trying to argue. So we will hear more evidence about that to prove that that was the case, that this happened when he was ignoring safety, gun safety issues, and was just reckless in handling the gun that eventually killed uh, uh, I'm sorry, I couldn't say her name because of my accent, but eventually killed her. And so that's the issue here.
Yeah, and I think, we can circle back to the whole prosecutorial issue where the indictment was flawed, and that's why there's no evidence allowed in regarding Alec Baldwin as the producer, because the 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter, they're pleading in the alternative. One is reckless handling of the gun, the other is conscious disregard of the safety of others, but they all relate to him as an actor. So that producer argument was going to be so good in this case, and unless the defense opens the door, he's shielded from that, which is amazing. Okay, let's take a break. When we come back, we're going to catch up as they wait to do the witnesses for this motion to dismiss hearing. We'll bring you up to speed on some of the arguments from that hearing took place a little bit earlier this morning. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Law and Crime. I'm Michael Bryant. Right now, the court on a bit of a break. We'll keep an eye on the exit sign, and when that is illuminated and they pull off, we see what's going on. We'll get back into this hearing, very important hearing, that has to do with whether or not the prosecution mishandled evidence. There's going to be witness testimony. But in the meantime, let's take you back into this morning's portion of this hearing. This is when the defense attorney made the actual motion to dismiss. Let's go.
Let us argue your motion.
Your Honor, just very briefly, first, given the nature of this, can Corporal Hancock step out of the room?
Oh, yes.
That's okay.
I'm intending to take testimony from her. She can step out before I begin.
Sure.
Sure.
One thing that I just want to alert the court to, and I'm going to bring in a photograph that somebody sent to my office, and I'll come up to the lectern, if that's okay.
Yes, I would think you would argue at the lectern.
Well, this is just a side issue that I've asked Mr. Nickus to address the court on the motion.
Okay,
This is
fine.
just a quick, and if it takes out of our time, it does. But, I get many sort of inbound emails that I don't obviously read everyone or take everyone seriously, but I got one last night that indicated that the cameras are catching this Morrissey signaling witnesses while they're on the witness stand. And, I really.
Did you look to see if that was true?
I was sent a photograph that concerned me, and I felt obligated. And like I said to the court, I try to not make these issues. This is a high pressure case. I've been in many. There have been more issues in this case than I have ever seen in all of those cases combined. And so I'm sort of at a loss, but to bring it to the court's attention. So I've asked them to print me the photograph that was sent to me. I can't just continue to give the benefit of the doubt on every single thing that's occurred in this case. I just can't. And so I'll be turning that into the court. And I would just say, at every turn of this, right, it's from the original case. It was, I understand and very much respect the court's rulings on everything, frankly. In the grand jury, it survived, and there's no remedy. I get that. And, they destroyed the gun and we have that hearing and there's no remedy. And I get that. And it's just at a certain point, and the Brady disclosure.
I did give you a remedy, but okay.
Well,
I didn't give you the remedy you wanted, but yes.
Fair enough. But one might say not a remedy given all of the circumstances that has a meaningful impact at this trial. And so, and then we had the Brady disclosures, and I could keep going, and I'm not going to because we have limited time. But there's just never been any. It's just, I don't know how much of it can happen with that.
Okay, let's do this. Where's the picture?
I'm having somebody print it.
Okay, all right. I am aware of what you're saying, but look, first I have to see the picture, okay? Now, let's go to the arguments of this.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then you can, show me what you're talking about. And I did get it, so thank you.
You're welcome, Your Honor. Since we did submit the written briefing, I will try to be brief, but I think it'd be helpful to build out some of the facts so Your Honor has the chronology of how this happened and has the factual pieces to understand the severity of what's happened.
Okay.
So on November 1st, 2021, shortly after the Rust incident, Seth Kenny's on.
Just one moment. I need Faith to get me my notebook.
Of course.
My notebook. I brought it up yesterday. Might even be in my computer bed. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead. I'll take notes on this. All right, go ahead.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you. So November 1st, 2021, Seth Kenny is on a phone call with Corporal Hancock. At that point, we've heard about Seth Kenny's involvement in this, his effort to pry into what's going on with the prop card and the bullets. And so on that phone call, he's telling Corporal Hancock, then Detective Hancock, that he believes he knows where the live bullet came from. He dials in a guy named Teskey, who we heard about yesterday in testimony. Teskey gets on the line and Seth says, tell Detective Hancock what you know. And he says, well, Fel Reed dropped off a batch of live ammunition at my business because I have a safer place to store it. And After that, Fell shows up, grabs some of the live ammunition, and leaves some behind. And that's what I know. And Seth says, well, that could be from the same batch that killed Halyna Hutchins. Could be a match. He says, and it's Del Reed and it's Hannah Gutierrez Reed. That's the one who's responsible here, pushing it off on Gutierrez Reed as the source of the live ammunition, just as the state has done in this case. He says, thank you very much. He gets off the phone. Fell says, Teskey says, I'll take a picture. I'm not in front of my computer, not in front of my ammunition. I'll send it in an hour. He sends a picture of 4 bullets. Ms. Morrissey is going to hold that up to you and say, these are the 4 bullets you knew about this. That was from 2021. Detective Hancock does not preserve the other live ammunition that's at Teskey's property, even though he told her this could be from the live ammunition batch that matches the bullet that killed Halyna Hutchins. 2 years later, November 2nd, 2023, there's a PTI of Teskey. Ms. Morrissey's asking questions, and she starts probing further into the live ammunition that Teskey had previously said was given to him by Fel Reed. And she says, do you still have some of that ammunition? He says, well, some of it, but I've been out shooting it over the last 2 years because Detective Hancock did not preserve it over that time period. Ms. Morrissey probes further. Where'd it come from? Tell me your story. He says, well, Fel dropped it off. He then picked some up, and he went with Seth Kenney to the 1883 Yellowstone movie, where he was teaching people how to shoot with that live ammunition. He then went to another movie with Seth Kenney, teaching people how to shoot with that live ammunition. And Seth Kenney then took a green ammo can with that live ammunition in it and brought it home with him. He says that could be the live ammunition from that green ammo can that killed Halyna Hutchins. Ms. Morrissey says, I want you to preserve that. And do you think there's any evidence that this was sabotage? And he says, well, actually, Seth Kenney called me while Rust was shooting, telling me he wanted to get Hannah Gutierrez Reed fired, but he didn't know how to do it because he was concerned about upsetting Fel Reed, significant armor in the business, as Your Honor knows. And so he says, I don't have evidence that there was sabotage, but that's what I know, and I still have this ammunition. As we know, Sarah Zachary, the one who threw the live bullets away, we don't know, live or not, threw bullets away after the incident on Rust, admitted that. Was on set, texting with Seth Kenney, angry with Hannah, on the license, excuse me, the ATF report for the Pieta that was involved in this accident. She was on set. They were close, we know that. And so Ms. Morrissey says, you hold on to that evidence and I'll come get it, in essence. She never does. November 2023. Fast forward to March 6, 2024. The end of Hannah Gutierrez Reed's trial. Teskey's in Santa Fe, sees what happens, shows up at the sheriff's office, as we heard from Ms. Popple, and delivers that live ammunition that Hancock had not preserved, that Ms. Morrissey had not collected, that he believed could be from the same batch, from that same green ammo can.
Okay, so now you know the crux of the defense concern and their motion to dismiss. I feel like I stumbled into the Hannah Gutierrez Reed trial because this really has a lot to do with her, maybe not so much Alec Baldwin. Luckily, here to help us sort this out on the ground in Santa Fe is Anjanette Levy. I'm always glad to make her work as hard as possible. Anjanette, thank you. I see you have a special guest. Take it away.
Yes. I'm here, Michael, with John Day. He's a Santa Fe defense attorney. Thanks so much, John, for coming down. So we've seen a lot that's gone on in court. We went back up for court thinking we were continuing with a motion hearing. Corporal Hancock was there ready to get on the stand, and then they wanted to confer. I had seen Hancock and Carrie Morrissey, Alex Spiro, and Heather LeBlanc, the local counsel, out in the hallway. all kind of huddling together. Then they were up at a sidebar. Alec Baldwin left with his lawyers to talk with them for a few minutes. Halyna Baldwin then went out in the hallway. There were some hugs when they came back in the hallway between Halyna Baldwin and Alec Baldwin. Now we're on a recess for the next 5 minutes. John, what on earth do you think is going on? Are they working out a deal? Are they arguing about some things? It's all been done up at sidebars and in private. We're not hearing it.
Right. I wish we knew. It's possible they're working out some kind of a last minute deal that's favorable to both sides. I mean, that does happen. I think it's a little unlikely, but it's certainly a possibility. You know, there've been so many contentious issues with these, with the counsel on both sides that we don't know. For some reason, they don't want the court to hear that. They don't want this to be broadcast publicly.
Neither side, it appears.
Right. No. And so, but at the end of the day, we don't know.
Yeah, we really don't know. It's all speculation. But, you know, it seemed like Halyna Baldwin and me trying to read the body language, she was kind of giving him a reassuring pat at one time, like it, you know, like a go get him kind of type pat on the back from what I could see. So we're all kind of just trying to read the tea leaves here, the body language. How big of a deal is what happened this morning? How big of a deal is this with the 4 rounds that were turned in by Troy Teske after Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's conviction? There's a report written, put under a different case number, not turned over to the prosecution, not turned over to the defense. How big of a deal is this? Because you look at those rounds and they do look distinctly different from the ammunition that was supposedly the ammunition that killed Halyna Hutchins.
Right. Well, again, this has been a theme throughout this, the fighting between the defense and the prosecution over discovery. The defense has made so many allegations about discovery violations. And they have to do that. That's their job. And they have a good faith basis for doing that. In this particular case, they want the jury to have as much information about Seth Kenney as they can. They want to point the finger.
Right.
They want to establish that Alec Baldwin is so far removed from what actually was taking place when he's just simply the guy holding the gun, filming the scene, and all these other things were taking place at a different level. They want the jury to have so much doubt. They're just trying to build the building blocks for their closing argument.
What's interesting to me, though, is the fact that Seth, they knew about this. The defense knew about this somehow because they brought it up on cross-examination yesterday. But they say the issue is the lack of disclosure, and the judge said that too. The fact that the prosecution did not turn this over to the defense, although they found out about it ultimately because they have all of these people on board, and I'm sure they hear all kinds of things about the case.
All right,
So
there you go. 1 o'clock. Bye.
All rise.
Well, and that's going to be the ultimate issue. Will the jurors believe the prosecution's theory that Alec Baldwin is the guy who was ultimately responsible for looking into that gun, looking in the cylinder, looking to see what was in that .45 revolver and checking each round? Now, is the jury going to believe that? Is there enough to convince them to go into that area where the defense has been, it wasn't his job, and the person whose job it was is doing time?
thank you, John. All right. So that's it for now from Santa Fe. Michael, I'm going to toss it back to you.
All right. Good job, Anjanette and Mr. Daly. Appreciate the insight. Anjanette, keep your track shoes on. I got to get you in and out of that courthouse as this day continues to develop. Thank you so much. Okay, we're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, they perhaps will be queued up after their break for testimony in the motion to dismiss hearing, which has derailed the jury for the day. They're done for the week. They'll be back Monday, and we'll be back right after this. hearing now taking place as the trial is kind of on hold. Motion to dismiss brought by the defense, and they're going to queue up some witnesses. And while they do that, we're going to prepare you for that by laying a little foundation about what happened this morning when the motion was brought by the defense. Luke Nickus, he is laying out for the court why he thinks this thing needs to go away. Here we go.
Care about that matched the bullet that killed Halyna Hutchins. We heard, Your Honor, what Ms. Popple did with it. They buried it. I'd like to say charitably that it was under the pile of the 5501 information that they didn't disclose, but that's even too charitable because they put it under a different case with a different number. We asked March 26th, we want all of the ammunition from the Rust set that you've collected. April 16th, we show up for that viewing. We want all the live ammunition from the Rust set that you collected. It's not there. After Teskey had turned it in, after Ms. Popple had created the report, the supplemental report she said she created when she took this in and did not disclose to us, it was not there. Now, Your Honor, we don't know if it's a live ammunition match or not. But what we do know is the state had it. It's disclosable under Giglio. It's disclosable under 5501. And there's a case on point, Your Honor, State versus Allison, where the criminal defendant had been charged with conspiracy, aggravated assault, dishonest related crimes. And he had an arrest record in the prosecution's possession. He had a statement and an arrest record. It was not disclosed under 5501. The criminal defendant shows up at trial and testifies. He's a great guy, honest, no criminal record. The prosecution whips out his arrest record and his statement, disclosable under 5501, which it never disclosed, and said not true. Court breaks. Defendant says, you didn't disclose that under 5501. And the prosecution says, who cares? He's up on the stand lying. This would not have been favorable to him at all. And so, Judge, I want a continuance. Give them a continuance. That's their remedy. Come back tomorrow. I'll disclose everything. I'll make it all right. And then we'll continue. Trial court says, fine, I'll give you that continuance. Limited remedy. You'll have all the information. Do with it what you will. If it's negative, fine. If it's not, that's for you to use at trial. He's convicted. It gets appealed. It ends up in the Supreme Court of New Mexico. That decision was reversed. A continuance is not adequate in those circumstances. They're in the middle of trial. The defendant would have done things differently. The defendant would have opened differently, would have asked questions differently. Too much about where the source, in this case, of the live bullet came in before this was presented at trial. The court said it doesn't matter if the defendant knew or should have known of it. What we're talking about here is not the defendant's knowledge, not whether it matches, not matches, not whether his criminal arrest record would have hurt him or not. We're talking about the conduct of the prosecution. And that's exactly what we're talking about here, Your Honor. We're talking about a prosecution that didn't preserve those bullets, that didn't collect them at all, that didn't turn them over, that we already have a 5501 culpability finding with respect to the last set of information. And Your Honor, the bottom line is we've got 5501 violation, culpability. We don't need to show bad faith. We've got a Brady violation. We've got a Giglio violation. Now, this is critical evidence in the case that was never disclosed to us. We heard Ms. Morrissey say, I'm going to have Detective Hancock come in and testify. We could have Ms. Popple testify. They could say it doesn't match, et cetera, et cetera. It does not matter. It did not matter in Allison. We were entitled to it. A continuance is not a sufficient remedy. This case should be dismissed, Your Honor. This is over and over and over and over again. And Your Honor, you've given them a fair chance.
It just smells bad, you know. Well, the ultimate impact on this trial, who knows? But, you know, Catherine Lizardo and Dave Ehrenberg, let me give you final thoughts on this. Dave, once they sort this out with the testimony to come, what's your best guess as to what's going to happen?
The prosecution is going to get a tongue lashing. The law enforcement will get a tongue lashing, and then the case will move on. They'll get a little delay so that the defense can get the information that they were entitled to, and then it'll move on because there's no evidence that this was a scheme to hide evidence.
So, Catherine, same question to you, except, you know, give me your 30-second version of how bad this would be for the defense if they just get shut down here.
Well, if they get shut down here, it's bad for them because this was one of the big issues that they presented, and they were able to misdirect the trial right now. I'm saying using misdirect because we're focusing on a separate trial instead of the main trial.
We're going to find out. Stand by, folks, for this hearing to continue. But before that, let me thank and excuse Catherine and Dave. Always a pleasure, folks. We'll see you next time here on the network. Coming up next, Anjanette Levy with the very famous and popular Q&A about this trial. I'm Michael Bryant, trying to do the right thing. See you next time on Long Crime.
Thanks for joining me. I'm Anjanette Levy, and we are live outside the courthouse here in Santa Fe, New Mexico, where the trial of Alec Baldwin is underway. We are on a long break after a very dramatic morning here. With me is John Day. He's a defense attorney here in Santa Fe. John, thanks for being with us. Heather Hansen is back at the home base in New York in the studio. And it's just been a crazy day, let me tell you all. It's been a nutty day. It started with a lot of things going on. The defense filed a motion seeking to dismiss this case, saying that the prosecution did not turn over evidence that they believe is exculpatory, meaning it would help Alec Baldwin. And they said, you know, enough is enough. There have been enough problems in this case. And this is what they're telling the judge. There have been enough issues in this case. Judge Marlo Summer, you have given the prosecution chance after chance after chance. You have to dismiss this case. And this is really all over 4 rounds that were turned into law enforcement back in April or so by a man who is a friend of Hannah Gutierrez Reed's father. And so this man, Troy Teskey, who's a former police officer, walked into the sheriff's office and said, here are these 4 rounds. I think you should look at these. These might have something to do with the rust set. You might have been duped. And so there was a report taken of this a month later, a report written, but it wasn't placed in the rust file. And then these bullets, these rounds are sealed up in an envelope and then put somewhere else. And so the defense is saying this was buried. The prosecution is saying, I've never seen this stuff until this morning. So there's been a lot of back and forth. There was going to be a motion hearing about this. Then we had a break. The jury was sent home for the day. We had a break and the motion hearing was supposed to continue. Then the prosecution and the defense were huddled out in the hallway talking. And it appears possibly that they might be working out a deal. We don't know that for certain, but it's a possibility. What else could be going on? Because they could have resumed this motion hearing about 45 minutes ago, and that didn't happen. As we always do on these big breaks here, when we're covering these big trials, we're going to be taking your questions. So keep those coming into us on YouTube, X, Facebook, and Instagram. We'll get to as many of them as we can. So let's get right to the questions. We have one from Jada Hare from YouTube. How did Hannah set herself up? I don't know how Hannah set herself up.
Well,
I don't think she did.
She's sitting in a women's prison for 18 months. So, you know, that's where she is. I don't know that's a setup is necessarily what was occurring. She was taking the brunt of the punishment in this case.
Mm-hmm. Let's go to you, Heather Hansen, on this one. Stephanie AI from YouTube asks, I always thought Seth Kenny, and Seth Kenny is the owner of the prop company, PDQ. I always thought Seth Kenny was greasy when it came to the bullets. Why does that matter for Baldwin? So explain that to us, Heather. Why does this matter when it comes to these bullets?
Because if Seth Kenny did something with the bullets, and the allegation that the defense is trying to infer, if not straight out say, is that he did do something with the bullets to prove a point that the set was unsafe. And if he did, then that would have been, as the defense has said, an intervening cause. It would have been something that would have been to blame for this death and not Alec Baldwin. It's a little bit of a gray area because Alec Baldwin still did allegedly pull the trigger. That's the claim in the case, but it is a big deal and it is a big part of what is going on today with this motion. What happened with that ammunition, and was Kinney doing something, as this viewer asked, a little greasy?
Yeah, and you know, there's a point that the defense has been trying to constantly make here, and it was that Seth Kenny was just way too helpful. He was way too helpful. He brings live ammo into the sheriff's office. Look at my live ammo. And then when he comes down to the when they go down to Albuquerque to do the search warrant, to execute the search warrant, he's like, yeah, look around here, look around here. And there was also some talk about how he did have live ammo. It's all a little confusing, actually, but there was some live ammo from the set of 1883, which belonged to Hannah's dad. It's very confusing, but really the big kerfuffle is about these 4 rounds that were turned in after Hannah's conviction. I want to go to Dutch Merrick now. Dutch Merrick is an armorer. Dutch, thanks so much for being with me. The prosecutor, this is from Stephanie A on YouTube. The prosecutor is saying none of those bullets match the bullets that killed Halyna. Why does it matter beyond they were negligent in filing?
Well, it seems that some of those bullets may indeed match the bullets that were on set. I think the fact that the 6 bullets found on set that happened to be identical visually may be a bit of a tangent. because it seems that this fellow, what's his name, Troy Teskey, who's a police officer, brought in these rounds to the sheriff's station saying, hey, these came from Seth Kenney. These came from the same batch of ammunition, and they're mixed. So I think that the guy that loaded the rounds was mix and matching different bullets and cases and primers. And this proves that they don't all have to match to be relevant. They very much could have come right from the same initial source. And what bothers me most, I think, is that the prosecution has avoided tracking down the origin of the original bullet that killed this person. Like, that is the essence of the entire case, is where did the bullet come from? And I think you're right that Seth Kenney has, or someone had said it moments ago, that Seth Kenney has been sort of squirming around this. I think he's really been leading the investigation. And I see that when I watch the videos of him being interrogated, he's leading that investigator right down a path that steers everyone away from him.
That's a very interesting take from you as somebody who deals with firearms and bullets and all of those things. This is another question we've got from X now. I like to call it Twitter, the original, but X. At JC Taylor asks, this one's for you, John. Is it just me, or does anyone feel like this entire process is mismanaged? Even the judge seems to be confused on how to proceed with certain things.
Well, this is not unusual in trials like this when, there's arguments over discovery, arguments over what was disclosed, not disclosed. I mean, this judge is trying to run a pretty tight ship, and I think she's done a really good job. And again, I've appeared in front of her a number of times and been yelled at by her a number of times. But I think
she seems to like to yell.
Well, she's good at this, and she does keep things on track. And I think that's what the trial has benefited from, her approach to this. But there's a lot of issues, and the defense is making a lot of headway with the discovery issues and what has and has not been disclosed.
Mm-hmm. She does like to run a tight ship. And, one thing that we saw that was very interesting this morning that I've never seen is a judge come off the bench, put on the blue gloves, open a bag of evidence, and spread out the rounds, and everybody's inspecting the rounds. I've never seen that. But she did say, I don't know what I'm going to do yet. I don't know what I'm going to do yet. So she was going to continue with this motion hearing, and then she didn't. Let's go to our next question. Lisa from YouTube asks, didn't Baldwin hire all these people, including the rookie armorer? That's a good question. Heather Hansen, what do you make of that?
It's a great question, and it's a big part of the civil case. But here in this criminal case, his role as producer is not relevant according to the judge's ruling, and it's an appropriate ruling. Remember, he wasn't the only producer. If we're going to hold producers criminally responsible, all of the producers would have to be held criminally responsible. Civilly responsible, yes, and that's why we see all the settlements, not just with Alec Baldwin, but with the other producers, the other people involved as well. It's a great question. It's a question so many of us are asking, but there's a big difference between the standards in criminal cases, the elements of a case in a criminal case, and a civil case. Civilly, they have been brought to task for sure.
Mm-hmm. Well, there is still another civil case. Actually, there are several, I think, still outstanding, including the one filed by the family of Halyna Hutchins, her family members in Ukraine. So Gloria Allred, she's here somewhere. So we still have that suit that's pending as well. Let's go on to our next question. Dutch, this one's a good one for you. Baltic Topic asks, why do armorers not make it mandatory for everyone, including actors, to check every firearm as soon as they are handed it?
Well, we've been doing this for 100 years, and we've gotten a process that is very efficient and gets this done in a way that makes everybody comfortable and safe. Remember, this is an anomaly. This one instance, this one person dying from one live round for the first time and anyone can remember in Hollywood showing up on a film set is very, very different than what we do. I work on a show, SEAL Team. We just finished 7 seasons. And over the course of those 7 seasons, we fired off almost 2 million blank rounds, and we do it safely. If we had the time to show every single crew member all the rounds every time, or even every actor, we would never get anything done. So we have a process where the armorer checks the gun, they verify it with the first AD, they can do it in front of the actor if the actor wishes to watch that, but a lot of times the actors are in a character. They don't want to come out of that space. They're ready to act, they remember their lines, they're ready to interact with the other actors, they know their marks, their lighting, all the direction and cues. The last thing they're worried about is, all right, let me get a second set of eyes on that gun. And some actors do. They say, hey, I want to see every round go in, and I get it, and that's perfectly fine. But I think a lot of actors, it's not part of the process, and it's not needed the way we do it. We have two sets of eyes making sure it's safe before it ever gets to them.
So you're telling me you, Dutch, as an armorer, do not show the gun to the actor. You show it to two other people who then are part of the process of handing it off to the actor.
It's on a case-by-case basis. I'll give you an example. 2 years ago, when Hollywood was still happening and we were all working and it was in overdrive, I was regular on two shows. One was SEAL Team for CBS, and that's an adrenaline-fueled shoot-'em-up show where there's gunfire galore all the time, combat scenes, helicopters, all sorts of stuff happening. And then the other show I was working on was Euphoria for HBO. And now that show is like teenagers with a drug problem in high school, and rarely would they have guns. When we brought a gun out on that set on Euphoria, we would go through every single beat every time, extra safety meetings, first thing in the morning before each scene, anyone that wanted to see the gun. And on SEAL Team, where we're a machine, oftentimes we have 8 armorers working, and we might have 30 or 40 people firing guns in one take. It's not practical to stop and try to have the first AD and every actor look at every gun and every bullet. It's not practical. So they trust us, 8 of us, to make sure they're all safe. We put them in the actor's hands. And again, the actor can observe it. I'll never preclude an actor from doing that. And on some shows, they're going to look at every bullet and examine everyone. And on other shows, we're just shooting thousands of rounds in a scene. So we do it efficiently. And if they want to see it, they can, but they don't have to. That's the point.
This is a good question for you, John. At Tell the 954-8317 asks, so this evidence that Carrie says she hadn't seen this, et cetera, does this not only impact Alec's case, but also Hannah's appeal? That's a great question.
Good question. Yeah. And it could, because, her lawyer has this appeal ready to go. And,
right.
Is this an issue that they should have known about? And does it have any sort of significant impact? We don't know yet the answer to that because we haven't seen how this is going to play out. But I think this very likely could be something that plays a role in the Hannah Gutierrez Reed appeal.
Yeah. And I want to bring up, just to tag on to that, her lawyer, Jason Bowles, has filed a motion calling for her immediate release, asking for her immediate release based on another issue. The fact that they didn't get Luke Haig, one of the experts for the state, that they didn't get his final August 31st, 2023 report. That wasn't turned over before trial. Apparently, Carrie Morrissey, there was an email where she said, this is basically my fault. I thought that I had gotten it to you and I didn't, or what have you. And he's saying, look, she should be released. We're already appealing. And now this. So it makes you wonder, and I'm going to do some work on finding out whether or not they know about these. I mean, you would think they would know because Troy Teskey is friends with Thel Reed, Hannah's father, but did the prosecution tell them about these 4 rounds that were brought in?
There are going to be a lot of appellate issues on her case.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, let's go to you now, Heather. At Just Chillin' here. How do you become a special prosecutor? Does it require extra training? And can you tell that Morrissey and Johnson aren't, quote, real prosecutors? Meaning Carrie Morrissey is not the elected prosecutor or district attorney. She was appointed by somebody to take this case, as was Erlinda Johnson. How does this process work?
Well, usually in a case like this, for sure, they're appointed. And John may be better able to answer this question because it often depends on the jurisdiction. But they're usually appointed because there are so many pieces of evidence, so many facts. It's going to take so many resources that they want to make sure that there are people that are only focused on this. It's another reason why it is so surprising that there have been so many miscommunications, to put it mildly, about the evidence. But John may be able to speak to how it was done in this case, in this jurisdiction, since he's there.
How does it work? Just briefly, John, we got to take a break.
Right. Prosecutors, the DA's office appoints special prosecutors. For some reason, there's a conflict of interest, or there's too much work for them. And in this case, there's been a really troubled history.
Yeah, it was a mess in the beginning. There was some stuff going on. The one special prosecutor probably shouldn't have been a special prosecutor because she was an elected official. And then they had the firearm enhancement that shouldn't have been in there. Hot mess. So then they took over. Carrie Morrissey took over. I mean, it was kind of a mess. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Stay with us. Heather Hansen is here. Dutch Merrick is here, and as is John Day. We'll be right back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. questions, and we will get to as many of them as we can. With me out here is John Day. He's a criminal defense attorney here in Santa Fe, and he's been following the case closely. Let's get to this question. Bishop and Bell from YouTube asks, I'll ask you this. What are the implications for Morrissey if the judge thinks she was signaling the jury? How much of an issue is this aspect?
Well, if she thinks that's what's happening, she'll tell Carrie Morrissey to cut it out. I don't know what exactly they were thinking the signaling was, but the judge is going to say, if you're doing it, don't do it. Then we're going to move on.
Yeah, definitely. That's not allowed. And then let's get to our next question. Ken Rosenberg from YouTube. Heather, this is the crux of the case. 2 days, two slightly different opinions on what is and should be done on a set. So what's an actor? Actually, I'm going to throw this to Dutch. I'm sorry about that. This is the crux of the case. 2 days, two slightly different opinions on what is and should be done on a set. So what's an actor's duty in the industry? What's the standard?
Well, the actor's duty with the gun starts when they're handed the gun. And up until then, we deal with everything about the gun. We make sure that it's safe. We keep it pointed in a safe direction. We keep our fingers off the trigger. We always treat them as though they're loaded. And we impart those rules to the actor. However, the actor may be charged with, or may have to, according to the script, point the gun at somebody or shoot at something that in the real world you wouldn't want to destroy. So we have safe methods for that. But if something changes in the middle of a scene that was unplanned, maybe a lamp falls or a crew member walks through the background of the scene right where an actor's pointing, at that moment, they should be lifting their gun up and not pointing or pulling the trigger if something has changed. But once we've set the stage and we've safetied the stage for them to play fully and inhabit that character, they can do anything they want with the gun because they may be scripted to be a homicidal maniac, pointing the gun every which way. And that's in the script, and we make it safe to do whatever they have to do to be that character.
But Dutch, should you, if you assume that the gun is safe, if you are told it's a cold gun, and then you point it at somebody and pull the trigger, should you even be doing that? I mean, Alec Baldwin's saying he didn't pull the trigger, but should you be doing that even if you think it's a safe gun? And I say that when you're blocking a shot or setting up a shot, because I've always been taught, even if you think a gun is empty, treat it as it's loaded. I mean, I've taken some firearms classes myself. I don't, that's what I've been taught just as a human being.
Well, 30 years ago, when I got in the film business, I had been a competitive shooter for a decade. So I came out of gun world and all of the sort of gun world logic that makes sense in the real world. And when I got onto film sets, I realized it is a different animal. So first and foremost, there is absolutely no horseplay on set with a gun. It's a very serious matter. We don't fool around with it. We don't twirl them on our fingers. We don't allow actors to do it or even to act casually. And there are scenes that are choreographed and written so that somebody has to point a gun at a person. There are scenes you've witnessed in movies where there's been an assassination, where someone puts a gun right to someone's head and they pull the trigger. How do they do that? We do that by plugging the front of the gun entirely, or we can point directly at the camera and pull the trigger and not destroy the camera. How do we do that? We have special material, polycarbonate or Lexan sheeting that's bulletproof just in case, that stops, all it is hot gases coming out the front of the gun, but we can prevent it from causing any damage to equipment or people just by thinking it out, blocking it out carefully, and taking the many precautions we have in our arsenal as filmmakers.
Okay, now Heather, this one is for you. From Strange Bunny 73 from YouTube. Would someone explain more the claims of the gun being destroyed before trial?
So, and Anjanette, you can fill in the factual gaps, but the allegation is what actually happened is they were doing a series of tests on the gun, and they were doing test after test after test after test. The very last test was a test where they actually took a mallet to the gun, and in doing so, destroyed the gun. The defense understandably has a problem with that because the gun is the best evidence here for a lot of the issues in this case, whether or not the trigger was pulled, whether or not it was just the hammer that was pulled. There's so many evidentiary problems in this case, which is why today is sort of going down the way that it is. I feel like the judge has finally hit her limit with these evidentiary issues. But to that person's question, the destruction of the gun is a major problem, and one of the things the defense has certainly been riding upon.
You know, and the FBI did that testing. It was the accidental discharge testing, and they said they did this in response to Alec Baldwin claiming he didn't pull the trigger and the gun just went off, and they kind of banged it with a mallet. It was a rawhide mallet several times to see if the gun would go off. And then it destroyed some of the mechanisms within the gun. This did some damage to something called the sear and things of that nature. So they've taken serious issue with that because now they can't have an expert evaluate the gun. They can't have their own expert look at the gun in its original condition to see whether or not it could have misfired. Let's get to our next question. This one will be for you. Mary Jones from YouTube, will a not guilty verdict, John, on this case affect Hannah's appeal?
Short answer is no, but what might affect the appeal is all the issues that have come up, especially today, but in the several days of the trial regarding evidence, regarding disclosure of evidence, regarding what was given to the defense in this case that should have been possibly given to the defense in the Hannah Gutierrez Reed case. So there could be some overlap, not necessarily the verdict in this case or the outcome, but what was happening here that maybe didn't happen in her trial.
And I want to explain too with those bullets, and I kind of misspoke earlier. There was a photograph of 4 rounds put up on the screen today, but apparently there was a box of ammo that Troy Teskey turned into the sheriff's office. And, even if that was turned over after Hannah's conviction, the prosecution still has a duty to turn that over to the defense. Right. So it doesn't end after the trial. They still have a duty to turn over information. And I don't want to get too into the weeds about that, but it's the truth. All right, let's go to our next question. Cheryl Hayes asks, wasn't it said when this first happened that the crew were shooting live rounds out in the desert? Dutch, we heard about that. They called it plinking or something, and that there was some shooting going on during the lunch break. But then we never really heard much more about that. So would that be something that would be common on a set to maybe, we're going to go out in the desert during lunch and fire some rounds just for fun, but then it's all mixed up together on the prop cart possibly. So we never really did hear much more about that.
Not at all. It's not at all a thing that we would ever do, ever thinking about doing. The term plinking is a shooter's term for just goofing around with a gun at the range and maybe put a can out on the ground and shoot the can a bunch of times, and it might be kind of fun. So I think what happened, and even the sheriff himself, the day after the incident, came out in his press briefing and said, we are investigating claims of plinking on the set. And what that would mean is that they were feeding live ammo through a prop gun, potentially somewhere near where the filming was. Nobody has testified. Nobody has sworn under oath that happened. And I think what happened was on the day, the crew started speculating their friend is shot and killed, and they're wondering how it's possible. And somebody, there's several reports that a driver from the show, a Teamster, had said, oh yeah, I saw them plinking. Well, I think that took off like wildfire because that fills the void in their mind of where did live rounds come from on a set. And so one could imagine that perhaps this young, novice, inexperienced, eager gun handler was out doing some recreational shooting with the gun. You can imagine that plausibly. So I think the crew just put that together in their heads. Nobody has sworn to that. I assure you it did not happen because nobody's actually said, I did see it.
Interesting. Okay, so it was a rumor. All right. Yeah. Well, we are going to continue to take your questions. We have to take a quick break, so stay with us. I'm Anjanette Levy. We're coming to you live from the courthouse here in Santa Fe. You're watching Law and Crime. We'll be right back. Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy with John Day, defense attorney here in Santa Fe, and we are coming to you live from the courthouse here in New Mexico, where Alec Baldwin's involuntary manslaughter trial is on a lunch break. And we're trying to figure out what's going on because there's been a lot of drama this morning. The prosecution is fighting against a defense request to have the case against Alec Baldwin dismissed once and for all. They claim that there was some evidence not turned over to them. It was a box of rounds, ammunition turned over to the sheriff's office after the conviction of Hannah Gutierrez Reed, the armor in this case. She is serving an 18-month prison sentence for the death of Halyna Hutchins. And it's just a really sad, awful case, sad situation for everybody involved. And the defense is contending that they found out about this stuff, but they didn't find out about it from the prosecution. And they're saying that's a violation. It violated Alec Baldwin's constitutional rights. And so the case should be thrown out once and for all. We're taking your questions, as we always do. So keep them coming to us on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, X, and Instagram. I'm going to get to a Facebook question for John Day here. John, Carrie McCarthy asks, is it going to get dismissed? Will it be with or without prejudice? So is the judge going to grant the defense motion? I think
that's sort of the ultimate question. We don't know, but if she does dismiss it, she's going to dismiss it with prejudice because the trial has started, the jury's been sworn in, testimony has been taken. So if she does dismiss it, it's game over, but we don't know what's going on really.
We don't. We're just trying to read body language and stuff. And guess what? We might be like sort of body language experts, but not really. Like nobody really is. I mean, I don't know. Some people say they are. All right, let's get to our next question. Mary Jones from YouTube, Heather Hansen. Will Alec take a deal if he gets probation and once probation is completed, his record gets expunged? Oh, that's a good question.
It's a great question. And that's what we were during the break. We were just talking about what's going on here and trying to figure out what's going on. It's rare to see, we know that the defense attorney and the prosecution in this case have been very contentious behind the scenes and during this trial. And yet, as Anjanette just described, before this break, they were talking, they were chatting. That usually is the sign that some sort of agreement is being made. And it might make sense. We know Alec Baldwin is working on a reality show with his family. Obviously, he doesn't want to leave his young children. If he's able to work something out, and for the prosecution, this is a little bit embarrassing at the very least and problematic for the Hannah Gutierrez Reed case at the most. It may make sense for them as well. But at this point, it's just like trying to figure out what a jury's doing. We will know after this break. But that person's question is a great one because it's what we are all wondering.
And we have 24 minutes left until we find out. So the countdown is on. And yeah, I think it is embarrassing because I'm sorry, but like, what's the harm? Just turn it over. Yeah. Just photograph it, write up a report. Here you go, guys. This stuff, we found it or whatever. Some guy, this Teskey guy comes in and drops it off. What is the harm? Just turn over everything that comes in and just be done with it. I mean, it's like cover yourself. I mean, and they have an obligation to do it. Dutch, let's get a question for you about the guns and the armors. Ruger asks from YouTube, how many movies have people pointed guns with blanks at other actors? That's a good question. This wasn't supposed to have blanks, though. This was supposed to only have dummy rounds.
Well, consider that Hollywood makes 500 plus feature films a year and probably hundreds of television shows. I couldn't begin to quantify that answer. If we do put let's say a semi-automatic pistol and they want to put it to the head of another actor and assassinate them in a scene, we will completely plug the front of that gun. So no gases, no energy comes out the front of that gun. When I do a scene like that, we'll have special blanks that are designed just for that gun. And I will show the actors, the director, and the AD, I'll put the gun right to my forearm and I'll boom, boom, boom. I'll fire a few rounds off. And it looks really startling, looks very realistic because the gun is firing, but nothing's coming out the front. So that's one of the many tools in our arsenal that we can do to actually do gunfire right at another human being. But if we're getting a big blast of fire out the front, if it's a full flash, nobody's going to be within 20 feet of the front of that muzzle. And as Brandon Lee case taught us, it reminded us that an actor shouldn't be firing a blank directly at another actor anyway. They can always cheat it slightly toward the camera. It looks better for camera, and then God forbid some material comes out the front of that gun, it won't go at the other actor, it'll go next to them.
Yeah, and I always thought you point it away, kind of off to the side, as you mentioned. That's what I've always heard. You point it that way, away from the camera. I mean, that's what I've heard, and I don't work in the movie business. At Connie Bain Peter from X asks John, I'd like to know why the agent looking for ammunition didn't open all the boxes in the ammo room. She stated she just picked some boxes up and shook them. I find that odd.
I think the defense had the same reaction, and that's a good question. There was a very difficult, the testimony was clearly hard. Prosecutors are getting out the bad testimony. They want to get this stuff out because they don't want the defense attorneys then to cross-examine and score these points. The problem with this, the crime scene tech and the testimony she was giving was, it was clear that this was not the best investigation that's ever been conducted on an involuntary manslaughter case. A lot of problems with this. And you could tell from her demeanor and the way she was answering the questions that this was embarrassing.
She was defensive.
She was defensive. And, the defense was making great points. They were scoring good points with that. And at the end of the day, in closing argument, they want the jury to be thinking, boy, this was a really bad investigation. Are we going to send someone to prison based on that investigation?
Yeah, and I don't get that either. Like, open it all up. You're looking for, the needle in the haystack.
Sloppy.
And when you're looking for the needle in the haystack, you kind of go through all the hay, right?
Yep.
I mean, that might be a really bad analogy. Heather, I hear you laughing at
I
me.
think it's a great analogy, Anjanette. I think you couldn't be more right about that. Yeah.
It's like hair, right? Like, you're looking for something in my hair, you're going to have to look at that. You're going to have to go through it all. It might be tedious and annoying, but it's what it is. At Those Planets from X asks Heather, why does the defense believe there should never have been a live bullet? Is it a flex where they were, in fact, lots of blank rounds, which Alex knew about and therefore should have behaved in a safer manner?
I'm not sure I understand the question, except to say that, and I'm sure Dutch could answer this question much better than I, but there never should be a live bullet in the guns on the set. I've heard Dutch say that. I've heard other armorers say that. And so the defense is correct to make that claim that there never should have been a live bullet, that the actor is right to be able to assume that that gun that the armorer handed him, as Dutch just described just less than 20 minutes ago, it went through the ADA, it went through the armorer. At that point, when Alec Baldwin gets it, the defense is that he was right to rely upon those people and the systems that are in place. There are checklists in almost any profession, and Dutch really describes part of the checklist here that Alec Baldwin and every actor has the right to depend upon, at least according to the defense here.
Yeah. Well, Dutch, let's get to you on this. This one's from Connie Bain Peter. She asks, prop cart was left unattended. Sounds like a vicious setup, vendetta. Who had live bullets in their pocket looking for the right opportunity to slip ammo into that gun? Why weren't fingerprints taken from all parts of that gun?
Well, there's a few things to unpack there. And I think that was an early speculation that people had, that what if someone had done this intentionally? What if someone had mixed in live rounds with the dummy? But there's been no evidence to support that. There's nobody shown any motive why they would want to do that. That just doesn't make any sense. It's speculation that I think was diffused early on. And I want to answer the earlier question, if I can just respond to that,
Sure.
Why Baldwin potentially pointing a blank loaded gun at somebody. Well, first of all, the scene said this, at that moment in that rehearsal, the gun was cold, meaning no blanks, no nothing. It just had some dummy rounds in it. So it was totally safe to click off in any direction you want. Nothing's going to happen. That is what he understood to be the case. Now, he's been acting for 40 years in Hollywood, and he's been using firearms all that time. And he knows that the very worst thing he could be handed, the very worst thing, would be something accidentally had a blank in it. And what does a blank do? It's a loud firecracker with some fire and energy out the front. So the very worst thing that he could possibly imagine happening is if someone really messed up and there's a blank loaded in there and he fires it, it goes bang and it scares everybody. That's it. He never in a million years could think, what if I pull this trigger? Somebody could be dead. It's not going through his mind. 40 years of working as an actor and doing the safe practices that we do, it's just not in his wheelhouse of thinking that could even be a thing.
Definitely. And he talked about these things in his police interview too. So he's fired all kinds of guns on movie sets. He says it in his, and he's had the training on the movie sets. All right, we are going to continue to take your questions, but first we have to take a quick break. Stay with us. I'm Anjanette Levy, live at the courthouse here in Santa Fe, and you are watching Law and Crime. We'll be right back. I'm Anjanette Levy here at the courthouse in Santa Fe, New Mexico, where we are on a lunch break awaiting court. We would think court's going to begin at 1 o'clock. We've had several delays here this morning. There's supposed to be a motion hearing, but we'll see at 1 o'clock. With me is John Day here on the ground, a defense attorney here in Santa Fe. Heather Hansen's in New York, and Dutch Merrick is also joining us. He's an armorer and knows everything about firearms. Let's get back to your questions, though. We've been taking them this hour. Let's see. This was a good one I had for you, John, and now I lost my little place here. The other half dozen from YouTube, does the jury need to be present if the judge tosses the case?
Good answer. A good question. Short answer is no. The judge can leave the jury out. The judge can say, this is what I'm going to do. Should probably bring them back in at some point and say, thank you for your service, your discharge, but they don't have to be there if she's going to dismiss.
She could also just have the jury commissioner call them. And then usually I've served on a jury twice before. And the one time I did, it was a murder case that went 2 weeks longer than it was supposed to. And we got a really nice note from the judge afterwards, like a thank you note in the mail, thanking us for our service.
Judges take care of their juries.
They do. Like, they're the stars of the show. You think Alec Baldwin's the star of the show, but he's not up there.
Not in this trial.
Yeah, it's great. Okay, let's get to our next question. Kim Best from YouTube, Heather Hansen. Will they arrest Seth? If so, do we know when? Is that a possibility after all of this, if it unravels and they figure out that, oops, or maybe we made a mistake?
But arrest who? I missed the beginning of that question, Angela.
Seth Kenney.
Oh, but I mean,
Seth
listen,
Kenney.
it's funny. Dutch said earlier that he thinks that the Kenney has been a major player in this case, and I agree. If they determine that that is the case, they might do an investigation, and indeed they could find that he is the one who may be culpable. It would be a lot of egg on the prosecutor's face after everything that has happened in this case, and the fact that Hannah Gutierrez-Reed is 18 months of jail time facing because of all of this, but anything is possible. As there more evidence is discovered, as more information is discovered, the prosecution has an obligation to look into that and pursue it where it may go.
Sandra Goodwin from YouTube asks Dutch, why would you point a gun without truly knowing that it was not loaded?
Well, I guess you have to define knowing and truly knowing, because I have, the armorer or the prop master is checking it and assuring the actor, and the first assistant director is a second set of eyes observing that process. They are also observing and checking and making sure that's fine. And an actor has the opportunity, they can also observe that process and be sure, they can rattle the rounds, they can look at them carefully, they can see it loaded. And so that actor, they have to feel confident in what we're doing. And if an actor does not feel confident in what we're doing, they don't have to do anything. So unless we've instilled that confidence and they're sure that what we've handed them is safe, they shouldn't point it at anybody.
Jen from you, actually, no, let's get to this next question. Christoph from YouTube asks, because this happened in court, will it have consequences for the state's attorney to touch the evidence without gloves? She did go up and kind of touch them, and somebody said, you shouldn't be touching those. I think the judge said, don't touch those. You don't have gloves on, or maybe it was Spyro.
I mean, that's the practice. You're supposed to be using gloves when you're handling any kind of evidence.
It was Spyro.
I think, if the jury sees something like that, it's always, they're going to be registering any kind of admonition of any of the lawyers, especially by the judge. But it doesn't have any real practical effect, except it just shows that someone might not be following the usual practices in court.
Mm-hmm. Let's get to our next question. This is a good question, Heather, for you. Sandra D from YouTube. Is his interview on ABC coming into evidence? It's listed as a defense exhibit, and I feel like the only way it could come in is if Alec Baldwin's on the stand. Am I wrong about that?
Well, the prosecution would have to open the door otherwise, but you're correct. It could come in. It's interesting. It reminds me of a case that I covered a long time ago where the defendant didn't have to testify because there had been so many media interviews that were played throughout the course of the case that it was almost as if that person had testified. It would be great if the defense could find a way to get it in. They've got to be able to establish relevance. They've got to be able to establish that it is the best evidence of what Alec Baldwin would have said. But to be able to have him give his thoughts, his opinions, his words without being subject to cross-examination, if I were the prosecutor, I would argue very strongly against that. And if I were the defense, I would love it.
Interesting. Let's get back to another question. Kim Best from YouTube. Where's Seth Kenny? Let's put him on the stand. Well, Carrie Morrissey said, John, that she said, I got him coming down to the courthouse now.
Yeah, and just Dutch mentioned this too. He's become a major figure in this case. And of course, the defense wants the jury to go back and when they're deliberating, if they get to that point, to be thinking about Seth Kenny a lot because it's this vague, unclear, uncertain role that he played. The defense has, I think, made a lot of headway in terms of trying to pin issues around him and to paint him as somebody who, the jury ought to be thinking about. No one's going to be able to answer the question ultimately, but they want the jury to be thinking about him in deliberations.
Our next question, Dutch, is for you. Misdemeanor from YouTube asks, and we're going to have to keep it short here. Wasn't Alec Baldwin instructed to point the gun in a certain direction and shoot it?
Well, he was instructed by the director and the director of photography where to aim the gun within the frame. They just happened to be standing right in front of him looking at a monitor. He was to their right, and they weren't paying attention to the fact that they were having a guy point a gun right at them. So he was doing as he was directed.
That's what Alec Baldwin said. He was doing what he was told to do. We'll try to get one more question in. Heather, Francis Capello from YouTube, why not question the crew that walked off set that day? And we have to keep this one short too, because we're coming up on that break.
Great question, Francis. So many questions about why the investigation happened the way that it did. That is what the defense is arguing, and a big part of what this motion that is now pending is all about.
Yeah, it is a big part of it. And wow, I'm just on pins and needles. I think everybody is. We've got about 5 minutes left for court to resume, and we are out of time for now for this hour. Dutch Merrick, thank you so much. Heather Hansen, John Day, thank you for coming down and sitting with me. It's been a great time. Heather Hansen is going to be taking over after this break, and we hope you'll stay with us on YouTube and on the network, and we'll bring you the very latest. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime. We've been coming to you live from the courthouse here in Santa Fe for the trial of Alec Baldwin. We'll be right back.
assuming maybe she ran to the restroom, I don't know. You know where it is? Okay, she's in the restroom. Do you want to begin? No, wait. Okay.
Part of the team. I said he's part of the team.
Sure, sure.
All right, we're back on the record.
Having conferred and looked at the evidence, it is the perspective of the special prosecutor as an arm of the public that all of the issues related to the defendant's motion should be heard by the court and they should be seen by the public. This is a public issue and a record should be made, and we are here to do that.
Okay. That's Ms. Hancock.
Actually, the first witness that I intend to call is Mr. Kenny. How do you want to, do you want me to take the testimony and then, I mean, it's your motion, so that's why I'm asking.
But it's your witness. Well, who wants to do what?
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Kenny.
I think this Corporal Hancock, if it's a hearing, can she not be?
Sure, she can sit outside.
Okay. Will you raise your right hand? Do you swear firm under penalty of law that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, have a seat. Come in the microphone.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Please go ahead and state your name for the record.
Seth Kenny.
Mr. Kenny, what do you do for a living?
I am the owner of a company that provides props to a number of feature films as well as episodics TV, including firearms, tactical gear, leather.
Hang on just a second. Okay. Move it a little closer to you. You provide ammunition and firearms as a part of the props that you provide, is that right?
Well, not ammunition, because again, legally and technically,
I'm
that is
sorry.
blanks and dummy rounds.
Blanks and dummy rounds. Okay,
Correct.
thank you. Sir, do you know a gentleman by the name of Thel Reed?
I do.
How do you know him?
I met Thale approximately 12 years ago, possibly even 12 to 14. He was opposite.
Just how do you know him? I don't need the history.
He's a work friend
How long have you known him?
of him, 12 to 14 years, and more like friends, approximately 5 to 7.
Okay. And do you know a gentleman by the name of Troy Teskey?
I do.
How do you know him?
He is a friend of Thale's, and we used to spend time together at his house or meeting at restaurants and things in Bullhead City.
And just for the record, what does Thel Reed do for a living?
Thale Reed is a bit of a legend, gun coach and armor to the film industry for going on 60 years.
And does he have a daughter?
He does.
Who is his daughter?
Hannah Gutierrez Reed.
And do you know her?
I do.
Have you met her?
I have.
Mr. Kenny, can you explain, were you ever asked to do any training for the set of the television series 1883?
Not training myself, no, but props, firearms, leather holsters, dummy rounds, blanks.
Those were items that you were providing to the set of 1883
Correct.
as a prop house. You own a
Yes.
prop house.
Yes, and that's specific to the set.
So if you know, was Mr. Reed asked to do anything relating to 1883?
He was actually hired to be a gun coach, and
What does a gun coach do?
Well, gun coach-
We don't do this for a living.
Yeah. Gun coach would teach the actors that aren't familiar with things like the 1873 lever action period weapons, how to operate them smoothly and consistent with the character as called out by the script.
So did you and Mr. Reed go to Texas for any reason for 1883?
Yeah, we did all of our filming when we were involved with the project physically, personally, was done in Texas.
Were you asked to do a cowboy training camp?
We were asked, Thale and I were asked to be there.
To do what?
And Thale was charged with training of the actors. I was charged with bringing, specific to the training camp, some of the live reload ammunition that Thale had.
And why was live reload ammunition being taken to Texas?
Well, it was just for actor training to give them a sense of the recoil of the guns, and it was done on a private range away from set.
Were you present when the actors were shooting the live rounds?
I was.
And was Mr. Reed there with you?
He was, for the most part, he was in the Sprinter van with the AC running because it was a August Texas summer day.
So did you take live rounds to the cowboy training camp?
Yes, yes.
And where did those who provided those live rounds? Did you provide them? Did Thel provide them?
Thale provided the live rounds, and we met in Albuquerque. And at that point, he loaded up his luggage and everything he needed for a couple of
When you
months.
say you met in Albuquerque, how did he get to Albuquerque?
He and Hannah, his daughter, drove out together. We met in Albuquerque, prepped her out for the Nick Cage movie.
And just for the record, where did they drive from?
They both drove from Bullhead City, Arizona.
Thank you. So they came to Albuquerque, and did they have the live ammunition with them?
They did.
And where did you all go from there?
She loaded up and left to Livingston, Montana to work the Nick Cage movie. And Thale and I loaded up the Sprinter with everything we needed, and we headed straight to Texas.
And did you take that live ammunition with you to Texas?
We did.
And did the actors get to have their training camp?
They did.
And was there any ammunition left over?
There was.
Where did it go?
It stayed in Texas for an undetermined amount of time. I could never figure out when it came back to my shop.
With who? When you say it stayed in Texas, did it sit by itself?
It was with the prop master for the day of the show up at the shooting range, up at the firing line. And from there, it came back into the Sprinter van, my Sprinter van. And then at one point or another, it made it back into the hotel room. And I lost track of it once it was in the hotel room. And from there, when it got loaded back into the Sprinter van and came back to Albuquerque.
So, but it doesn't come back to Albuquerque by itself. So tell us how it gets from the cowboy training camp to Albuquerque.
Well, it's driven back.
By who?
By myself.
Okay. So, and how is it packaged? What kind of a container is it in?
All the live ammunition from the cowboy training camp was in a typical household gray bin. Approximately 2 feet long, 16 inches tall, about the same width. And it stayed in there and was packaged within each caliber individually within smaller boxes that typically held about 50 rounds.
Do you have any idea approximately how many rounds were taken to Texas?
Yeah, I know exactly. It was 325 rounds.
How do you know exactly?
Well, it was a guess of Thales that there was between 200 and 300, and they were loosely combined in a small military green ammo can. And when I opened up that bin in Texas at the firing range for the first time, I had brought along 10 boxes, white plain boxes with styrofoam inserts that held 50 rounds each. So I populated those boxes, and then it took a picture of those boxes. And one of the boxes is dog-eared, means it's partial, and coincidentally, it held exactly 25 rounds.
In case I missed it, how many rounds came back to New Mexico?
Between 50 and 100.
And when they came back to New Mexico, where did they go?
They went, because I was running low on space, they went into the bathroom.
Were they in the green can?
No. Once they had been populated into the small white boxes, the green ammo can went to the firing line, and it was being used for the spent shells, for the spent cases of fired brass.
So how were they kept at PDQ?
They were kept in that same gray bin, large household typical gray bin, and within the same boxes that they had populated or gotten populated into at the Texas firing line.
So I'm going to show you what has been previously entered into evidence as Defendant's Exhibit A21. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
That is that gray typical household bin marked live ammo 1883.
Sir, I want to be clear with you. After this came back to Albuquerque and was at PDQ Props, did you then become involved in providing props and ammunition to the set of Rust?
Can you ask that again, please?
Did you provide props and ammunition to the set of the movie Rust?
I did.
Was that after you brought these back from Texas?
I do not know. I do not know when this bin came back to Albuquerque from Texas.
You drove it back yourself?
I did, but I did a few trips.
You don't remember the day that you brought it back?
Correct.
Okay.
It could have been before the shooting, could have been after the shooting.
Understood. In terms of boxes of dummy rounds, how many boxes of dummy rounds did you provide to the set of Rust?
A single box of 50 45 Colt dummy rounds. That was the single box. The rest of them were of different calibers and were not contained in similar boxes.
So you provided one box of dummy rounds.
That's correct.
Where did you get those?
Those came off the set, off the prop truck of 1883.
And did you inventory them or do anything with them before you provided them to the set of Rust?
Yeah, so yes, there was, I essentially grabbed a double grocery bag and dummies because I knew they were running short, or I'd heard that they were running short on set. And I thought, well, just in case, I'll grab some extra for them. And so from that plastic bag, the following morning, because again, I had to sleep in the van because there was hundreds of thousands of dollars of weapons, and it's Albuquerque. So I slept in the van armed, and the next morning brought that bag and brought them into the office and took a look at them. They were unusual in that they had been antiqued. They were one of a couple of thousand that had been antiqued en masse, and they were so corroded they didn't look right at all. So I sat there, and each one took about a minute to polish before it had an appropriate patina. And I also noted that a few of them had a muddy rattle to them, and I just attributed it to whatever liquid chemical agent that they had soaked the rounds in had infiltrated the interior of the case, and again, not a metallurgist, but had done something to the number 2 lead shot, a single piece that served as a rattle to differentiate live from dummies.
Okay, stand by. I'm just looking for some exhibits. We've got a lot right now, so I need to flip through for a second. The dummy rounds that you provided to the set of rust, did you personally ensure that they were all inert?
Absolutely.
And was the box full when you provided it to Rust?
It was 50 rounds individually inserted into styrofoam, each housing, each section. So it's essentially a 5 row wide, 10 row deep styrofoam insert that holds the rounds separately from each other, and then is inserted into a small white enclosing box, cardboard box.
And when you provided them to the set of Rust, how did they get there? Did you drive there yourself?
Sarah Zachary, the prop master of Rust, came by my office and brought a gun that they were having trouble with, reassembling that gun after it was being cleaned. So I quickly put that back together, met with her, chatted, and gave her the dummy rounds.
And is that the only box that you provided?
Yes.
Did anything from this box that we have here, or this container, Defendant's Exhibit A21, was any of that sent to the set of Rust?
Absolutely not.
Let me ask you, did you also supply props and ammunition to the set of a movie called The Old Way?
No ammunition. Blanks and dummy rounds, yes.
And do you know who the armorer was on the set of The Old Way?
Hannah Gutierrez Reed.
And you indicated that you didn't supply ammunition. If you know, do you know if dummy rounds were used on the set of The Old Way?
They were. Dummy rounds were used.
And where did those dummy rounds come from if you didn't provide them?
They came from Thale Reed.
How do you know that?
Because I witnessed them packing up her car and assembling all the blanks and dummy rounds that she was going to need.
So did Hannah stay in touch with you when she was working as the armorer on the set of The Old Way?
Loosely, yes.
Did you receive any communications from her regarding the use of live rounds in the prop gun?
She did. She did reach out to me.
How? Text? Call?
Both. She called on one particular day because she had been looking for 45 Colt ammunition, live ammunition to shoot.
How did you know that?
Because she asked me at the office. And I thought it was odd because Thale had live ammunition and why was he not giving his daughter any? I found it peculiar. So at one point in her travels from Albuquerque to Livingston, Montana, she stops along the way and stays with friends in Denver, Colorado. And at one point between Denver, Colorado and Livingston, Montana on her travels, she called me and told me she finally had found live ammunition, 45.
So once she makes it to Montana, does she contact you about shooting live ammunition out of the prop guns?
She does. She texts me this time and she asks if she can shoot live ammunition out of the set guns.
Well, how did you respond?
I said absolutely not, and it's a big mistake, and I even said it always ends in tears.
And did you have any additional communications with her about live rounds after that?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So after you take your box of dummy rounds and you give it to Sarah Zachary, do you ever see it again?
Only in the evidence photos.
Okay, so let's look at those. Defendant's Exhibit A27 previously entered into evidence. Do you see that?
I do.
And do you know what we're looking at here?
I do.
Describe to us what we're looking at.
Well, these are these antiqued rounds that came off the set of 1883, actually more specifically the prop truck of 1883. And you can see that they're heavily aged. And this is after each one has been polished with Quado steel wool for about a minute.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, okay.
What about this one? Does this one look different?
Yeah, absolutely. The case is way too bright. It looks nearly new. And that is an anomaly. I do not believe that came from me because all the rounds were heavily aged.
Okay, I'm going to show you what is entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 30. Do you see that?
I do.
What is that a photo of?
It looks to be the same antique rounds, dummy rounds that I provided Rust.
Okay. So you provide these to the set of Rust, and obviously there's an incident and Ms. Hutchins dies. Do you then reach out to law enforcement and begin communicating with law enforcement?
I do.
Why?
Well, I think they wanted access to the guns that were on the prop truck near the set of Rust. And there was some text message discussions regarding that. I offered to open the safe
Why did you have a combination to the safe on the set of Rust?
I actually didn't until I think the day that I met former Detective Hancock at the prop truck, the day that they executed the warrant. I didn't actually have the combination until Sarah Zachary gave it to me.
So Ms. Zachary gave you the combination and you were able to open the safe?
I didn't actually physically open it myself. I never went onto the prop truck, just passed along
Okay,
to...
what did you do then?
Well, I met off to the side with Detective Hancock at the time, and at one point Sarah Zachary was there as well while they were searching the prop truck, and as well as opening and starting to pull guns out of the safe.
Okay. Do you recall having a conversation with Detective Hancock where you asked Mr. Teskey to provide information about rounds?
I do.
Tell us about that.
Well, it was one of 2 or 3 times that I went up to the sheriff's department to provide evidence or something that I thought might be of value to the investigation. And upon one of those visits, we were in the interview room and I was just trying to figure out where these live rounds could have come from. And I thought possibly Troy Teskey might have something that was similar. And so I called him while we were in the interview room, and I believe it was being recorded with Detective Hancock right there. And we started the dialogue. And at that point, it went into a text exchange with pictures as well, with at least one picture.
I haven't had an opportunity to mark this as evidence, but I'd like to. I only have a digital copy of it, but I intend to use this with the witness. This is as an offer of proof, Your Honor. This is a copy of the text message between Mr. Teskey and Mr. Kinney. So I'd like to just go ahead and display it, and I can mark it and provide it to the court. I just don't have a paper copy of it. Do you need to see it?
No, I know what this document is.
Okay, let's go.
What is it going to be? Going to be actually, this is a separate motion hearing. So when I marked that the supplemental as courts 13, I think I should have marked it separately as courts 1.
Okay.
Motion hearing, and then while we're here, I have not marked those. So those are courts 2.
These are the ammunition?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So what do you want me to mark this exhibit that I'm going to use with Mr. Kinney?
Well, now you're going to have to, well, let me do this. Let me make this Courts Roman numeral 1 and Courts Roman numeral 2, and then you can keep your 1s and he can keep his alphabet. You can keep your numerics.
I should just continue with the next exhibit?
No, because we're in a motion hearing now.
Right. So we'll call this State's Exhibit 1.
Right.
Okay, got it.
Now, you also introduced some other evidence, which you can refer, you don't have to reintroduce it. We'll just identify it as like 27 from the trial. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Okay. Can you mark this? Can you mark that for me? Courts 2, Roman numeral 2.
Is there a reason I'm not seeing this on the monitors? Oh, sorry, did I miss that? Yeah.
Okay, well, he's doing this first.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, right there, right on top. Thank you. Okay.
Do you see what's in front of you, sir?
Video.
Is this tell us what we're looking at here, and if you can, and what we're looking at is going to be State's Exhibit 1 for the motion hearing. I'm enlarging it, and I'll move it away again. Can you see the date?
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
What is it?
November 1, 2021.
So tell us what we're looking at. What were the circumstances of this?
This is, once I had called Troy Teskey in the interview room at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office with Detective Hancock present. He was somewhere out and about, and he said he would be home in about 5 minutes or so. And at that point, I asked him if he had any of the reloads that Thale had owned for a number of years that a common friend of ours had manufactured for him. And I asked for samples.
Hang on. Why would Troy Teskey have Thel Reed's ammunition?
Troy used to store Thale's guns and ammunition for him at his home.
Okay. So you ask Troy if he has any of the leftover reloads.
Correct.
And so is what we're looking at, the leftover reloads that you're asking about, did they go to 1883?
They're the same reloads, but they never cross paths once Thale leaves Bullhead City with the ammo can of 325. That are those reloads. These reloads are some of the ones that Thale left along with his guns for Troy Teskey to store.
So these never went to the set of 1883?
Absolutely not.
And
Definitely not a set.
Okay, whatever. The cowboy training camp. Yeah. And did they ever go to you?
No.
Because they never went to you, were you ever able to intentionally or mistakenly provide them to the set of Rust?
Definitely not. And they're not even, the brass primers are a dead giveaway for that which was not on Rust.
And you bring me to my next question. Are you familiar with the way that the live rounds found on the set of Rust look?
I am.
Do they look like these?
No.
So let's look at the text exchange here at the bottom. Who's communicating?
My text is in green, and Troy's is on the left side in black and white.
So what does Troy say?
Excuse me. Again, glasses are horrible. Sorry about this. Yeah, thank you. Just below the picture, Troy writes, I checked a bunch of the rounds. These are the 4 different types that I could find. And I reply, yep, it's evidence in the accidental death.
And hang on, we're going to stop there. Why did you think this was evidence in the accidental death?
Well, I think at that point, without having seen the evidence photos and knowing, the only thing I did see was Detective Hancock shared with me a black and white 8.5 by 11 piece of paper with some pictures on it, and I saw Starline brass, and it was it was the nickel primer Starline brass case, and I hadn't really connected the dots that the gentleman that loaded these hasn't had nickel primers in 10, 12 years.
How do you know that?
Well, he says he only used Winchester primers.
No. Did you speak to him? How do you know that?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Right after Hancock and I got done with this meeting, I called him because it dawned on me that it seemed unlikely that there would be two different color primers. And so I called the gentleman and I asked him, at what point, if you
What
made
gentleman? Don't use the word gentleman. We need names.
Joe Swanson.
Okay.
Okay. So I called Joe Swanson. I asked him at what point, if he remembered making the reloads for Thale, which he did. I asked him which powders he might have used, and he gave me two options, and one of which was Trail Boss powder. And I asked him, I said, well, at what point would you switch between brass and nickel primers? And he said, I wouldn't. And I said, well, why? He said, well, because Winchester stopped making them 10, 12 years ago.
Not making what?
Nickel primers.
Okay.
So he only, if we look at all the evidence photos of all the blanks that Joe Swanson makes, you will not see a nickel primer in any of those blank rounds for the same reason.
So you indicated to Mr. Teskey on November 1st, 2021, this is evidence in the accidental death. And you're talking about this photograph.
I am. And well, the rounds.
The rounds
specifically
in the
rounds.
photograph.
Yes.
Have you learned a few things about the evidence in the case and the live rounds that were found on Russ since November 1st of 2021?
Yes.
Do you still believe that these are evidence in the accidental death?
Definitely not.
And then I see Mr. Teskey responds and says, okay, and then what do you say?
Can you zoom in? Thank you.
Let me see. There you go.
I reply, ugh, this sucks, but she's seriously trying to blame everyone else for her mistake.
What does he say?
He replies, who is she? Hannah? ? And I reply, Hannah.
And then you ask an important question. Read that to us.
Yeah, November 3rd, 2021, I ask Troy Teskey in text, did you see any rounds in either box with nickel primers?
What's his response?
He replies, no.
Okay. Is that just a close-up of the same photo of the ammunition?
It is.
And you have testified that this is dissimilar. This is dissimilar to the live rounds that were on the set of Rust.
Yes, and from this photo, we can only see that we have four different, cases, different manufacturers of cases. The brass primers are obviously a dead giveaway, but what we don't see on the inside is that the powder is different than Rust. The actual powder itself, as well as the projectiles, are different than what was found on Rust.
So, Mr. Kinney, the ammunition that is in this can here, that's Defendant's Exhibit A21, what happened to it? Where did it go?
I'm not seeing an exhibit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's right.
I can't switch back and forth that.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Can you see it? Do you want me to
The
touch?
gray bin. Yeah, the gray bin. Yep. I see it.
What happened to the ammunition that was in this can that you brought back from Texas?
It sat in that bin in the bathroom and was.
No, and ultimately, when did it leave PDQ? Under what circumstances?
Oh, when the sheriff's department executed a search warrant on my business.
They took all of it.
Yes, they weren't entitled to all of it, but I just said take all of it. The warrant specified it had to be Starline brass, and I just told them take it all.
So everything that you brought back from Texas is in the custody of the sheriff's department.
Correct.
Did you, at any point in time, did you ever exchange ammunition with Thel Reed or Troy Teskey again after the death of Halyna Hutchins?
No.
So any ammunition that would be in the possession of Mr. Teskey, is that anything that you have ever had possession of?
No. No, I've only once received 45 Colt live ammunition from someone, and that was Thale, and that on our way headed to Texas. And I hadn't opened the can until we got to Texas.
At some point in time, Mr. Kinney, did you have reason to believe that Mr. Reed and Mr. Teskey wanted to blame the introduction of the live rounds to the set of Rust on you?
To varying degrees, yes. I wasn't, Thale definitely. And later on, Troy, it seemed palpable that they were trying to point the finger at me.
Okay. Let me think, hang on just a second. I just want to make sure I'm done. How certain are you that you didn't provide any live rounds to the set of Rust?
I have provided blanks and dummy rounds and guns to over 1,000 different productions. And on average, it's 5 to 10 guns per episode, per feature film. And each gun would typically have about 10 dummy rounds with it. So that's between 50 and 100,000 dummy rounds. And I have never spent more time with a single box of dummy rounds than the rounds that came from 1883, the dummy rounds that went to Ross. So there was never a question in my mind that I provided the live ammunition to Rust.
Okay, I'll pass this witness. And Mr. Spira, is there an exhibit that you need me to provide?
Just if you could email me that.
The text message?
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So in the thousands of times you provided ammunition to movie sets that you just told me about?
Blanks and dummy rounds.
I know, I apologize.
That's
I'm
all right.
I'm not trying to use the word ammunition to get you.
Gotcha.
All right. In the thousands of times you've done that, that would mean.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, Ms. Johnson's asking to approach.
thousands of productions that you've
1,000-ish, not thousands.
Okay. The 1,000 productions that you've, oh, you said over 1,000 different productions.
Feature films, episodics.
Okay. 5 to 10 guns per episode per feature film.
Or an episode.
Each gun would typically have about 10 dummy rounds with it, so that's between 50 and 100,000 dummy rounds, right?
Yes. 5,000. Yeah, that's the math. Yeah.
And you're telling this court that of all the dummy rounds in all the productions in all the years, these 50 were the ones that you checked the most.
They required the most time because of the antiquing and because that, again, some of them had a muddy rattle. So there was no point in providing a dummy round that had a muddy rattle to set. That's the last thing you want to have happen. And so each one had to ring clearly with the number 2 lead shot inside of it.
And of all the dummy rounds on all the sets, these ones had a muddy rattle.
No, the ones that were excluded had a muddy rattle.
I see. You provided 45 long Colt dummy rounds to the set of Russ, correct?
Yes. And more specifically through Sarah Zachary. She picked them up.
Right. And you know Sarah Zachary was at your prop house on the 12th of October, correct?
Yes.
And you came back from Albuquerque. You came back from 1883 on the 11th, at least one trip, correct?
Yeah, I arrived sometime in the middle of the night, the night of the 11th. It could have been past midnight.
You've got to put it on. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. You arrived the 11th.
Night of the 11th.
She comes the 12th.
Yes.
Shooting happens on the 21st.
Yes.
Russ needed 45 long Colt dummies.
May have knew they were running short.
Okay, they may have not needed it the most of all time, but they needed it, right?
Possibly.
You have already told this court that you had brought 45 long Colt rounds from the set of 1883, correct?
The dummy rounds from the prop truck, yes.
There were also live ammunition on 1883, correct?
No.
There was no live ammunition on the set of 1883, not on the set of 1883, at the cowboy camp, just off the set of 1883.
Not even close to anything that was filming.
Okay, so not anywhere close to filming, not on the set, but at 1883's cowboy camp.
The cowboy training camp for 1883, yes.
Okay.
Live, yes.
And you brought some of those live rounds to PDQ, correct?
Yes.
The live 45 long Colt rounds to PDQ, correct?
Yes.
And you've told this court that when you brought them back, they were between 50 and 100, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you provided 45 long Colts, again, you say dummies, I get it, to Sarah Zachary, correct?
Correct.
Those were Starline brass with nickel primers, correct?
Yes.
The invoice you provided to Sarah Zachary and the set of Russ had 200 listed as the amount that you provided, correct?
I don't recall.
Do you deny it?
Sounds about right. It could be. The invoice was generated weeks after, so it was done from memory at that point.
Okay. Have you been watching any of this trial?
No, just the headlines, whatever comes on the news.
Okay. Do you know that on direct examination of CST Popple, that this was entered into evidence, which is states 30?
I haven't seen her at all during this trial.
Well, eventually on cross-examination, it turned out that these were, of course, the rounds provided, correct?
Except for the bright one in the lower row, in the middle, just above the 2 zeros that are next to each other. Yeah, in the evidence number, I don't believe that is a round that came from PDQ.
When you say you don't believe, what you think you said in direct is you're not certain, but you don't believe, correct?
was 2.5 years ago. It does not appear, I'm 99.9% sure that was not inclusive of the original styrofoam insert of 50 in the box.
Okay, so it sounds like you're not certain, but fairly certain, and it's been a long time. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. At the time, when your memory was fresher, you actually received a photograph of this, and you told Detective Hancock this, and it has a nickel primer, which is sketchy. Correct?
Can I don't know what the photograph is. A photograph of what?
Did you, in fact, tell Detective Hancock that that picture, that round, was sketchy?
I recall saying that, or texting her, possibly texting her saying that, because it was concerning, because it didn't look like any of the antique rounds that I had provided.
Right. So at the time, years ago, when you first see this, when your memory was fresher, the word you used was sketchy, correct?
I recall that, yes.
The incident happens on the 21st of October, and at 1:55 p.m., you receive a text message from Sarah Zachary telling you that this has occurred, correct?
I think it wasn't telling me that it occurred. It just said emergency in all caps.
And you called her, right?
I did. I missed a call from her, received the text. I think I said I'd call her back, and I did.
Okay.
Within just a minute or two.
And between the time you provided, whatever it is that you provided to Rust, and the moment you get that emergency text, isn't it fair to say you're not sitting around, daydreaming and wondering and thinking about each round you provided and whatever you provided to the set? You do this for a living. You do it lots of times, right?
That's correct, yeah.
But the moment that happens, right, things change, didn't they?
What changed?
Well, Miss Hutchins died, right?
I wasn't aware of that till hours later.
You spoke to Miss Zachary 5 times that night, right?
I don't recall. Probably.
Ms. Zachary, had the shell casing, right, at one point that evening?
No, I don't recall that.
You don't recall that?
No, that she said she held the spent case from the gun. I don't recall that.
Sarah Zachary threw out some of the evidence, correct?
I had heard that months and months afterwards, that she had thrown out dummy rounds from Jensen Ackles' gun.
Months and months?
I believe so.
Sure about that?
Fairly. It's been a long time.
Right. And the only messages that we have from around that time we're going to look at. But you knew at that moment that you had just provided 45 Starline brass dummies, correct? With nickel primers.
Nearly all the dummy rounds I provide are Starline brass.
And you would agree with me that anybody who did provide that round or brought it onto the set would have every reason to want to deny that, correct?
No. Hannah Gutierrez admitted in questioning at the sheriff's office that she brought the box that contained the live rounds.
No, she didn't. She actually said she hadn't seen that box. And that's just something that's been fed to you by the prosecutors. Isn't that true?
No, I've actually seen the interview.
Okay, well, we can pull up that interview if we need to. So the week after the accident, that we have some of your text messages, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you weren't sleeping, right?
Correct.
You were drinking a lot?
I don't even remember.
You were talking to your cop buddies to try to get advice about the case?
I don't recall that.
You texted Sarah Zachary in the days that followed, do not say anything or write anything to anyone, right?
Yes, I remember that text.
Do nothing, say nothing, write nothing, correct?
Correct.
She told you she wanted to get a lawyer, right?
Yes.
You told her not to get a lawyer, right?
Yes.
In fact, at one point you just said, shh, and with an emoji, right?
I don't recall that.
Okay. You did provide Detective Hancock. Do we have that photo that was entered into evidence on the screen? Okay. Did you email that? Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll get it in a minute. But the one that you just saw on the screen of you and Mr. Teskey, do you remember that photograph that you just looked at?
With the reloads?
Yeah.
Yes.
You actually took a screenshot of that and sent it to Detective Hancock, correct?
It sounds like something I would do. I don't recall doing it, but it sounds accurate.
Okay. Does it sound like, I don't have the photo, so, but the photo that you took and sent to, of the screenshot that you sent to Detective Hancock, it included that line. Yes, this is evidence in the accidental death, right?
That was my speculation prior to learning that the live rounds from Rust had nickel primers.
Well, sir, that's the problem with your testimony, isn't it?
Which is what?
In the very same text chain, you ask about nickel primers. So how is it possible that you didn't know about it when you said that this is evidence in the accidental death?
Because the meeting with Hancock and the text exchange with the pitcher occurred on November 1st. 2 days later, on November 3rd, I had asked by text whether or not any of the rounds had nickel primers. And he replied, Troy Teskey replied, no. And at that point, that was the reason why.
So this is, I think it's Court Exhibit 2, perhaps, of this hearing.
This one? No, mine are Roman numeral 1 and 2.
It's going to be States 1.
States 1.
I just haven't had a chance to mark it.
That's fine. We'll call it States 1 for now. You see it on your screen?
I do.
Okay. And you say, yep, it's evidence in the accidental death, correct?
That's on November 1st, yes.
Correct. That's what you wrote, sir, right?
On November 1st, yes.
Okay. And you didn't say anything about speculating, did you?
No.
Okay. But when you screenshot this to Detective Hancock, which I'm going to talk about in a minute, let me ask you, after he says, okay, you say, this sucks, but she's seriously trying to blame everyone else for her mistake, correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
Okay. So it's, this sucks, but she's trying to blame everybody else, right?
Yes.
This sucks that it comes from the same batch, but it's really her fault because she loaded into the weapon, right?
Well, first off, I pronounced that ugh. And then what was the second part of your question?
But it's her fault because she loaded into the weapon, correct?
Certainly.
And you said that over and over again as you continue to meet with law enforcement, that whatever happened here, it's her fault. She loaded it, correct?
Well, certainly she's responsible for loading a live round into a gun on a movie set.
How come when you provided the screenshot, this is defense 1 for the hearing, how come when you provided to
Defense A.
Defense Ed, sorry, Your Honor. How come when you provided the screenshot of the text message to Detective Hancock, you left out the, this sucks. But seriously, she's trying to blame everyone else for her mistake.
If you put that back up, I think you'll see that the digital keyboard is in the way of whatever's underneath it.
I see. And is there something with your phone where you can't take multiple screenshots and just go further down like you did 10 other times in this case?
That's a picture of a picture.
I understand that, but I'm asking you.
That's.
Why didn't you provide the message of, this sucks?
I did, and what I'm saying to you is that when you take a picture of a phone with a keyboard up, it's going to block the lower half of the message.
Okay, so on November 1st, you agreed to an interview with Detective Hancock, correct?
Sounds about right. Yeah.
No other officers?
Yeah, November 1st, yeah.
No other officers were present, correct?
It was just Hancock in the interview room, correct?
And you talked about your phone call that you made with Troy Teskey, right?
I did it in front of her.
No, I know. You were very, very cooperative, correct?
I thought so.
I don't think you mentioned on direct examination, but tell me if I'm wrong. You also made a phone call to Joe Swanson in front of Detective Hancock.
I don't recall it being in front of Hancock. It was as I was driving away, and it dawned on me that I kept on seeing brass and nickel, and it didn't wash with me. It didn't make sense.
Joe Swanson and the original batch of the ammunition was very much on your mind. Fair?
Of the reloads, yeah, I was fairly confident that somehow some of that reloaded ammunition came in through a piece of leather, or Hannah had been gotten hold of some of it, been shooting it, commingled it with dummy rounds. I was concerned that it was going to be a Joe Swanson reload.
It turns out you actually made the call to Joe Swanson within earshot of the police recording equipment. And you asked Mr. Swanson about the green ammo can.
I don't recall that.
Okay. And you then said, shit. Well, she didn't do her fucking job.
Now I recall, yes.
I bet you do, right? And the she who didn't do her fucking job was the armorer, right?
Correct.
And the shit is the commingled rounds, isn't it?
Well, I think the shit was a concern that Swanson was going to get dragged into this, and it was going to have been some of his reloads that caused the death and injury.
Oh, the exclaiming of the shit was your concern for Joe?
I think it's a collective. I mean, there's 4 of them there. There's a lot of shit.
So some of the shits were for everybody that had ever touched the commingled round.
The whole thing is awful.
Okay. Can we agree that you didn't intentionally provide live ammunition at the set of Rust?
We can agree that it didn't at all.
Okay. Well, we can't actually agree to that.
Okay.
And by the way, that's November 1st. November 30th, okay, a month later, the police come knocking with a search warrant, right?
Yes.
Just like you were there at the truck search, you were there at the PDQ warrant search, right?
I was on a connector flight from Phoenix.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Both times, both at the truck and at your the search at your prop house, both times you happened to be grabbing onto a flight and getting there just that day, right?
No, actually, I was in Las Cruces on Bruce Willis's final movie, finished that, and was heading to the Rust set directly from Las Cruces, driving in the Sprinter van.
That was after you got the code to the safe, right?
I recall that I got the code while driving.
So if law enforcement were to have represented in this courtroom that they needed you to open up the safe, and that's why you were at the truck search, that's not actually true, because Sarah Zachary had the code, they had the code. That whole story about needing you there for the code is pure fiction, right?
I don't know that it's fiction. I think it was more along the lines of Hancock wanted to interview me, and also I wanted to be there to assist in any way that I could have with the investigation. So I think they're being cordial in waiting for me to show up.
Okay. Back to PDQ. The warrant was signed by a judge authorizing them to search your property, right?
I saw that, yes.
And when you saw in the warrant that it talked about the reloads and the green ammo can, you actually started to text Detective Hancock, upset with her for including that in the warrant, didn't you?
I did.
You had video surveillance at PDQ, correct?
There was, I don't recall exactly at what point the camera overrode itself.
Well, that wasn't my question. My question was just you had surveillance footage at PDQ. In fact, in the...
Yeah, but excuse me, if the footage has been overwritten, then I don't have it.
You have surveillance equipment there that records, whether it's overwritten or not. You don't know. Is that your testimony?
I have surveillance equipment, yes.
Okay. And actually, during the search of PDQ, you were looking at your phone because you have a remote access trying to see the surveillance footage and what it was catching. Remember that?
I don't recall that, no.
Do you deny it?
If I was actually inside the premises?
You're inside the premises on your phone looking at the surveillance equipment that you have remote locked into your cell phone.
I don't recall. It's possible.
Okay. And the testimony you have given this court is at that point in time, right? There's a green ammo can there, correct?
Yes.
The same green ammo can you're calling Swanson and Teskey about in front of Hancock, correct?
Sounds, yeah, roughly accurate, yes.
Right. Unwritten on it was the word empty, right?
Was it? Oh, yeah, black ink next to the silver duct tape on top. Yes.
And lo and behold, law enforcement doesn't find anything in the empty can, right?
There was tags and office supplies and other things in it.
But we know at one point there was ammunition in it, right?
The last time was in Texas.
Nothing further.
Unless the court has any questions for the witness, I don't
This
have
witness
any.
is excused. Thank you, sir. Next witness. Thank you. Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Have a seat, talk into the microphone.
Corporal. On November 1st of 2021, did you have a meeting with Seth Kinney?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that meeting?
I don't know the entirety of the purpose of it, but I think it was something to do with ammunition for Rust.
And were you provided, or did Mr. Kinney share with you a photograph of ammunition?
Yes.
And do you recall the photograph?
No, I don't.
Would you recognize it if I showed it to you?
I might.
Does that look familiar?
Not entirely, no.
Okay, let me show you something else. Would it refresh your memory if you saw the text exchange between Mr. Kinney and Mr. Teskey?
Yes.
Can you see that? Do you want me, I'm going to enlarge it. Do you see the date?
I do.
I'm going to go down so you can see the rest of it. Do you see the rest of it?
Yes, I do.
Is that the photograph of the ammunition that was shared with you by Mr. Kinney that came from Mr. Teskey on November 1st?
I remember this conversation between the two of them.
Okay, explain it to us then. And I'm sorry, I'm showing you for the record, States Exhibit 1 for the motion hearing. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Well, tell us about the conversation.
Yes.
Tell us about this meeting. What happens?
So this was a conversation with Troy and Seth, and I guess an exchange of where the rounds that Troy may have had that could have been in relation to Rust. Right? Yeah.
So did you see this photograph on that day?
Yes.
And were you able from the photograph to determine whether or not these rounds were similar to the rounds found on the set of Rust?
These would not have been similar to what we had found.
How can you see that?
So some of them, well, a lot of them have an actual head stamp of companies or manufacturers such as Winchester, BHA. I think the other one says CBC. It's a little hard to see with the shadowing in the picture. The only one out of these that would have been somewhat similar to what we had found on Rust is the third one from the left, which shows the Starline brass logo and it says 45 Colt. However, a distinguishable difference in this round and what we had found on Rust would have been the color of the primer. They're different colors.
Okay. If you recall, did you yourself ever have a conversation with Mr. Teskey?
Not where it was just me and him, but I have had a conversation with him in the conversation.
So let me ask you this. After you were provided this information, the photograph and the information about the rounds, where was your understanding of where those rounds were located?
In Arizona.
And did you have any communications with Mr. Teskey about obtaining those rounds?
Yeah, I had asked Mr. Teskey at least a couple times for him to figure out how to send those rounds to the sheriff's office. I asked him on a couple different occasions to either ship them or figure out a way that we could still get them in the sheriff's office possession.
And you wanted to do that even though they didn't appear to match the rounds from Rust?
Yes.
Why?
Because the investigation in itself was still very fresh at that time. It was still ongoing. I wanted to make sure that we had all the information that was brought forward to us in order to continue this investigation.
Did you see Mr. Teskey at Ms. Gutierrez's trial?
I did.
And were you aware that Mr. Teskey was a friend of Ms. Gutierrez's father?
Yes.
Did you receive any communications during the Gutierrez trial relating to Mr. Teskey?
I did.
Tell us about those.
So during her Hannah's trial, or near the end of it, I had gotten some correspondence that a male by the name of Troy Teskey had came in and had ammunition, and that he wanted to turn it over.
Came in where?
To the courts.
So he came here?
Yes.
To this building?
Yes.
And who did he speak to, if you know?
He spoke to I believe the deputies downstairs that were working the courts.
And what were you doing at that point in time?
I was here in trial.
So you receive information that there's a person down there that has what?
Ammunition.
And how did you respond? What did you do?
I had asked the deputy, I said, can you just have him wait until, have him wait here until I have a moment that I can speak with him.
Did he wait for you?
No.
Where do we go from here? What happens next?
From there, I believe we had a break. I had asked where Troy was. They said he was no longer here. And then further on into the day, I don't know if it was a call or a text message, but I had gotten word that Troy had shown up to the sheriff's office and was trying to turn over that ammunition. At that point, we're still in trial, so I have a little bit of limited time and where I need to figure out logistics with this. And I believe I had gotten a call from the lieutenant or someone there, and I said, okay, well, I'm still here, but I will make contact with him at a later point and get a statement from him so we can figure out what to do with this.
And at that point in time, were you aware that he had left some ammunition at the sheriff's department?
Yes.
And did you take steps to contact Mr. Teskey to take his statement?
I did. I called him twice when I had found out that he had shown up to the sheriff's office. I didn't receive, or he didn't pick up the phone, and I never received a call back.
And let me ask you, why is it important for you to take his statement?
Because I need to figure out what to do with this ammunition and how it would potentially be tied to the case and in what way, so I can figure out what to do with it after that.
At the time that you were reaching out to him that day, do you have any idea whether or not this is related to the case?
Just by him saying it might be, but not in what context it would have been.
But you didn't speak to him?
No.
Okay. And is that the reason you were trying to reach him?
Yes, and to try to set up something where I could have a discussion or an interview with him.
And you want to have the interview because you want to see if it's tied to the case?
Yes.
So you call him twice, and does he respond?
No.
Do you continue to try to reach him?
I did try to reach him again. I believe it was the following week. I tried to reach out a couple times and never received a response back.
So if you don't have a witness who will give you an interview regarding the items that they've dropped off at the sheriff's department, how do you know that they're in any way related to the case?
I really wouldn't, because I didn't have a discussion with him.
Has Mr. Teskey ever returned your calls?
No.
Did you, are you aware that the exchange between Mr. Teskey and the people at the sheriff's department that took place when you were in trial with me, are you aware that at least part of that was recorded on a body-worn camera?
I know now.
When did you learn that?
Today.
And have you had an opportunity to review it?
We've
Yes.
never been given this, Your Honor.
I just got it. So
I just want the court to know. This is,
I can give it to them.
this is the newest of the revelations.
So there's when Teskey comes into the station, it's being recorded on a body-worn camera?
I believe that the defense did have it because they knew what Mr. Teskey was saying to Popple. That's the basis of the cross-examination.
Well, it's not, it hasn't been admitted as an exhibit.
Sure, and I can call Popple and have it admitted as an exhibitor. I can call Brendel, but it's a motion hearing. How do you want me to handle it? She's now seen it. I can give it to the defense.
No, I'm going to have the person that whose body it was on. Let me ask you, in the meantime, while I'm listening to this testimony, can I have the exhibits from Popple that she testified about the bullets and what they were, when they went to the FBI? Her inventory of bullets. May I have those exhibits? I know there's a lot of them.
Sure. I think there are probably some also from the defense. So does the defense want to go through their file?
I just want the ones that Popple testified off of, not any cross.
Are you looking for the one that I just highlighted specifically?
No, I'm looking for the ones that Popple testified she inventory and had tested.
Are you asking for scene photos or no? Just the ones that she had at the sheriff's
Yes,
department?
where she went through and somewhere in Ziplocs.
Okay, so not scene photos, just the ones from the sheriff's department?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Do you have those?
There should be.
And just for the record, Judge, we don't have the body-worn camera.
But I'm hearing you. I want to look at the bullets.
The physical.
Okay, I'll take the physical.
The physical, is it on YouTube? You don't need photos of boxes?
No,
just
no, I want what she testified of. The ones that were gathered at the scene, and then she went through how she tested them. There they are. Okay. All right, I think these are fine, Ms. Morrison. Okay, thank you.
Oh, so you want the actual bullets?
Well, these are fine.
Okay.
Well, I was gonna take the photos, but these are good too.
Okay.
Are these, may I ask, are these all these aren't all that were gathered at the scene, were they?
They are.
These are the sum total?
Correct. There were only 5 live rounds in addition to the spent casing.
Okay, which ones were, okay, were only the live rounds tested by the FBI? No, there were more that were tested by the FBI.
There were dummy rounds that were sent to the FBI that were confirmed to be dummy rounds.
Okay, that's what I want to look at.
The
Do you have
dummy-
pictures? Do you have pictures of that?
I don't think we've had her testify to that. I don't know.
Can I have all the exhibits that were entered while she testified? That's the best way to put it.
Sure. Right.
Sorry to interrupt.
No. Do you want them from the state and the defense?
Yes.
Okay, because
Do you want to announce what they are? Hayden, can you tell us what the exhibits are during Popple's testimony? Or I actually can, because I took notes. There they are. Let me do it.
hang on. We need to catch up with you if you're going to give us numbers. Hang on.
All right. Do you want me to tell you what they are?
I think Brian next to me has them. I'm just trying to get there. So I don't want you to list them off to me yet.
Well, it's just 15 through 21.
And I'm looking to start here at 15. I'm not finding 15, so give me just a minute. I've got 18 set aside. I've got 17 set aside. 15, 16. What was the other one? That's 15, 16, 17, and 18.
Okay. And then 20, 21, 23.
Okay, slow down, because it's, if you would, please. What was give me the first number again? We've got a ton of exhibits.
20, 21.
20 and 21?
23, 25.
Hang on. This is 20. You want that?
No, I just want the gun.
21 is the shot of the pew.
Yeah, I don't want the pew. I want
Okay, what else? So here's 10. Do you want that? That's a scene photo. But she testified to it.
A scene photo. What do you mean?
It's from the set of Rust. It was taken on the set.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want these? This does, okay. This one has ammunition on it?
Which is that from, no, I don't want,
This
I
is
only
9.
want the ones on the set, not in PDQ.
Okay. So what I'm handing you is all photos of state's exhibits that were of ammunition. Do you want the spent casing?
No.
Okay. Do you want me to go through the defendant's exhibits?
I want the defendant to go through the defendant's exhibits.
I'm glad you asked.
Do you want this?
Yeah, sure. Where's
Okay,
that?
that's the spent casing.
Okay, yeah.
These are the ones I have.
I have them here.
There you go, Judge.
All right, thank you so much. These are it? After all I asked for? Seems kind of thin from what I.
You know what? Hang on just a second. Let me go through these real quick.
All right.
Stop for just a second. Let me see what's in front of me.
These are enough. These are enough. These are enough. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. All right, let me just use these. Okay, let me just see if I might ask for more later. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt your question.
No, that's fine. Due to Mr. Teskey's refusal to speak to you, were you ever able to tie the items that he dropped off at the sheriff's department to the set of rest?
No.
Given that this is a motion hearing, and if the court wants me to do this a different way, please tell me. Over the lunch break, were we able to obtain the video and watch it?
Yes.
Did you hear what Mr. Teskey said in the video regarding whether or not these came from the set of Rust?
He said that they were not from the set.
That's what he said on the video?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm happy to get...
He can't cross-examine off of this.
Sure, and I can get it to him.
Well, you are going to give it to him, and this testimony, he can call her back up if he wants.
Absolutely, sure. I'll pass the witness.
All right, I have some questions. Can you put back on that video of the text that Seth Kenny got from Teskey?
If you guys have a flash drive, I'll give you that video right now.
And can you blow that up?
No, the top or the bottom?
The top.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to ask some questions.
Sure.
All right, so you testified that that only one seemed similar. Let's see. One similar to the Starline Brass Color Primer in Arizona, and that it's the third one. It says 45 Colt?
It didn't seem similar in the primer. It was different in the primer color. So
why is it different in the primer color?
Because the primer on the third one it's a brass color. The primers that came from Rust were silver.
These are, you counsel, you need to come up. Counsel, you need to come up. I'm questioning, you're gonna need to see this, both of you.
I can see what you're showing her. I saw what you're showing her.
I only see one silver here.
Right, but this is in reference to the live ammunition.
Look, you just testified. Let me just ask this. None of these look similar to the set on Rust.
To the live ammunition.
To the live ammunition on
Yes,
Rust.
ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
But it still looks similar to what was on Rust.
Yes, yes.
It looks similar to these on Rust.
For the dummies, yes.
Yes, it looks similar to dummies on Rust.
Dummies, but not live.
Okay, I understand your distinction on live. But they still look similar. That one, the third one from the left, still looks similar to dummies on Rust.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Can I proceed, John?
Yes.
I may not even need the video right now, so we can start without that.
All right.
Good afternoon, Corporal.
Afternoon.
When you started investigating this case, you were investigating this concept of sabotage, that there could have been an intentional live bullet placed onto the set. Do you remember that?
Not originally, but later on, yes.
Okay, and obviously if somebody...
I missed the question. Let me just ask it. So they're not similar to the live rounds. That was not similar to the live rounds, but they were similar to the dummies on Rust.
That's correct.
Okay, and the dummies on Rust were tested with the live ammo. by the FBI?
Yes, some of the dummies were sent.
Some of the dummies that look like that one on the phone.
I couldn't say which exact ones were sent to the FBI.
Okay, but you just testified that that looks similar to the dummies on Rust.
Yes.
You didn't differentiate, and that some of the dummies on Rust were sent to the FBI.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So, at certain point early on in this case, you entertained the possibility that this was an actual sabotage, that somebody could have intentionally placed the lethal bullet onto set, correct?
Yes.
And you quickly dispensed of that concept, right?
I don't think it was quickly dispensed. It was investigated.
Okay. And fair to say that if that had happened, that would have been a far different case, right?
It could have been. I don't.
And so then you turn to the idea of, well, somebody outside of Rust could have placed or been the cause of the ammunition ending up on set. And you interviewed Seth Kenney, I think you told this court yesterday, 10 times at least, right?
Yeah, I can't put an exact number, but it was a few times, yes.
Right. And that would have been a different case also, right?
If he had provided them? In relation to this case or in relation to the past case?
In relation to any case.
It's hard to say.
Well, you were here for investigator, I'm going to do this again, CST Popple's testimony yesterday, weren't you?
Yes.
And you've had an opportunity to view the 45 Starline brass that came out of this package today, correct?
No.
You haven't looked at it yet?
No.
Okay.
She was excluded as a witness, I think.
And are you aware, as you sit here, that there was 45 long cold Starline brass nickel in the courtroom today from CST Popple?
I just found that out today.
Okay. So you were here for this testimony in this courtroom. And let me ask you, Ms. Popple, the ammunition that the Good Samaritan, Mr. Teskey, the close friend of Hannah Gutierrez's dad, when that ammunition that he brought into you after the conviction, you still have it? Answer, yes. Question, you can bring it in here and you can show it to the jury, right? Answer, yes. And they can see for themselves that it does not match the live ammunition from the set of Rust, correct? Yes. And that it is obvious. Just when you look at it, it is not. Yes. Do you remember that testimony that you were sitting here for?
Yes, I do.
And that turns out to be completely false, doesn't it?
You're correct.
Mr. Kenney was just here. Did you see him in the hallway?
I saw him in passing, yes.
You interviewed him, I think you said over 10 times, right?
Yeah, I don't know the exact number.
40 plus phone calls, I think.
It was a lot.
Okay. And we have some of those text messages. And I'm going to put up defense. Defense B. On the screen. And it's not working. Okay. Okay. And you see at the top, this is a screenshot that he's sending you, right?
Yes.
And you see it ends with, yup, it's evidence. Yup, it's evidence in the accidental death, right?
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay. And he does not include the, ugh, this sucks when he sends it to you, right? You don't see any, ugh, this sucks on this, do you?
No.
It talks about how it's clearly, it looks like it's been reloaded. And that's him telling you that, right?
Sorry, let me just read really quick.
Sure.
Okay.
And you ask a very interesting question, Corporal, that sounds a lot like the question the court just asked you. You ask, do you think it could have come from the same batch since it's a different color, right?
Yes.
And he says, in writing, in no uncertain terms, I thought the same thing regarding the primer, but Joe has been known to mix different color primers and blanks. So no, still highly likely that it's from the same batch. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And you had that information in the month following the incident, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to fast forward. I'm not going to go through the Seth Kenny story with you today, okay?
Okay.
But it's fair to say, if we even fast forward to the end, Mr. Teskey comes in, and you had known Mr. Teskey's name because Seth Kenny had called him in front of you, right?
Yes.
And Seth Kenny's name came up, withdraw. Troy Teskey's name came up several times because Seth Kenny brought him up several times, right?
Yes.
In relation to the idea that the same batch of rounds from 1883 had at different points and different quantities touched Joel Swanson, Troy Teskey, Seth Kenny, right? They were all involved.
I don't know if it was in relation to 1883 or where it originated from exactly, but that it might be related, might be.
And that they would talk about in front of you on speakerphone the green ammo can that had leftover ammunition, correct?
Maybe, I'm not too sure.
Well, you're not denying that, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay, and in fact, when you went to search PDQ, in the warrant that you put in front of a court to get access to PDQ, you wrote into that warrant that you needed to find the green ammo can, correct?
I did.
And the reason that you needed to find the green ammo can, as you explained in the warrant, was because there may be live ammunition on it that matched the round that struck Ms. Hutchins, correct?
Yes, that was where that originated from was from Thel.
Well, but you see, I knew you were going to do that. It's not the only place it originated from. It also came up with Mr. Teskey and Mr. Swanson in front of you on November 1st when Mr. Kenny found out and said, shit, but it's her fucking fault, right?
He said that a lot.
He said that exact phrase? Shit, but it's her fucking fault? He said that a lot?
Yeah.
Did you grow suspicious of Mr. Kenny if he kept saying that?
No.
Oh, okay. So in any event, you knew that Mr. Teskey was at least somewhat involved because when you're interviewing Mr. Kenny, he's calling him in front of you, correct?
Yes.
Sending you screenshots of messages with him, correct?
Yes.
So Mr. Teskey showed up here, according to you, at the Hannah Gutierrez retrial, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Teskey then walked into the police precinct with ammunition that he claims and says is matching to the ammunition that struck Ms. Hutchins, right?
I don't think he ever made the statement it was matching.
Well, that's really for law enforcement and the FBI to decide, isn't it?
Which would have been investigated if he would have answered a phone call or returned a phone call.
Okay, and I know we're going to get to that, don't worry. But wasn't the first excuse you gave, Corporal. The first thing you said when this came up on direct examination was that you didn't know it was related to this case. Do you remember testifying to that on direct?
How would I have known if I wasn't given an opportunity to talk to him myself?
You would have no way of knowing that the man who was on speakerphone with you talking to Seth Kennedy, the man whose screenshots you received, the man who showed up at the Hannah Gutierrez retrial, the man who walked into your precinct talking about the Rust movie, you would have no way of knowing that it was related to Rust?
I would have need to come to the conclusion myself that it could have been tied back to Rust. There's been many people throughout this investigation that state that they have evidence or testimony to give that wasn't in relation to what I was doing.
Uh-huh. So is there other evidence in this case that has this quantum of proof that you have hidden from the defense?
I don't think I've hidden anything.
Is there any other evidence in this case that you think this court should be aware of, that you're aware of, Corporal Hancock?
No.
And when Mr. Teskey came in, he stated that he believed it was from the same batch of ammunition that was located at Seth Kenny's warehouse in Albuquerque, correct?
When he came in?
To the precinct.
So sorry, I just want to understand this.
Mhm.
You're saying that Troy Teskey made the statement to law enforcement that the ammunition matched Rust.
Correct.
Where is that statement coming from?
In your own police report.
Okay.
I'm reading it.
Okay, so that's not my police report.
I didn't say it was your police report.
You
Courtney.
just said it was.
No, I said in the police report.
Just as a point of clarification, can we?
Is this an objection or is she just talking?
Yeah, you gotta have an objection, okay? I said that, no running things.
My
Speak.
request is that we correct the record with regard to Mr. Spira's.
That is not an objection. What is your objection?
I want to correct the record that.
One word.
I'm showing you your police report.
He's corrected himself, a police report.
In the department, in your sheriff office's police report, okay? I don't mean your personal police report, but in your sheriff's office police report, right?
Okay, understand.
Okay. And not only does this police report come into the very same sheriff's office, correct? Right? This is your police department, right?
Yes.
Okay. Not only does it say live rounds of ammunition that he believed to be connected to the Rust case, right? You saw
Yes,
that, right?
yes.
Okay. Not only does he say it's the same batch that was at Seth Kenny's, right?
I mean, that's what it says there. I don't remember that statement in the video, but
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because the videotape, whatever there is that has also not been turned over, it didn't necessarily capture every conversation that Mr. Teskey had inside the police department that day. You don't know that.
that's correct.
Okay. And the other thing that I wanted to mention at this point is it's not as if Mr. Teskey was talking to some random auxiliary cop that happened to be walking through the station. He was talking to CST Popple, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
The same CST Popple that testified yesterday, right?
Yes.
That testified that everywhere in this case that she went, you went. Remember that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. She goes to the church on the day of the incident, you're there, right? She goes to the search of the truck, you're there. You go to PDQ, you're there. In the prosecutor's office, you're there. Trial prep, you're there. And that's who took this statement, right?
Yes.
You know, there's hundreds of items inventoried in this case, right?
Yes.
Every time you inventory an item in this case, there's no matching witness statement, right?
No.
Right? You pick up there's dozens of items, dozens and dozens of items that you all inventoried in this case that have no matching corresponding witness statement, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the story that has now been come up with, that the only reason we couldn't take this item was because there wasn't a matching witness statement, is just spun out of whole cloth, isn't it?
I don't think your statement's entirely correct. You said the reason why we couldn't take this item, which we did take the item.
You took the item, but you took it and put it in a different box than the rest of the items in the Rust case, correct?
Well, I don't think they're all, I mean, I'm not the evidence technician, so I don't know how.
Well, you know this wasn't placed and designated as a Rust evidentiary matter. It was kept and vouchered, as you heard yesterday, under a completely separate identification number, correct?
A different case number.
Right?
Yes.
Unlike the hundreds and hundreds of other items that were collected in this case from a variety of sources, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and a lot of those items were like random, irrelevant, tangential things that all went into CST Popple's inventory in this case, right?
I think all those items were collected on scenes through search warrants or through somebody that gave them to us that we could have had a conversation with. And I could be able to relate what that item was and how it may have been related to Rust.
There was no way to relate this item to Rust, and the guys in your precinct telling you this is related to Rust, and you had spoken to him on speakerphone and you had gotten those text messages. There's no way to relate it?
Again, I didn't get a statement from him when he's dropping off this ammunition and didn't see it because I wasn't there
Well-
when he was dropping the ammunition off.
Well, your colleagues got a statement, didn't they?
Yes.
Right? It's not like he didn't give a statement that day. He sat in the precinct and met in a room with your colleagues and did give a full statement. So that wasn't true either, right?
I didn't know that until today, that he had sat down with someone.
Okay, but now that you know that, now that you know that he gave a full witness statement, the story that the only reason that law enforcement couldn't possibly dream up a way to connect this to Rust and put it with the rest of the evidence doesn't work anymore, does it? Because he did give a statement, right?
I'm not going to agree with that because he said it didn't come from the set.
Well,
so
you keep saying that, but he's not. The point of this isn't that he literally snuck onto the set and took it back, right? The point is that he had the matching ammunition so that we could understand the source of the lethal round, right?
But again, I didn't know he had matching ammunition.
Well, but your colleagues did.
Again, that wasn't something that was told to me.
I understand your testimony, but given that he all of the things we've just discussed about, wouldn't you agree with me that if law enforcement were to come into this court and say the only reason we couldn't possibly connect this to Rust was because he didn't give a witness statement, that doesn't work if he did give a witness statement. True?
Potentially, I'm going to still say that I wouldn't agree with that because I wasn't able to speak with him and how it would have been in relation to Rust. When we submit things, we normally need to have a way to describe to the lab the reason for the testing.
We're going to jump to testing now?
Okay, well, maybe not testing, but
overruled.
Is there a rule in your department that when you take in evidence from somebody who says it's connected to something, that you need to have some additional witness statements before you just voucher it and inventory it with the rest of the evidence? Is there some rule that you could point the court to?
I don't think there's one.
Right. And in fact, there couldn't be because nowhere else in this case of the 100 of items did this rule apply, right?
But I don't know, I don't think it's correct to compare all the other items in this case to ammunition that was turned in during the end of a trial.
Okay. And I don't want to go through every single item that was inventory, voucher, whatever word you want to use in this case. But can we agree that there were lots of items vouchered and taken into evidence in this case that are more irrelevant than this very crucial piece of evidence, right?
I would say that there were items taken in that were irrelevant to maybe trials and all of that, but I can't say how relevant this is if I don't know the origination of where it came from.
And the real reason that you didn't inventory this with Rust evidence is because this harmed and jeopardized law enforcement's case, didn't it?
No, I wouldn't say it either way.
Okay. Well, you then told the court, right? So we worked through a few of these things. One, first you said you didn't know how it was connected. Then you said nobody interviewed him, couldn't connect it. And then you said to this court that you followed up with Mr. Teskey, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you follow up in cases, right, and have all your police reports, you write down in a police report, attempted to contact manager Chi Ho, returned my call, missed his call, voice message, right, in your police reports, right?
In mine, that's not mine.
In law, I shouldn't keep using the word yours. In the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office, when you all reach out to witnesses, there are often case supplemental reports indicating an attempt to contact someone, correct?
It's not a requirement.
Okay, did I ask you if it was a requirement?
And I'm just answering your question as to, I don't have to say every day and every time I tried to contact somebody.
Okay. But I'm asking you a slightly different question, which is that in this case, this Rust case, okay, there are lots of police reports in this case that are in your file, even if you didn't personally create them, that indicate law enforcement attempting to contact witnesses and failing to reach them, correct?
That specifically,
You can't answer that question, yes or no?
well, I'm explaining why that was.
I didn't ask why. I'm just asking. In your own file that you as the lead agent have, there are lots of police reports that say Detective so-and-so tried to reach somebody, couldn't reach them. Isn't that true?
In this case, yes, and that was done for a specific reason.
Okay, that's great. When you reached out, according to you, you were trying, moving heaven and earth to try to reach Mr. Teskey. Did you ever create a supplemental police report?
No.
Okay, let's go on to the next thing, which is you testified on direct examination that you then, in the weeks, months, whatever that followed, you attempted to reach Mr. Teskey, correct?
Yes.
Have you reviewed your phone records?
For which ones?
Are you sure you did that?
She asked you a question.
I'm asking for which phone?
Well, which do you have multiple phone numbers?
Yes.
Okay, I know the cell phone number that you've given out in this case, because we have those,
Mm-hmm.
right? Did you use that cell phone to contact Mr. Teskey?
I don't know exactly which phone that I used now.
Okay. Did you use the desk phone?
I don't know exactly which phone that I used.
Okay, well, there's no phone messages or calls, Mr. Teskey, from the cell phone that you used when you were conducting the rest of your law enforcement in this case, or the precinct, when you claimed to this court that you called?
Yes, I did call him.
No, but I'm asking you a different. Well, let me ask this. Well, you don't know what phone you called from?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, there are no calls from you and your cell phone that you used for everything else in this case to Mr. Teskey during the weeks that you claimed you were trying to reach him. Do you know that?
Okay, so that's my cell phone?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. There's also no phone calls in the days and weeks that you claim you were trying to reach him from the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office, the 505-428-3700 number. Okay?
That's our dispatch number.
Okay. There's no messages from any Santa Fe Police Department's phone in his phone records during that time period that you claim you were trying to reach him.
Yeah, but if I call, it's more than likely not going to come up from a no caller ID.
That's a no caller ID situation?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I would like to see the body worn camera at some time if that's even necessary for this proceeding, and I have no further questions for this witness.
Court has some follow-up questions. So on testimony, I don't know which one, who asked it, but anyway, you understood that Troy Teskey came over to the court and the deputies told him to wait for you, and that when you came down, he was gone, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if exactly when I came down, but when I was looking for him, I was told he had left.
All right, and at that point, you were aware it was Troy
Yes.
Teskey?
Yes.
Okay, so then you find out that because he couldn't, well, assuming he couldn't reach you here, he went over to the sheriff's office, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say today that he did not, he said these weren't from Rust, that's from you reviewing the lapel camera, correct?
That they were not from the set.
The set, and that's from reviewing the lapel camera, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you just reviewed that today. You didn't review it before.
That's correct.
All right. So when you find out, I assume from Popple, that he was over there and he dropped off the ammo, right?
Yeah. I'm not exactly sure who told me, but.
Okay. You can't confirm or deny that, well, you didn't know that he said it wasn't from the Rust set. In fact, the report says that he says it was from the Rust set, correct?
Right, which I had just reviewed today as well.
Right, right.
Yes.
But when Popple when you were advised that Troy was there or was there, your understanding was that he was claiming it was from the Rust set.
I wouldn't say it was from the set, but it could be in relation to Rust.
Okay, so he told Popple it was related to Rust.
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't go over to the sheriff's office and look at the ammo.
No. I was here.
Well, I understand you were here, but you didn't you said, well, Hannah Gutierrez's trial was over, which I took to mean that it wasn't pressing, but this case was ongoing at that time.
Yes.
So did you and Popple have a conversation about what to do with this ammo?
To my understanding, it was going to be put in evidence.
Which evidence?
At the sheriff's office.
The Rust evidence?
No.
Why not?
Just as far in our evidence section in the sheriff's office.
And why was that determination made?
As to why
Who
it
made
was.
it? Let me ask you, who made it?
These were discussions that were had with myself, with the supervisors at that time, and then with the prosecutors.
Were you the lead investigator?
Yes.
Okay. And you said, and with the prosecutors?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you all had discussions about what to do with what he dropped off?
Yes.
And you all agreed to put it in this separate file?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just very, very brief follow-up on the court's questions. The defense requested, both through you and the prosecutors, to see all of the ammunition in this case, right?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously, and I know it's obvious, but I want to make sure it's in the record, we were not ever shown that, correct?
Well, I believe that you guys had a secondary evidentiary meeting with the sheriff's office that was canceled the day before the meeting was supposed to happen. Or an evidence showing, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, we were able to come for some showings and not others. The reality is, when we came for showings, you never showed us this evidence, correct?
I don't know if I can agree with you there, because even on the first day that I was present at the evidence hearing, we didn't get through all the evidence that they wanted to see that day.
I don't have any more questions, please.
Let me ask you something. If Ms. Popple said it was not in the evidence viewing, would you disagree with her?
If this ammunition, sorry, I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
If what Troy Teskey dropped off was not in the evidence viewing, because I can get the testimony, but they had a narrow. If Ms. Popple said it was not part of the evidence viewing, that you did not gather it for the evidence viewing, would you disagree with her?
I believe that we were sent a list of what they wanted to see. And then, Your Honor, the first day that we had done an evidence showing, we didn't get through everything.
That's not what I asked you.
Yeah, I understand what I'm trying to, then we had another day.
Pardon me?
We had a second day that was set up to continue.
I asked you if you would disagree that Ms. Popple said that it was not included in the evidence viewing, not whether you got to it or whatever, but whether when they said we want evidence viewing, Ms. Popple said it was not part of the evidence viewing.
I don't know if it was or wasn't.
Would you disagree with her is what I'm asking.
I really don't know how to answer that.
Thank you. Redirect?
I can't provide the video until she logs into this system. Mr.
You know, I don't even think the video is relevant. She did not view it until today, so you can look at it. But do you have any cross-exam for her?
I just need to develop my records, so I need to get the video in. I need to get the video.
You can get the video in, okay? Are you going to get it in through her? Because I said it should come in from the person that wore the body
I
camera.
agree with you. He's here.
Okay, well, fine. So do you have any cross-examination for her?
I do. Corporal, as you sit here today, do you have any reason to believe that the ammunition that was provided by Mr. Teskey came from the set of Rust?
No.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
When you say that there were discussions and the decision was made by all of you to put that ammo in a separate file, right? Is that correct? You said that?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Ms. Morrissey part of that discussion?
Yes.
Thank you.
Let me give the court an offer of proof, and if Mr. Spiro wants me to, I'll testify under oath.
You are going to testify.
Sure, absolutely, I'm happy to. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 16. How do you know that's related to the set of Rust?
Because it was collected during a search.
Did it come from the scene?
Yes, I believe that one did come from the church.
State's
around.
Exhibit 29, how do you know that's related to the set of Rust?
That was the casing that Marissa collected.
State's Exhibit 10, how do you know that's related to the set of Rust?
Collected.
All of these photographs and all of the items that are in evidence, how do you know they're related to the set of Rust?
Because we got them from Rust, or during the investigation or some part of the investigation.
How do you know these rounds were in any way related to the set of Rust?
I don't.
Okay. Let's bring in Randall, if that's his.
Are you finishing?
Yes, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Witness is excused. Thank
Okay.
you. Your next witness?
Basic Judge, raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have a seat. Talk into the microphone.
State your name, sir.
It's Lieutenant Brian Brandel
How are you currently employed?
at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
And do you know why you're here to testify today?
Yes,
Were you present when a gentleman by the name of Troy Teskey brought ammunition into the sheriff's department?
yes, I was.
And at the time, were you running your body-worn camera?
Yes, I did.
And has that now been provided to me?
Yes,
Now, just so that we're clear, when you ran your body-worn camera, how did you preserve that video?
it is uploaded into a WatchGuard cloud.
And when you upload them to a WatchGuard cloud, do you link them to a case number?
Yes, they can be linked to a case number.
Was this video linked to a case number?
I don't recall. I'd have to look at the video, but I believe so.
Okay, and we have the video. I'm trying to. It's transferring over there? Okay, great. Why do you? Okay. Have you watched the video today?
Yes.
Did you watch it with me?
No, I did not.
I have no idea where it is now, so.
Well, you're gonna have to mark it before we publish it.
Do you want me to put it on a flash drive for the court and mark it that way?
Move it into evidence.
Sure, I'm working on pulling it up.
Yeah, sure.
Do you know the date that this was recorded?
I believe it was March 6th, 2024.
Would this be State's Exhibit 2?
I don't know.
I think it is. I'm going to show you what I'm going to mark as State's Exhibit 2. Can we display it?
Yeah, yeah. Well, you're publishing it and, but go ahead. I mean,
I'm not sure what.
All right.
Do you want to see the video or no?
I do want to see the video.
Okay.
Just- okay.
Does that look familiar to you?
Yes,
What are we looking at?
that's the hallway area of the San Jose County Sheriff's Office, I believe, near the first secure entrance into our area.
Is there a reason that we don't have volume?
It does have a pre-record that's just audio, and at the time when I initiate the activation, then it has audio. And to be correct, I was in the hallway headed towards that area.
No,
where it's
why don't we have audio? Does it take 30 seconds for the audio to come on?
It's when I activate it. So I believe it is set to a 30-second pre-video, and then once I activate the camera, the audio will
It comes
kick on.
on, okay.
Yes.
As far as I'm concerned, yeah. Hey, good. Troy, Lieutenant, so nice to meet you. I've got some evidence. You need to do this out here? Because I should probably write out something to go with this. Like a chain of custody. Well, we have a chain of custody there. So, yeah, come with me and we'll go. That's my wife. Hi, that's Becky.
Are you okay with that?
Yes. Where was Marissa? Went back to her area? There he is. Oh. You're standing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just so we have like a chain of custody. Wherever you want to go to get the evidence. Can go to the interview. It's fine. Sure. I can fill out a statement or something. What's the statement? Well, when I'm a witness, I was called here as a witness to the bus trial. And I live in Arizona, so it's a long way.
Right.
And I wanted to. At the last minute, he said, okay, I want you to testify. And then they didn't want the others.
Okay.
Well, I don't want to walk around with this evidence forever.
That's fair, that's fair. Whether you guys use it or not.
Yeah, I don't care what you do with it, I just don't want to have it.
That's okay.
And they're 45 cartridges, like.
They're from the set?
No.
Okay.
No. You want to know the details?
Could you hear what the gentleman said?
Yes.
Was he asked if they were from the set?
Yes.
What was his response?
No.
Or do you want me to
Well,
write it down?
let me start with, what is your name, sir?
Troy. Oh, that's a great start.
Troy what?
Troy Teske. Tesae. I've got all kinds of identification. You should see them.
And where are you getting called
I'm a
by
retired police officer.
the
and-
defense, okay. But they didn't end up using it. Okay.
Here's my police ID. And then I'm also a judge. You need to see that.
Sorry. Okay, so they're gonna have you bring 45 rounds?
Yeah, and at the last minute,
They talked to
The
her,
defense.
him on the phone. Years ago, they said that they're gonna have somebody pick it up from Roseland, which they never did. Okay, so he drives out here just in case.
Becky, this is my story.
Okay, but get it out. Don't want it anymore.
Sir, do you recall this conversation?
Yes, I do.
Do you know when Mr. Teskey is talking about being called as a witness in the Gutierrez trial, do you recall which side he was being called by?
I only learned that when he identified that.
What side?
On the defense side.
And when he said that he brought ammunition, but they didn't want to use it, was he referring to the prosecution or the defense?
Do you have any basis to know that?
Well, if he doesn't, I'm assuming he'll tell me.
But it's the defense.
Anyway, yeah.
All right, I want to go.
They told me no. The defense attorney said, hey, why don't you bring those rounds? And I thought, and two times, Hancock and then Morrissey. Hancock first said way back on November 5th. And November 5th, 2021, which was a week after the shooting. Seth Kinney called me, you know Seth? Everybody seems to know Seth here. But Seth, he was a friend of mine. And Seth Kinney called me from Hancock's office. She was a detective at the time. And he said, you're on the record. I want to know what's going on with you. Because I have these rounds from, it's the same batch that came from Joe Swanson.
Okay.
You know him too?
Yeah, I know of everybody.
I've
I've dealt with this case a lot.
You're the perfect person to what's your first name?
Marissa.
Marissa? Oh.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm the crime scene technician.
All right, well, I better jot that down. But I have some good notes on it. So my big concern was having these, they said, oh, okay. I said, I have these rounds. I have a batch, a whole bunch of rounds.
Okay.
Or a bunch. And then I said, well, you probably don't want me to send you the whole batch. You want me to just pull something out and send you a picture. So I took a picture with my phone, sent it to Seth, and he was in the office with Hancock. And they looked at it, and Seth said, yeah, this is evidence from the accidental shooting. The accident.
And when you say they're from the same batch of
Yes.
live rounds?
Yes.
Okay.
It's if you know the case, Thel Reed had a whole bunch of live rounds.
Yes.
And Seth and Thel went to Yellowstone 1884, 1883. And he was teaching people how to shoot with these rounds.
Right.
Then they left there and they went together from Arizona. And then they came back and went to another set, which was
Sir, why does your video end there?
Because I walked out of the interview and was attempting to, or I did contact Detective Hancock to see who this individual was and why he was there turning in evidence like he called it.
Okay. Did you know what it was evidence of?
He'd mentioned that it was tied to the Rust case.
Well, did he say in the video that it was not from the set of arrest?
No,
You didn't hear him say that?
I don't recall him saying that.
Yeah, I stopped it and I asked you what he said. Do you
Oh, I'm
remember
sorry.
giving that testimony?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
sorry, yes,
So the gentleman said on the video, it was not from the set of arrest.
yes,
Okay. And you called Corporal Hancock, right?
correct.
And do you recall the conversation you had with her?
Yes, I asked her, an individual is here, gave her the name. I said, he claims that he has evidence. How do you want me to proceed turning it in and documenting it? Or if she was available to come over and interview him. And at that time, you guys were still involved in the Hannah Reed case. So she was unavailable and she asked that it be documented and she would have to do further investigation onto it and interviews.
Okay. I'll pass the witness. I don't know if you have any questions.
I have a good question.
Do you want me to disconnect? Do you want me to leave it here?
I don't,
You don't need it? Okay.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
The witness that was in the precinct told you he was a retired police officer, correct?
Yes,
He offered to make a statement multiple times, correct?
yes,
Told you he was a witness multiple times, correct?
he did mention that.
Yeah. Told you he had evidence multiple times?
He did call it evidence, yes, but we had to confirm that it is in fact evidence, which is why I relayed to Detective Hancock that she needed to conduct an interview with him.
And what did Detective Hancock say on the phone? Tell me everything about that conversation.
They were still at the trial and that she would follow up with him and the evidence as well.
And that would have really messed up the trial, right? If they had taken that evidence and vouchered it and let anybody know, right?
I'm sorry, rephrase that?
That would have messed up the trial, right?
I don't believe it was used in the trial because it was never collected on our investigation.
And when Ms. Popple comes into the room, or when your camera comes into the room, she says, I've dealt with this case a lot, right?
Yes,
And Teskey says, you're the perfect person, right?
yes,
And it was obvious from the conversation that Ms. Popple knew who Joe Swanson was, who Seth Kenny was, right?
yeah, she was familiar with them.
Yeah. And that interview of him continued, correct?
I believe he was speaking on his own accord. We weren't conducting an interview. He was just there to turn in the evidence that he claimed he had.
Oh, that's not that. So that's your testimony, sir, that if law enforcement is sitting with the witness and the witness is giving information and law enforcement's asking questions and the witness continues to give information, that's not an interview?
Law enforcement wasn't asking questions. That was our crime scene tech.
No, not a single question was asked in that entire body cam?
I don't believe that I asked a question pertaining to the case other than believing it was evidence that was already part of the Hannah Reed case and there was already a chain of custody until after he began disclosing where the evidence came from. That's when I learned that it wasn't actually part of that investigation or it wasn't collected by our agency. It wasn't our actual evidence that was collected.
Right, and you I don't have all of your police reports for all of your cases every time you get evidence, right? But fair to say sometimes evidence is developed by people coming into the precinct and turning in evidence?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And you write in your report, it should be noted that this is not actual evidence. That's what you write in your report.
I believe pertaining to our initial investigation.
It should be noted that this is not actual evidence from the death investigation collected by SFSO detectives. That's what you wrote, right?
Correct, and it wasn't collected by our detectives for the investigation. The initial investigation.
I don't understand that. Can you explain that to me?
So the evidence that was brought, I was indicating because we didn't know if it was tied to the investigation. And Detective Hancock asked that we tie it to a separate case number until further investigation could be completed. So I didn't want someone or anyone to assume that it was actually evidence that we collected tied to this investigation.
And so that was at the direction of Detective Hancock?
No, I wrote that on my own accord.
Well, you may have written that sentence on your own accord, but I think as you just testified, Detective Hancock, who was at the courthouse with Ms. Morrissey at the time, directed you to put it under a different identification number, correct?
Correct, pending further investigation.
Okay. You were involved, actually, you're copied on some emails with evidence viewing in this case.
I believe so, yes.
Right. You have no reason to believe that law enforcement ever showed this evidence to the defense, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further for this witness.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, this witness is excused. Next witness?
I don't think I have any other witnesses.
All
I'm
right.
happy to provide information myself.
All right, we're going to take a bathroom break and we'll be back in 3:30, okay? Or 3:25, okay? Thank you. We're in recess.
Hey, can you just make sure that Ms. Morrissey's sequestered during the break?
I'm gonna stay right here. I'm gonna go in.
Hey everybody, thank you so much for joining us on our Alec Baldwin trial stream. I'm here to tell you about our sponsor, Truthfinder, one of the largest public records search services in the United States. Just go to truthfinder.com, type in a name, and within minutes and a paid subscription purchase, you can access unlimited reports that can include information like phone numbers, criminal and traffic records, including possible arrests, even possible sex offenders in an area. And right now, you can get 50% off of your first month of confidential background reports. Just go to truthfinder.com/LCLive.
Evidentiary record for me to call Ms. Morrissey. I know what happened, and the court knows what happened.
I don't think we need anything further.
Okay, do you want to call yourself as a witness? No, well, just a minute. So he's willing, as I understand it, to rest now. Okay? Now, you don't have to say anything under oath if you don't want to.
No, I'm happy to.
Okay, so not only happy to, you know, I don't, it doesn't matter to me whether you call yourself as a witness. It doesn't matter to the defense whether you call yourself as a witness. So if you're calling yourself as a witness, there's no one here that's requiring you to be called as a witness.
The information, everything that happened in this regard, especially as it pertains to me, needs to come out in the public.
All right, so you're calling yourself as a witness.
And I am, and it was my understanding that the court indicated to me previously that you wanted me to testify. I understand you've now changed your mind. I think it's a good idea if I do it. Where would you like me?
Okay.
Do you want me here at the podium?
No, on the
Okay,
witness.
sure.
All right, Ms. Morrissey voluntarily calling herself as a witness without any requirement by the court to do so, or Mr. Spiro asking her to. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead.
During my investigation of this case and my review of the evidence in this case, I came to understand that there was a large batch of live ammunition that was in the possession of Thel Reed, Hannah Gutierrez's father. I also understood from all of the evidence and testimony that a portion of that batch of ammunition that belonged to Thel Reed was taken by Thel Reed and Seth Kinney to the 1883 cowboy training camp. When that was over, leftover ammunition was taken back to PDQ props. Seth Kinney took some of the ammunition from that container that he had brought back from Texas and turned it into the sheriff's department. And it appeared to me that he did it to try to exonerate himself. They took it from Mr. Kinney and they tagged it into evidence under the Rust case. Law enforcement then executed a search warrant at PDQ Props and they took the entire container. And I will say that I do agree, as I recall, although I don't have it in front of me, I do agree that the search warrant didn't really require law enforcement to take everything, but it was my understanding that Mr. Kinney gave them everything so that they would have it and could tag it into evidence. Portions of that ammunition were then sent to the FBI for testing so that they could be compared to the live rounds that were found on the set of Rust. The FBI testing demonstrated that the live rounds that were taken from PDQ Props that were originally in Texas did not match the live rounds on the set of Rust. And that's testimony that we heard during the Gutierrez trial. So what ended up happening was Mr. Bowles, Ms. Gutierrez's lawyer, put Mr. Teskey on a witness list and was intending to call him as a witness to the Gutierrez trial. I conducted a pretrial interview of Mr. Teskey, and I want to back up. I did at this point have some understanding that Mr. Teskey had had contact with law enforcement regarding these rounds that he still had in Arizona. So these are rounds that never left Arizona. They were always in the possession of Thel Reed and Troy Teskey. They never went to Texas. They never came to New Mexico. That's what all of the evidence indicated. So I understood that Detective Hancock had communication with Mr. Teskey about trying to get those rounds, and Detective Hancock was unable to get those rounds from Mr. Teskey. I did not find that particularly concerning because those rounds had never left Arizona. The filming of Rust was in the state of New Mexico. And the rounds that were taken from PDQ went from Arizona to Texas to Albuquerque. So ammunition that is in the state of Arizona that has never left Arizona did not strike me that it had significant evidentiary value. Then, and I will say, I believe I actually saw a photo of it. At that point in time, I was able to look at the ammunition myself, and it was visibly dissimilar than the rounds from the set of Rust. We then cut to November of 2023. Mr. Bowles has put Mr. Teskey on a witness list for the Hannah Gutierrez case. We conducted a pretrial interview with Mr. Teskey on November 2nd of 2023. At that point in time, he brought up that he was still in possession of these live rounds that were Thel Reed's live rounds that had never left the state of Arizona. I then, when he started, I think he indicated during the pretrial interview that they were from the same batch that was sourced from Joe Swanson. And I then said, we should get those from you. I had a conversation with Detective Hancock after that pretrial interview about how we could get the rounds from Mr. Teskey, and we were trying to figure out if we could send a local law enforcement agency to pick them up. I was then decided that I needed to figure out if that was necessary since they had never left Arizona. And up to that point, it was my impression that they did not match the live rounds from the set of Rust. I then, as I recall, reached out to Mr. Bowles. He and I had a conversation about whether or not the rounds should be tested by the FBI. And I was still trying to figure out if I could get the rounds from Arizona to New Mexico. So I asked Mr. Bowles to please send me a photograph of the rounds from Troy Teskey so that I could see with my eyes whether they were even remotely similar. If they were similar, I could go through the steps of obtaining the ammunition, connecting probably with local law enforcement, having a local law enforcement agency go to Mr. Teskey's residence and collect them. I didn't want to do that if they didn't look anything like the rounds from the set of Rust, because all six rounds from the set of Rust are identical to each other. So when I had this conversation with Mr. Bowles, he provided me the photograph that I showed this morning. And this is it was my understanding that this was a photograph from Troy Teskey. So Troy and I don't communicate. He's a defense witness. I can't communicate with a defense witness. So Mr. Bowles, as I recall, texted me this photo, and this is a photo that Mr. Teskey took at my request so that I could determine whether this ammunition was related in any way to the set of Rust, because it never left the state of Arizona. So if it never left the state of Arizona, the only way that it is relevant to the Rust investigation is if it has any similarity to the live rounds that were found on the set of Rust, because we were at that point trying to figure out the source of the live rounds. When I received this photograph from Mr. Bowles, I could immediately tell that these are very dissimilar from the live rounds that were found on the set of Rust. They have brass primers. So this is what was presented to the prosecution as the rounds that were in Mr. Teskey's possession. They have brass primers and not silver primers. One of them, the one on the left, appears to be a Starline brass casing, but they have truncated cone projectiles. We had seen ammunition that looked exactly like this, not exactly, but very, very similar. And that ammunition was the ammunition that was collected from the sheriff's department and went to the FBI for testing and was determined not to be similar in any way to the live rounds on the set of Rust. So when I saw this photograph, I could see that it was not at all similar to the live rounds on the set of Rust. And I decided not to take any steps to collect this ammunition because it was in Arizona, had never come to New Mexico, and didn't match the live rounds on the set of Rust. So what ends up happening is Mr. Teskey is called to New Mexico by Mr. Bowles to testify at the Gutierrez trial. And you can hear on the video that the court heard Mr. Teskey say, the defense attorney, that's not me, asked him to bring samples of that ammunition. According to Mr. Teskey, he brought the samples of the ammunition, showed them to the defense attorney, and the defense attorney said, I don't want those. I'm not going to use those. And by the way, I'm not going to call you as a witness. So Mr. Teskey sat in court during the trial. And then at some point, contacted the deputies downstairs and said, I have this ammunition. So he tried to give it to the defense attorney, who's the person who asked him to bring it. The defense attorney said no. And he then tried to get a hold of Detective Hancock, who was not available because she was with me. So then he ends up going to the sheriff's department and he leaves the ammunition at the sheriff's department. I was contacted, I don't think it was the same day, but I'm not 100% sure. It's possible that it was, by Detective Hancock, and she indicated that Troy Teskey had dropped off ammunition at the sheriff's department. Because I had already asked for a photograph of it, I believed that that ammunition was going to look like the photograph that Mr. Bowles had sent me. Corporal Hancock indicated that she was going to tag them into evidence and she was going to create what she called a doc report. And I said, great, do that. I was not aware at that point in time that a doc report would not have the same case number as Rust. I was not aware at that point in time that it would not be linked to the Rust case number. I understood that he had dropped off ammunition that I believed to not look similar to the ammunition from the set of Rust. And I had no idea that it wasn't going to have the same case number. I want to show the court, though, when Mr. Teskey showed up to testify with the ammunition that Mr. Bowles told him to bring to the state of New Mexico, he was not called as a witness And Mr. Bowles said, I'm not taking that ammunition from you. That's why. Because these are photographs from Hannah Gutierrez's cell phone extraction, and they show spot on match for the live rounds found on the set of Rust. This is clearly the reason that Mr. Bowles said, you and your ammunition better get out of here, because it would not have hurt the case, the state's case against Hannah Gutierrez. It would have been the best evidence I could have hoped for. These look exactly like the ammunition, the actual ammunition that we have in evidence. And they do look like the 3 rounds that are in that envelope. So when Mr. Teskey couldn't get Mr. Bowles to take them because they were the best evidence against his client, he took them over to the sheriff's department. And when he dropped them at the sheriff's department, I was told that there was going to be a report. There was a report. I assumed they looked like these. And Detective Hancock indicated to me that because he dropped them off and he didn't wait for her, she was then going to try to follow up with him, take a statement from him, so that we could get some idea where they came from, what the relevance was, if there was any relevance at all. And he never returned her phone calls. And that's all of the information that I can give the court, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
May I ask a few questions, Your Honor? When you took over this case, the investigator handling the case, Mr. Schilling, left the case, correct?
At my request, yes.
The paralegal that was handling this case with you left the case, Mr. Tad?
At my request, yes.
Well, the first prosecutor that was working with you on this case, you selected, correct?
I did.
And he resigned too?
I wouldn't say that he resigned, no.
Okay. He didn't stay on the case for the Alec Baldwin trial, correct?
No, and he indicated that that was because he represented a labor union, that's a national labor union, and he was not expecting the trial to be set so quickly. He wasn't expecting it to be set in July. So when he realized that the trial was going to be set in July, he was going to be in collective bargaining agreements for his national labor union, and he wasn't going to be able to have enough time.
Erlinda Johnson, the next prosecutor selected, resigned from the case today,
She did.
based in part on the conduct we're here discussing, correct?
I believe that Ms. Johnson Ms. Johnson didn't want my understanding is that she didn't agree with the decision to have a public hearing.
On July 1st in this matter, you served a certificate of compliance with 5501, correct?
I did.
And you've never turned over the report or any of the evidence that we're talking about here at this hearing, correct?
Let's take it one at a time. I did not turn over the report. I didn't have a copy of the report. The rounds that were left at the sheriff's department by Troy Teskey, I have absolutely no reason to believe that they are relevant to the incident that took place on the set of Rust. These are rounds that were in the possession of Bell Reed and never left the state of Arizona.
You also did not allow the defense to view that evidence at any point during our request to review evidence in this case.
I had never seen it, and I didn't realize that it wasn't under the same case number because I'm not a law enforcement officer and I don't work at the sheriff's department. But you are right.
And you concede that they are Starline brass silver 45, right?
I can. And this is the best evidence against Hannah Gutierrez.
Yeah, you've said that a couple of times. Any favorable evidence you understand as a prosecutor has to be turned over to the defense, correct?
I do.
Any evidence that could be used as a defense to potentially be favorable has to be turned over to the defense.
Absolutely.
So the third Hague report that never got turned over to the defense, you understand that that's Brady evidence?
I did, yes.
Okay. And you also failed to turn that over in this case as well, correct?
And let me give you a full answer to your question. When the second Hague report came in, and I provided all of this to the defense, I sent it to the person who is managing the discovery server and asked them to upload it. It wasn't until I realized during pretrial interviews that it wasn't there that there was a problem with it. So I then attempted to figure out what the problem was, and it was indicated to me that it appeared that the former paralegal who was working for the special prosecutor had removed it. So we then immediately provided it. Then during the pretrial interview of Mr. Hague, it was brought to my attention that the defense did not have the August 31st report that indicated that the gun functioned fine, perfectly fine, and that was provided immediately. I went back, I checked my email, I could see that I received it from Mr. Hague and failed to forward it on to be uploaded. And I provided it as soon as I was aware that you did not have it.
The fact that nobody at the Hannah Gutierrez retrial cross-examined Mr. Hague about the report didn't clue you into the fact that nobody had the report?
Actually, it didn't, and I'd like to address that. The reason that it didn't clue me in is because Hannah Gutierrez's defense was that the gun worked perfectly. The defense in Hannah Gutierrez was never interested in any evidence that there was an issue with the gun, because if there was an issue with the gun, it damaged her case. So what you could see, if you watched the trial or saw any of the transcripts, the defense actually brought in their own expert to say that the gun worked perfectly. So they had no interest in that information.
And actually, you elicited testimony from Mr. Hague at that trial that was inconsistent, at least partially inconsistent, as the court's aware, with his third report, correct?
Tell me what you're referring to, and I'll answer your question.
Well, there was a whole hearing about this where you saw this, and you saw me go back and forth with Mr. Hague for 25 minutes. So
I agree, but I need to know what you're talking about for me to answer your question.
Okay, if you can't answer the question, you can't answer the question. I'll move on.
I'm happy to, but
You say that the extent of the communications you have about the doc report, as you relay it to the court, is that all you said in response was, "Great, do that." That's your testimony?
yeah, I assumed that it was going to be tied to the same case number. So I said, great, do it, file a report.
No follow-up questions?
No, because I had a picture of the ammunition that didn't match the ammunition from the set of Rust.
No concerns in your mind when you got the case file and you turned it over to us that it wasn't included?
Absolutely not. There's a terabyte of discovery. I didn't know whether this 2-page police report had been provided. And in addition to that, I had no reason to believe, and still have no reason to believe, that those rounds have anything to do with these cases.
As I asked you about Mr. Hague yesterday when Ms. Popple testified, you would agree with me that her testimony under oath was false?
What part of her testimony was false? And I'll answer.
That she said that these rounds don't look anything like the rounds on the set when you elicited that testimony.
I agree with you, and I didn't realize that there were rounds that looked like that.
It's okay. In any event, when the court, and you never tested those rounds either, correct?
Any of the rounds that came from Mr. Teskey? No, because they came in just a few months ago.
And the court asked you actually one question that I want to address, which is the court said to you, well, what's interesting to me, to be quite honest, is that yesterday you didn't even want to do a written reply. You wanted to just give an oral response. And what you said to the court was, I never saw these, I've never seen these, and I never saw the report. I have absolutely never seen these until this morning. Do you remember saying that to the court?
With regard to the 3 Starline brass, with regard to the 3 cartridges that appeared to be similar to Rust, yes.
Well,
I never saw them until today.
Well, but you said also, I never saw the report, right?
I never did.
Right, but don't you think, given your duty of candor to this court, that that's awfully misleading to not tell the court at that point that you knew about this when it occurred long ago?
That I knew about what?
You knew that Mr. Teskey had turned in this evidence, that you knew that the report would have existed because you just told this court that the doc report was okayed by you.
Sure.
Don't you think it was misleading to this court to not just say at that point, you know, just so you know, I know about this. I knew about this then. I was involved.
I did not intend to mislead the court. My understanding of what was dropped off at the sheriff's department is on this computer screen, and it looks absolutely nothing like the live rounds from the set of arrest.
The truth of this matter is you don't like Mr. Baldwin very much, do you?
You know, that is absolutely untrue. I actually really appreciate Mr. Baldwin's movies. I really appreciated the acting that he did on Saturday Night Live, and I really appreciate his politics.
You told one of the witnesses who disagreed with you during an interview that you thought Mr. Baldwin was a cocksucker.
I do not recall saying that. I know that that was something that Mr. Baldwin would say on the set of Rust. I don't recall saying that.
Do you deny that under oath?
Without having more information, I can tell you that I do not recall ever saying that. And if I did say it, I invite you to point it out to me.
You called him an arrogant prick to another witness.
To who? To what witness?
I'm asking you, did you call him an arrogant prick during a witness interview?
I don't believe I did. I don't recall.
Do you deny that?
Without knowing what you're talking about, all I can tell you is that I can't respond if I don't know what you're talking about.
And you said also to witnesses that you would teach him a lesson.
I never said to witnesses that I would teach him a lesson. Absolutely not. In fact, Mr. Spiro, I want to give a full response to your question. I made every effort in this case to resolve this case with your client in a very favorable way for him.
All right, I'm going to move to strike this. It's not responsive.
It is
Well,
responsive.
I don't want to talk about plea negotiations.
Yeah, and it's not responsive. So I have no further
All right,
questions.
do you have any follow-up testimony? All right.
I want to say I have no recollection of calling him any of those names. I have invited the defendant to tell me what he's talking about, and he has declined. I want the court to take notice of that.
All right. Thank you. You may step down. All right, any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
All right, argument, let's not, 15 minutes aside sufficient?
I don't even think that is necessary, frankly.
Do you want to make argument?
Further argument.
All
I
right,
don't think he decides needs further argument on this.
all right. So dismissal with prejudice is a very extreme sanction. And case law is very clear that because it's very extreme, I have to go through every single element and I have to make a very good record as to why I'm seeing what I'm seeing. So in order to establish a Brady violation, the defendant must show that the prosecution suppressed evidence, the evidence was favorable to the accused, and the evidence was material to the defense. So let's go through the elements. Suppression of evidence. The definition of suppression of elements, this is Case versus Hatch, is while the first element requires proof that the prosecution suppressed or withheld the evidence in question, it does not require a finding of bad faith or any other culpable state of mind on the part of the prosecutor. This prong is satisfied. The Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office and the prosecution failed to disclose the supplemental report to defense and provide defense an opportunity to inspect the rounds collected into evidence that Mr. Teskey gave. Is the evidence favorable to the accused? The second Brady element is whether the suppressed evidence was favorable to the accused, either as impeachment or exculpatory evidence. This prong is satisfied. The suppressed evidence is favorable to the accused. It is impeachment evidence, has even been offered in this trial as impeachment evidence, and is potentially exculpatory to the defense. Critically, the exculpatory value cannot be analyzed at such a late juncture because of the non-disclosure. Is the evidence material? While post-trial discovery of evidence under Brady requires a reasonable probability that the result of the proceeding would have been different, discovery of evidence during trial requires an evaluation of whether the late tender has impeded the effective use of evidence in such a way that it impacts the fundamental fairness of the proceedings, and that is State versus Huerta Castro. This evidence is material. The late discovery of this evidence during trial has impeded the effective use of evidence in such a way that it has impacted the fundamental fairness of the proceedings. The defense is not in a position to test the state's theory as to the source of the live rounds that killed Ms. Hutchins. I'm also going to take a look at Harper, State versus Harper. The assessment of sanctions depends upon the extent of the government's culpability, weighed against the amount of prejudice to the state. Quoting Chenard. Let's go through culpability. Our case law generally provides that the refusal to comply with a district court's discovery order only rises to the level of exclusion or dismissal where the state's conduct is especially culpable, such as where evidence is unilaterally withheld by the state in bad faith, or all access to the evidence is precluded by state intransience. The state is highly culpable for its failure to provide this discovery to the defendant. The state unilaterally withheld the supplemental report. Santa Fe County Sheriff's Officer made the decision, and apparently also with the prosecutor, as pursuant to Hancock's testimony, that the evidence was of no evidentiary value and failed to connect the evidence to the instant case. The case agent, as well as pursuant to Hancock's testimony, Ms. Morrissey, was aware of the new evidence and yet did not make an effort to disclose it to defense. The state's willful withholding of this information was intentional and deliberate. If this conduct does not rise to the level of bad faith, it certainly comes so near to bad faith as to show signs of scorching. Prejudice. When discovery has been produced late, prejudice does not accrue unless the evidence is material and the disclosure is so late that it undermines the defendant's preparation for trial. The court concludes that this conduct is highly prejudicial to the defendant. The jury has been sworn, jeopardy has attached, and this disclosure during the course of trial is so late that it undermines the defendant's preparation for trial. There is no way for the court to right this wrong. Lesser sanctions under Harper. Trial courts possess broad discretionary authority to decide what sanction to impose when a discovery order is violated. State versus Lemire. The sanction of dismissal is the only warranted remedy. The jury has been sworn, jeopardy has attached, and a mistrial would not be based upon manifest necessity. Further, the sanction of dismissal is warranted in this case. The state has repeatedly made representations to defense and to the court that they were compliant with all their discovery obligations. Despite their repeated representations, they have continued to fail to disclose critical evidence to the defendant. Brady and Harper are satisfied. Dismissal with prejudice is warranted. Court also has power, inherent power. Per State versus Lemire, where discovery violations inject needless delay into the proceedings, courts may impose meaningful sanctions to effectuate their inherent power and promote efficient judicial administration. The state's discovery violation has injected a needless, incurable delay into the instant jury trial. Dismissal with prejudice is warranted to ensure the integrity of the judicial system and the efficient administration of justice. Your motion to dismiss with prejudice is granted. Now, with respect to the jury, I don't imagine you all want to return on Monday. I will take care of the jury.
Thank you.
We are in recess.
I'm gonna.
Thank you all for your help. Stay all okay. Okay, where is that? Get on the photo.
Opportunity to inspect the rounds collected into evidence that Mr. Teskey gave. Is the evidence favorable to the accused? The second Brady element is whether the suppressed evidence was favorable to the accused, either as impeachment or exculpatory evidence. This prong is satisfied. The suppressed evidence is favorable to the accused. It is impeachment evidence, has even been offered in this trial as impeachment evidence, and is potentially exculpatory to the defense. Critically, the exculpatory value cannot be analyzed at such a late juncture because of the non-disclosure. Is the evidence material? While post-trial discovery of evidence under Brady requires a reasonable probability that the result of the proceeding would have been different, discovery of evidence during trial requires an evaluation of whether the late tender has impeded the effective use of evidence in such a way that it impacts the fundamental fairness of the proceedings, and that is State versus Huerta Castro. This evidence is material. The late discovery of this evidence during trial has impeded the effective use of evidence in such a way that it has impacted the fundamental fairness of the proceedings. The defense is not in a position to test the state's theory as to the source of the live rounds that killed Ms. Hutchins. I'm also going to take a look at Harper, State versus Harper. The assessment of sanctions depends upon the extent of the government's culpability, weighed against the amount of prejudice to the state, quoting Chenard. Let's go through culpability. Our case law generally provides that the refusal to comply with a district court's discovery order only rises to the level of exclusion or dismissal where the state's conduct is especially culpable, such as where evidence is unilaterally withheld by the state in bad faith, or all access to the evidence is precluded by state intransience. The state is highly culpable for its failure to provide this discovery to the defendant. The state unilaterally withheld a supplemental report. Santa Fe County Sheriff's Officer made the decision, and apparently also with the prosecutor, as pursuant to Hancock's testimony, that the evidence was of no evidentiary value and failed to connect the evidence to the instant case. The case agent, as well as pursuant to Hancock's testimony, Ms. Morrissey, was aware of the new evidence and yet did not make an effort to disclose it to defense. The state's willful withholding of this information was intentional and deliberate. If this conduct does not rise to the level of bad faith, it certainly comes so near to bad faith as to show signs of scorching. Prejudice. When discovery has been produced late, prejudice does not accrue unless the evidence is material and the disclosure is so late that it undermines the defendant's preparation for trial. The court concludes that this conduct is highly prejudicial to the defendant. The jury has been sworn, jeopardy has attached, and this disclosure during the course of trial is so late that it undermines the defendant's preparation for trial. There is no way for the court to right this wrong. Lesser sanctions under Harper. Trial courts possess broad discretionary authority to decide what sanction to impose when a discovery order is violated, State versus Lanier. The sanction of dismissal is the only warranted remedy. The jury has been sworn, jeopardy has attached, and a mistrial would not be based upon manifest necessity. Further, the sanction of dismissal is warranted in this case. The state has repeatedly made representations to defense and to the court that they were compliant with all their discovery obligations. Despite their repeated representations, they have continued to fail to disclose critical evidence to the defendant. Brady and Harper are satisfied. Dismissal with prejudice is warranted. Court also has power, inherent power. Per State versus Lemire, where discovery violations inject needless delay into the proceedings, courts may impose meaningful sanctions to effectuate their inherent power and promote efficient judicial administration. The state's discovery violation has injected a needless, incurable delay into the instant jury trial. Dismissal with prejudice is warranted to ensure the integrity of the judicial system and the efficient administration of justice. Your motion to dismiss with prejudice is granted. Now, with respect to the jury, I don't imagine you all want to return on Monday. I will take care of the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We are in recess. I'm going to.
Thank you all for your help. Stay all okay.
Again, the case against Alec Baldwin has just been dismissed with prejudice, meaning that the state can't bring the involuntary manslaughter charge again to Baldwin. Lots of emotions again from the entire Baldwin family, especially Alec there getting visibly emotional as he's been fighting this case now for years. Now, our Anjanette Levy is on the ground outside of the courthouse in Santa Fe. We're going to try to get her on air after the break, but we are going to hit that quick break, but we have a lot more coming your way again on the other side.
Why don't we go ahead and get live on the air, and then if Carrie Morrison comes out, we'll try to flow with it, Mark, if that's at all possible. So,
Morrissey will be saying okay. What's that? Oh, it's gonna do something. Could you do it right now?
No.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna do.
So
Doug said 4:30.
I'm always not talking. There's nobody more.
No, she's not gonna say.
I'm like, this one, she's not gonna talk.
She's not gonna say words. She's gonna run. So. Hey, I'm just standing around waiting.
Okay, let's hear your reaction.
I mean, this raises so many questions about this prosecution, all the public money.
Okay, we should have IFB now.
Yeah, made along the way. And at the
John,
end of the
can-
day,
yeah,
it's over for Alec
John,
Baldwin.
can you-
We have to raise. We have to look. Signing is a
Or do I have
significant
to have
move
this like that?
because she's a very.
Welcome back to Law and Crime for our special extended coverage in the Alec Baldwin trial. If you're just now tuning in, you've missed a lot as the judge ruled just moments ago to dismiss the case. Now, we've learned Baldwin has left the courtroom and the courthouse with his family as they were visibly emotional earlier after the case was dismissed, and it was dismissed with prejudice, meaning that the state can't bring the involuntary manslaughter charge again against Alec Baldwin. And remember, he was facing 18 months in prison if he was convicted on that manslaughter charge. Now, we do have Anjanette Levy, who's live outside of the courthouse for us there. She's going to be giving us everything that we need to know. Anjanette, a lot has happened in these last few moments.
Yeah, a lot happened, Elizabeth, and I'll just take it from here. The judge dismissed this case with prejudice, as you mentioned, and she said that there's no way that the defense could recover from this. This was the only remedy, and that Alec Baldwin's defense team satisfied every prong necessary for this. As it became very clear that Judge Mary Marlowe Summer was going to dismiss this case with prejudice, Alec Baldwin's wife, Halyna Baldwin, started crying, bursting into tears. Alec Baldwin appeared to be shaking, we could tell from behind. His lawyer, Luke Meekus, put his arm on his back and was kind of giving him the reassuring pat. He turned around after it was all over and he was just crying, sobbing, hugging his wife. We were ushered out of the courthouse. His brother appeared upset. Happy tears, of course, emotional tears of relief after this whole ordeal for them that's been going on for nearly 3 years now. I want to bring in John Day. He's here with me. John, we saw things today I've never seen in a courtroom. I've never seen a special prosecutor or any prosecutor for that matter during a trial, during a motion hearing in the middle of a trial, call herself as a witness, get up there and try to explain why she knew about something that should have been turned over to the defense and wasn't. And then we find out this bombshell that Erlinda Johnson, the other special prosecutor, resigned today. I actually saw her in the ladies' room after we came back from lunch briefly, and then she walked out and you didn't see her in the courtroom. So what do you think about what unfolded here today?
It's stunning. I've never seen anything like this. You have Erlinda Johnson, who is an incredibly well-regarded, ethical, professional lawyer, getting out of this case for some reason. And you have Carrie Morrissey, the special prosecutor, calling herself to the stand in a desperate effort to try to establish some kind of record for appeal. But this was like watching the Titanic go down with hundreds of thousands of dollars of tax dollars from New Mexico attached to it. It was a spectacular failure for the special prosecutors and an amazing win for Alec Baldwin, and that raises so many issues of prosecutorial misconduct that have to be answered.
And Erlinda Johnson, I mean, Carrie Morrissey, and Alex Spiro really was grilling her. There are other special prosecutors that worked with you that resigned, and she explained how they resigned and why. Carrie Morrissey said it was Erlinda Johnson resigned, and she's somewhat new to the case, but that she resigned because she didn't agree with having a public hearing. Are you buying that?
You know, I don't know what her reasons were, but the fact is that a very well-regarded lawyer decided, I am not going to go down with this ship. And the issues that this raises are there'll be so many. It's going to go on for a while. It has issues for the Hannah Gutierrez-Reed conviction.
Yes.
Information that was possibly withheld. Should that have come out before her trial? So it's not a good day for the justice system in New Mexico.
It looks very bad. And what looks really bad, too, is the fact that Alexandria Hancock, the lead detective on the case, she knew about this. What in the heck was the harm in turning over this report? I mean, you look at it and you think it's not relevant, but that's not the standard. The standard is whether or not the defense thinks it's helpful or exculpatory. And so that should have just been handed over. I mean, what's the big deal? As they said, it's a 2-page report.
You answer the question, what was the harm in following the rules and doing things the way that you're supposed to do in an investigation? And that's why I say it raises so many questions about how this was handled, not only in the law enforcement investigation, which we know has been heavily criticized, but in everything that took place after that, how the case got to the special prosecutors, what they did with it. And I mean, the results speak for themselves. This was a disaster.
And it really was not, it was really, really stunning to watch this unfold today. I mean, there was the talk about this before lunch. They went and they got the body camera footage. Marissa Popple is on the body camera footage. She's well aware of these rounds. Troy Teskey he's there. He's saying they didn't come from the set of Rust, but I have this evidence and I want to turn it over. And they were aware of this back in 2021. November of 2021, they were aware of these rounds.
They were aware of it, and there's video of everyone talking about it and sort of laughing. And I think this raises, all these questions, and it's just, there's no real answer for why this couldn't have been done properly. And I think, there's going to have to be sort of an after-event investigation as to what took place and why.
I want to let our viewers know that we are trying to keep an eye on the exit here at the courthouse to see if Carrie Morrissey will be coming out. Also, I want to let our viewers know that Gloria Allred, who represents the family of Halyna Hutchins, her family members who are in Ukraine, she left the court and I approached her and she said she will not be commenting at this time. John, I think it's important that we explain to the viewers because I think it could be a little bit confusing. The judge said that this did not allow the defense to investigate the source of the ammunition that killed Halyna Hutchins. The special prosecution and the detectives contend, well, we already figured it out. It was Hannah Gutierrez Reed. The picture on her phone matched it perfectly. So the judge basically told them that's not good enough. They should have, basically you should have sent this stuff to the FBI. You should have disclosed it to the defense. Maybe they could have experts review it and look at it, examine it, test it for themselves. So now, do we not really know where the source of the ammo, what the source of the ammo was that killed Halyna Hutchins?
We don't know, and that's the point the judge was making. If the defense had known about this, it may not have led to anything, but the defense had a right to know about it. The defense had a right to delve into it, to investigate what was going on. And by the decisions made by law enforcement and the special prosecutor to keep that basically hidden, whether or not that was, it depends on what the intent, of course, was, but the result was the same. The defense didn't know about it. They couldn't send an investigator to look into it. And it may not have developed into anything that was exculpatory, but it might have.
But they had a duty to investigate
Exactly.
it. And Arizona, what's the harm in contacting law enforcement in Arizona, having them go pick it up, or even traveling yourself? If you've spent all of this money on the investigation, get on a plane or get in the car and drive to Arizona and meet with Troy Teskey.
This judge was angry, you could tell. And she was not happy at the way, and that's an understatement. She was not happy at the way the special prosecution was handled. And then to lose Erlinda Johnson today, of all days, speaks volumes about the disaster that this prosecution of Alec Baldwin has been.
I'm still stunned by what we've witnessed here today. I'm absolutely stunned. I've never seen, I don't think a lot of people, I actually reached out to other lawyers and I asked, have you ever seen anything like this? And they said no. They'd never seen anything like this. Where do we go from here as far as you work here?
Yeah,
so you've got this sheriff's office here. The judge basically told them, you screwed up. You didn't just screw up a little, you screwed up really, really bad.
Look, when an airplane crashes, there's a black box that you retrieve that has all the data in there, voice recordings, parameters, things like that. That's what they need in this case. They need a black box to figure out what happened and what kind of a disaster it was.
People are yelling in the background and I'm looking around to make sure I'm not missing somebody come out. We have Carrie Morrissey coming out. We're gonna walk over and see if we can get to her. Somebody's coming out here. So we're coming on, guys. Live TV, stuff like this happens sometimes. Can you give me a boost?
Sorry.
To the set of Rust, it never left the state of Arizona. I understand that the court disagrees with me, and I respect the court's decision. There is absolutely no evidence that any of that ammunition is related to.
Oh, yeah, okay, sorry, I hope that's all right.
No,
they had already speak. Okay, somebody made a decision, Brian didn't know about it.
I'm
I'm after going. New, and then I find out I'm interviewing Sasha.
Yeah, it's all last minute. She's live on air right now. They took her live.
I believe that the importance of the evidence was misconstrued by the defense attorney.
Yep.
But
why are we casual?
Do you feel you let the Hutchins family down? Well, I didn't know that.
Okay, that doesn't deserve a
And the judge didn't want to put a robe on, so I could just do it.
You still believe Mr. Baldwin was guilty?
No, shouldn't, I mean,
You know, that has never been a decision for me. That has always been a decision for the jury.
Did you let the Hutchins family down?
No, we didn't. We did everything humanly possible to bring justice to Halyna and to her family, and we're proud of the work that we did. Again, we disagree with the court's decision, but we have to respect it.
Sheriff, do you have anything to add?
I don't.
What if Ms. Johnson stepped down?
She did also, and I agree with the prosecutor.
Thank you, sir.
And Jared here as well, who says that he respects the court's decision. We're going to try to catch up here a little bit.
Goddamn Carrie.
You heard my testimony. Did you see my testimony in court?
What'd you think of that?
Well, this was a disaster for the New Mexico judicial system. There's no other way to look at it. Stunning development.
3 live rounds.
And
So everybody, take it easy. Don't anybody get arrested.
Just 30 seconds to talk to us.
But I just did. You guys decided to step on me. It has separate piece now. So you did know that. Sheriff, you heard my testimony today, right? Yes, my testimony is what I stand.
Give her a little space, guys.
My testimony is what I stand on.
How did you feel about the defense using those vulgar words?
No more. Do you understand? No more.
Do you believe that there will be any kind of consequences for what happened? We're done. All right, there you have it. I asked the sheriff if there would be any consequences for how this was handled. He says that decision has not been made yet. So it's a wait and see. But he said they still believe that this had nothing to do with this and that they're going to review this. This should be a massive learning experience. I have never seen a judge in all of my years in covering courts dress down a prosecutor like this. I've seen judges get really angry, not like this. This was something to watch. This was something to see. And I think everybody in law enforcement and anybody who's a prosecutor in this country needs to watch this and learn from it and know that the rules are prosecutors and detectives do not determine what is exculpatory. The case law is very clear. So we're going to walk back now. Sorry, I'm a little winded, everybody. Got my calisthenics in for the day. We're going to walk back to the plaza, see what else is going on here. But obviously you heard Carrie Morrissey saying she respects the judge's ruling, but she still stands by the fact that she believes that that ammunition did not have anything to do with what happened on the set of Rust. It remains, but the question is, should there be some further investigation into this? That is the main question. Do they need to go back now, look at that ammo, and try to trace it back to its source, and then finally determine whether the ammo did come from Seth Kenney? So there are still major questions that need to be answered in this case. So I am going to run around the plaza a little bit. I think I can maybe toss it back to Elizabeth in the studio, or I can go back over to John. Are we going back over to John? Yes. Hey, John. Let's talk. So we just chased after Carrie Morrissey. She said that she respects the court's decision. They stand by the fact that they do not believe this was connected to Rust. I asked the sheriff whether or not he will review this case. And, you know, he said basically, I don't want to mess up his quote, that, you know, every case you can look at and learn from. I asked him if there would be consequences
because of this, and he said he has not decided that yet. What does that tell you?
You know, as I said, this case needs like when you have a plane crash, there's a black box that gives you all the data about how the plane crashed. That's what this case needs. They need someone to go in there and figure out how did this disaster happen. And, you know, Carrie Morrissey, a long career in the state as a well-respected criminal defense lawyer and civil rights lawyer. So she's a very ethical professional lawyer. Something went wrong in this case. You lost Erlinda Johnson today, the other special prosecutor who had just joined the case. That's a question there. What happened to have Erlinda hit the eject button and get out of this plane before it crashed? So a lot of questions that still need to be answered. At the end of the day, Alec Baldwin's defense team did a remarkable job in defending him and raising all these questions. You had a judge who was ticked off at the way the special prosecutor handled the case. And the judge decided the only remedy here is to shut this down with no possibility of refiling. And so Alec Baldwin will sleep well tonight. And the people of New Mexico are out a lot of money in terms of the tax dollars that were spent prosecuting this disaster.
How much do you think Alec Baldwin's defense has cost?
I mean, this is a multi-million. I mean, this is a huge amount of money that he had to spend. But look at the result. I mean, you can't argue with the result that Alec Baldwin got. And you saw his reaction in the courtroom. And that's not acting. That's a genuine,
it was totally genuine
reaction. And he's lived with this. The reality is there's still a woman who's dead. There's a woman who's doing right now 18 months in the state women's prison. But this case also raises a lot of issues that are going to have to be dealt with on the Hannah Gutierrez-Reed appeal. And so there's more to this that hasn't ended with today's decision by the judge.
John Day, thank you so much. And we will actually try to get some more information about that. All right, Elizabeth, I'm going to toss it back to you in the studio, and we're going to see out here if we can find out any other additional information. So we'll send it back to you.
And Jeanette, thank you so much. Really appreciated a lot of stunning developments again today in the trial of Alec Baldwin, because again, the judge dismissed the case with prejudice, meaning that this charge cannot be brought against Alec Baldwin again. All right, we're going to take a quick break here at the Law and Crime Network, but we'll have much more from the ground in Santa Fe, New Mexico when we come back. Stay with us. All right, welcome back to Law and Crime Network. If you're just now tuning in, very stunning developments in the trial of Alec Baldwin today, as a judge ruled today to grant a defense motion to dismiss the case. Now, Alec Baldwin was on trial for the 2021 tragic shooting of cinematographer Halyna Hutchins. Now, Baldwin's attorney had filed that motion to dismiss the case, arguing misconduct by state investigators and not properly disclosing evidence into the case. Now, we do have a very special guest who is here with us today. She is joining us remotely, and that's Lisa Tarraco. She is actually Dave Hall's attorney. Now, Lisa, can you tell me a little bit about what your reaction is to this granted motion to dismiss the case?
It's shocking. It's just shocking, and it doesn't happen very long, but the prosecutor got caught red-handed hiding evidence. And the defense team caught it in the middle of trial, called it out. Sure enough, she took the stand and she basically admitted that she didn't disclose some very critical evidence. That is absolutely not acceptable. And basically a criminal defendant's worst nightmare when a prosecutor hides evidence. So the judge made it very clear that she felt that she had no choice. There was no other remedy but dismissal. And quite honestly, I was very pleased with her decision.
And what were your thoughts about Prosecutor Carrie Morrissey taking the stand to kind of give her own explanation into everything that happened? I mean, we never see prosecutors get on the stand to pretty much testify in their own defense. What were your thoughts kind of seeing her on the stand today?
Well, as a criminal defense attorney myself, the first thing that I thought was, you need a lawyer. You should not be testifying about your wrongdoings without a lawyer. So that was my first thought. But she volunteered to get up and testify about, what had happened. And I'm sure she did it because she thought she was right and she was trying to clear her name. But I really feel that it had the opposite effect.
And what does this mean for Hannah Gutierrez Reed and her, especially with her trying to get an appeal in her case, as she's now been sentenced and is serving her 18-month prison sentence? How will this affect her appeal, her conviction? Could anything change with that?
I think it's going to make a big difference in the outcome of her case. And I don't want to second guess how her attorney is going to approach it, but this has big consequences for her as well. They hid evidence, that is something that's unforgivable in the criminal justice system. A prosecutor that hides evidence, it has a big effect on Hannah Gutierrez Reed's defense.
And do you believe that any of this could also possibly help your client as well, too? Is it possible that anything could be tossed out? Could that have any effect on Dave Hall's as well, too?
No, I don't think so. And I think Dave is happy that his case is over and resolved and his consequences were de minimis. So I just don't see anything coming of that. And also, Dave Halls doesn't like the limelight. I just cannot imagine he would want to go back to court. So our case is said and done and over. And I think Mr. Halls is happy that his case is done. I think he's equally happy that Alec Baldwin's case is done.
Very understandable. Now, Lisa, we do have Anjanette Levy, who is live on the ground in Santa Fe for us. She was inside that courtroom when the stunning development dropped. Anjanette, if you can hear us, can you tell us a little bit about what's going on right now in the ground of Santa Fe?
Well, Elizabeth, what we're really dealing with here on the ground now is the fallout. And Carrie Morrissey, as you saw when we were on the air before, it was said that she respected the judge's ruling, although she felt that this ammunition wasn't related. So it sounds like she disagrees with what happened today, but she respects the judge's ruling. Also, the sheriff of Santa Fe County said that he hasn't decided when I asked him whether or not there would be any type of action taken or any type of disciplinary action. So, Lisa, I'm really wondering what your thoughts are on that. We have Carrie Morrissey saying she respects the judge's ruling, but she got up there on the stand and testified. John and I are talking, we've never seen anything like that. What were your thoughts as she called herself as a witness, almost trying to save the ship from sinking?
Yeah, I think she made a mistake. And as a criminal defense attorney, I was like, no, do not testify. And like all people who are under the gun, they think they're going to help matters when they say something, and usually they don't. Usually they hurt matters. And I think that was the case. And recall, this is not the first time that the defense team has called her out for her bad behavior and questionable conduct. We've seen plenty of hearings of motions to dismiss based on her behavior. So I think she had a moment where she thought she could save the day, and I think she hurt herself.
It sounded like, too, that Carrie Morrissey, at the end, you heard Alec Spiro asking her about some of the things she may have called Alec Baldwin to other witnesses. And she said, I really respect his work as an actor, his SNL work, and his politics. And then she apparently, according to Alec Spiro, referred to Alec Baldwin as in some colorful language. I won't say it on the air, but you heard it. She's called him an arrogant, and some other things. So Alec Spiro got that information from somewhere. We don't know where, but for a prosecutor to do that, even if she thinks it, and that if she actually said, I'm going to teach him a lesson, Lisa, what does that say? Does that show a bias in the eyes of the prosecutor? Does that show a bias against Alec Baldwin?
Well, of course it does. And the role of a prosecutor is to be fair and to seek justice. And justice, I believe, is being honest and true to the facts. And when she starts showing her cards, especially to the witnesses, that she has all of these negative thoughts about a criminal defendant and how she personally wants to get him and seek some sort of vengeance, that is definitely very, very inappropriate on her part. Furthermore, the other thing is she's not allowed to comment on a judge's ruling in any way, but that she respects it. That would be another ethical violation. So she commented appropriately, as she should have. The problem is her other comments were really over the line.
I'm wondering, Lisa, your client Dave Halls pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor in this case, and he agreed to testify as a witness for the prosecution, not only against Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, which he did, but also against Alec Baldwin. He was set to testify in this case. What has your experience with Carrie Morrissey as a special prosecutor been? Have you had any dealings with her that you felt were inappropriate or unprofessional as you were negotiating or arranging a guilty plea for Dave Halls on that misdemeanor charge?
Well, I negotiated the plea with Mary Carmack Altwies. So I did not do any negotiations with Ms. Morrissey. It is in the public record that I had called Ms. Morrissey out for misrepresenting something that I said, and that did come out in one of the hearings. So, for whatever that is worth. But I do know that the Baldwin team really went to war with her several times over her conduct in grand jury.
Interesting. Okay. Well, we are going to take a quick break. Lisa, if you would, please stay with us. John, I want you to stay with us too. And we want all of you to stay with us as well. We need to take this quick break, and we're going to have much more from the ground here in Santa Fe. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. We'll be right back.
Hey, everybody, thank you so much for joining us on our Alec Baldwin trial stream. I'm here to tell you about our sponsor, Truth Finder, one of the largest
in this case. She said that this prosecution should have turned over evidence for Alec Baldwin and his team to examine, and the prosecution essentially screwed up. That was the judge's ruling. John, again, you heard what Carrie Morrissey had to say, that she respected the judge's ruling, but she felt that this ammunition had nothing to do with the case. It doesn't matter, though.
You're right. It doesn't matter. It's not what Carrie felt about the role. The fact is it existed. It had to get into the hands of the defense. You had an angry judge who has probably seen one too many of these in this case, where there's a complaint by the defense of discovery violations, and they turn out to be accurate and true. And the judge, she finally hit her breaking point and said, we're done, game over. Alec Baldwin is going to walk. There's going to be no jury verdict. And I'm pretty ticked off at the special prosecutor.
Yeah. Lisa Tarraco is here with us. Dave Hall's his attorney. He was the first AD and safety coordinator on the set of Rust. He pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor charge and was set to testify against Alec Baldwin. He had testified at Hannah Gutierrez Reed's trial. Lisa, how is Dave Hall's feeling about this? He said at Hannah Gutierrez Reed's trial, he didn't want Alec Baldwin he didn't feel Alec Baldwin should be charged. He had a lot of, it sounded like guilt about this for his role in it.
He absolutely did not want Alec Baldwin charged. Let's just be honest, he didn't want anyone charged. Dave Hall's feeling was this was a pure accident and it didn't amount for anyone to the level of criminal liability. So, and with this recent disclosure of ammunition and some serious questions about that, I tend to agree with Dave. But he was very solid that he didn't want this kind of attention. He didn't want people to know his name. He didn't want to be photographed. He didn't want to be in front of the media. So for him, coming in, getting a quick resolution and getting out was the right thing for him. And his case is closed and forever closed, and he doesn't have to deal with it. But he believed that neither Hannah nor Alec should have been charged. And he was especially worried about Alec getting consequences that were similar to Hannah Gutierrez Reed's consequences. So I texted him, I watched it live on your programming, and texted him. And all I know is that I got a bunch of thank you, that he was so grateful. He believed that Alec Baldwin had absolutely zero liability, zero. And he thought this was an outrageous prosecution.
I want to bring in now Dutch Merrick. He's a prop gun safety expert on movie sets. We had you on earlier, Dutch. We only have about a minute left, but your reaction to this, the fact that the judge said the prosecution made a huge error in not notifying the defense of these rounds that were dropped off at the sheriff's office.
Well, we've been watching error after error after error. I was shocked when I heard this dismissal. I was shocked when I heard that they were going to file charges against him in the first place. But those rounds actually played a key role in this whole thing. Those rounds may help us determine who provided the ammo and the actual live rounds on the set. And if that points to one of their key witnesses they've been relying on, this whole house of cards falls down. I suspect this is going to play a big role in the civil suits to come in the very near future.
Do you think, Dutch, that they will go back and examine these rounds now? Will somebody in the civil suits examine these rounds? Just briefly, we only have 20 seconds.
Yeah, I would absolutely bank on it. As we know, the rounds can be made of various components, so the fact that some of them don't look alike is not really relevant. I guarantee these are going to come up in the future cases, and they're probably going to tie some people into this that you didn't expect.
All right. Well, Dutch Merrick, Lisa Tarraco, John Day, thank you so much for being with us. Stay with Law and Crime for continuing coverage. We have to sign off now from Santa Fe. I'm Anjanette Levy.